Set some tunes up. All right. Setting up today. We're opening in between the consolidation from yesterday. Pretty flat price action overnight. So we're going to have to wait and see what goes on for the day. If it's going to make any sort of decision. It's more of a wait and see what happens on the open type day. So patience up into the open. Obviously, no, I don't trade pre-market. I like some liquidity, some action. So let's see what goes on here. These two zones seem to be the most important. So if we run up into 519, 520, look to fade that potentially if we don't get that kind of push through to the upside, and then vice versa. If we don't roll over below the overnight low, look to fade that back to highs and clean it up. But we are opening dead center of the range. Close from yesterday that Quantar has is 455. The settlement was 458, so right in that range there. Just gonna go run through some of the news outlets, see if I can catch any information that's gonna help us for the day. I don't really believe I have anything at the moment. Let's see. Market Watch. Oop. Alright, so this is just how I run through things during the day. Market Watch, what consumer sentiment gains mean for stock market, and this one's unusual. Procter & Gamble earnings boosted by the latest round of product price increases. J&J earnings beat estimates. 3M stock tanks after 2024 earnings outlook comes in well below forecasts. GE stock suffers biggest sell-off in 20 months after profit outlook misses. Netflix ad model and sharing crackdown are paying dividends. So the earnings is a mixed bag of earnings. None of those names are really key for the S&P or the NASDAQ. We're looking here at Apple. Apple's not really affected by any of that news. Also, probably going to open within the range from yesterday. Microsoft, also flat from yesterday's price action. You know, once we had that bounce off the bottom, it flattened out for the rest of the day. Nvidia has been the leader, pretty much also flat on the looking for flat open. So we are in sort of an indecision time. We got no real news for Nvidia, Microsoft, Google, Amazon. Amazon's on the lows. It's going to open around the same area that it closed. Maybe look to push up. If Amazon starts to push up, maybe some of these other ones will. We got to see where Apple's going to go from here. 200 could be in the cards at some point if the market continues to rally. If not, we're going to sell off. And Apple and Nvidia and Microsoft are going to be the telltale signs. What's Tesla doing pre-earnings? Also kind of sitting on its lows here. Nothing crazy. We got 4 minutes till open, so a lot of these names you're not really going to get tons of action right pre-market. Nvidia is still sitting below that $600 mark. Yesterday it rallied into it quite a few times, all the way up pretty much until close, and then it sold off. I'm looking at profit taking, so we have to see if this sell-off is going to be a continuation to selling, or if it's going to be a further like a bounce. We're going to have to see that as well. I don't know if my streaming software is messing up, lagging a bit. See if I can get the TradeCaster link up. TradeCaster. And any more news? Let's go to Bloomberg. BlackRock sees U.S. inflation remaining near 3% because of geopolitical risk. That's interesting. China looking at a $278 billion rescue plan for the stock market. Earnings take center stage for futures. Chinese shares jump on news of market rescue package. Johnson & Johnson, United Airlines, Verizon, and earning beat. I'm just going to not do anything here and hope for the best. Oh, nothing really there that's worthwhile. Really, I mean, the news is important for little bits and pieces of information, but I really don't have any major news that's coming out. Yahoo Finance news. Long pause between record high is a bullish sign. United Airlines will be prepared for 2024 earning losses. That's interesting. I'm getting some lagginess in my videos, so hopefully, I mean, the weather's been kind of shitty outside, so hopefully my market data is at least pretty good. Normally it's not an issue, but I don't want to, if you catch me flash in or out or something like that, just let me know. Alright, we are over here in YouTube and on tradecaster.com. Before the bell, 3M, Johnson & Johnson, Netflix is after 2024 profit forecast from United Airlines helped lift its share 7% Tuesday pre-market. Delta, American Airlines. Nothing that came up today was tech really related as far as earnings. Where did that go? There it is. We're going to go here. We had the earnings whisper. Verizon, 3M, GE, RTX, Halliburton, Johnson & Johnson, Procter & Gamble. Netflix is aftermarket, post-market, that'll be a play, and we're open now, so we're going to go back to the charts. All right, we're getting a sell-off in NVIDIA pretty hard here. Don't know if that's just going to wick us out and then roll us back to the top, and if that's pulling us down here, we'll wait and see. Looks like it's rolling our boat. Like I said, we're right in the middle of the range here between these two zones, so I'm not in any sort of jump in fast kind of grab here, right? Top set TV. Looking at the tilt. I'm watching these zones here, the 17,426. There's some orders down here. This is the value area from the overnight, very tight value area. Oh, it's a 5-minute. I don't like that. What am I doing? Here we go. Okay. So our opening range here is about 120 ticks. We're sitting right on VWAP, right between some key levels, right on this level that I drew up. We're going to wait and see what happens as far as price action is concerned, because we're opening right between the high and the low of the overnight session, so we're dead center of that. We need to pick a direction, and like my strategy calls for fading extremes, so I'm not really looking to get involved in the middle yet. Like you can see yesterday, this is the middle of all that chop as well, so nothing that's going to allow me to limit my risk. There's a pretty nice little push to the downside there. There's NVIDIA still selling off. Broke down from yesterday's lows already. Microsoft pushing down to that 394 level. Apple looked like it broke to the upside to start the day, and now it's selling back off. So let's see. Apple might be able to pick us up and drive us to the upside. Currently looking, we're still pushing to the downside. If you look at the S&Ps on the 30, you could see we were at the high end of this consolidation range. You could look to see it probably come down to touch that 48.78 level potentially before it gives you a bounce. If this is just going to be a an inventory cleanup and a bounce play, The NASDAQ, you can see the 30-minute pushing onto the base of that zone yesterday. We ticked off on that 38 level just now, and we're kind of looking to push through it, actually. It's a pretty strong push to the downside at the moment. My delta is, there it is, it's up here. So we have congruent delta at the moment. Looking to see what we could do on the bottom end here. If we're going to flush this overnight low and then return back to the high side, or if we're going to just bounce straight off of this zone. Let's wait and see. Apple, Nvidia. Oh, Nvidia is just melting, huh? We flushed that bottom of that yesterday, and we're kind of holding it. We had that rally on Friday that helped give the S&Ps and the NASDAQ that push to the upside. So let's wait and see if this is just going to be that initial flush of all that inventory for the open, or if we're going to continue to sell for the rest of the day. So it's, we're going to keep an eye on that. Actually, I want to look real quick at Microsoft as well. Microsoft approaching that 394 level. If we bounce off that 394, just like we did yesterday, look to see the rest of the market kind of follow through and give us a little bit of help here. I want to see this overnight red line there get flushed, and then we can then at least consider the overnight low inventory cleaned up, and then we can see where market may want to decide to go to. So that's the bottom half there. We're going to look to see if we can flush it. There we go. We're pushing down through it now. I don't know if we're going to continue on, but we do have a good, the delta is congruent here. The cumulative delta is the same. We're going to keep watching this. If it breaks down with any sort of gusto, which it looks like it is, like the 30-minute candle is a pretty strong push to the downside. We just wicked it once, so now what I'm going to look to see is something along the lines of a slight bounce. If we come up into this range, it doesn't have to come up too high. Just reject it once, come back to it, try to make new lows, and then the delta not follow. We're going to look for a slight divergence on the delta. We're going to look to clean this up twice, and then we're going to look to rotate back to potentially at least the overnight highs. Just based on the range bound action from yesterday. The S&Ps has a little bit further to go to the downside. Not much, 48.78. We're at 80 right now, so 2 full points to the downside. If that cleans that up as well, because that's from the overnight lows, then maybe we'll get the bounce on both at the same time. I'm going to keep the Microsoft up here. We're at that 394 level, sort of holding it, not quite ready to flush yet, but Nvidia is pushing down. 590 was the bottom of yesterday, and it's below that, but we're getting that little bit of a bounce there. Microsoft pushing off that 394 level, right? That's a great bounce zone for Microsoft. No real reason for it to not bounce. So now we're going to look to see, can we get another push to the downside? You don't have to wick the bottom so much as if we come back to 420, we could limit our risk now from there to try and rotate to the highs. I don't want to catch a V bottom here. Let's see. I'm going to be a little patient with it. Patience pays, baby. That's all I got to do here. Be patient. We got to be able to see if we can get this return back down to there, the divergence, not make new lows on the delta, and then we can bounce. A lot of times early in the day like this, though, I don't get that divergence on my extremes, and I don't really get myself an entry. It's what's been happening the last few weeks, where the first 4 or 5 minutes will rally into a zone that I'm looking to fade, and then it just V bottoms or V tops off, and we don't get quite that secondary chance at an entry point. So looking for that to kind of rotate back to the downside, reject off this bottom half again, and then we look to push up. I hate to try and get in front of something that's so strong to the downside, because the days like that where I try to just get in on my level and run, then that's usually the day I get run over and it bounces off on me. So, it just pushes right through the level. So let's see, we can get that secondary push. But right now, we're getting heavier here on the delta, and not quite on the price. Right, price is trying to make new highs. NASDAQ is 64% long on the tilt, so getting up there in the tilt, but this divergence is opposite of what I like to look for, right? I want to see this price pushing to the downside and try to make new lows, or maybe not quite make new lows, and then I want the delta to not quite come close, right? I don't want it to break the bottom part. I want to diverge, but right now we're just pushing to the upside. So we might not have gotten our entry point. That was great if you could have took that. If you're just a straight not waiting for the confluences, everything to what I said as far as the analysis is concerned is we want to clean up either the bottom half or the top half. I'm going to close this door real quick. We want to clean up either the bottom half or the top half of that zone that we were in the middle of, and then rotate either back to the other side or flush through and push back even further to the downside. So we're just we did exactly that. I just didn't get that secondary test on it to push it to the downside. To get my entry for a bounce. That 510 level yesterday was pretty important, so we're going to look to see if we can catch that as well as a target to the upside again. That's a perfect entry there for that retracement back to VWAP. So this zone worked out well again. Just keep that on note, right? The overnight low tried to flush once, twice, and then rallied. I didn't catch the V bottom. I've been very patient of late on trying to get that final confluence in my entry, and usually if I get that type of price action where I do get that final confluence, you do get that continuation back to the other side. Trying to find it previously where it's that added layer really helps my divergence strategy pretty good here. So this would be something along those lines, right, where you push up, you wick up, then you try to come up again. I'm sure the delta wasn't even close. Then you roll over, then you get the full rollover. A lot of times if you get that V, it just rolls. I don't have that entry criteria met yet for myself. So we're at VWAP now, right back to the center of the zone, in between the opening range. So there's no real entry here for me. We do have some interesting price action going on at this low volume node here at 465. So we're gonna look and see what happens there. Do we look to sell off from here? Possibly, because that's a pretty interesting candle there of grabbing some sort of liquidity at the base of this, overnight type of chop here. So if we use this as a zone, right, that looks like a decent zone there. Give or take a few ticks on either end. I'm going to make this a right ray just to watch it. I'm not going to use it per se yet, just because it's dead center of these two. We may get to be able to push on top of it, sit, and then run. Or if we do pull a divergent strategy here, then maybe I'll look to take that short just to get in front of it. But it's not a super strong level. It's just is a level, right? I'm gonna go back left with it as well, right? So now you got one touches here. So it is a pretty important level to kind of keep your eye on, especially after this candle there. I love this play. Moving forward, I may adjust a little bit my strategy, just like having watched over the last few weeks on how price action's been acting in 2024 so far. I'm not getting that confluence for the secondary touch at my key levels, like my overnight lows, overnight highs. They've been acting pretty much as run to them and wick them and then run back the other direction. So I may look, moving forward, maybe tomorrow, we'll see. I'm not going to start it today because obviously I missed it, but look for that wick off bottom at my level and then just take that first entry and risk to the low. So if I were to risk, that right there and just play that strategy instead, because it seems to be that first move within the first 5 to 15 minutes of trading where that type of price action is happening. Tilt's a little bit long, 60% long, sitting at VWAP in between the opening range here. If it does break down below this point here at 457, you could get that rotation back down, but watch the bottom of value area. Still nothing doing. Just looking at these levels, developing new levels from the previous trading session to, because that's all the information that we have is yesterday and the overnight. So when we're at these levels, new all-time highs, we got a mixed bag of earnings so far this morning. We got no real data releases until Thursday, so we're going to kind of chop around with the earnings. Nothing. I think Netflix this afternoon is the first tech name that may affect the NASDAQ a little bit more. Let's see what the I don't want to do that. This here, Microsoft. I'm just going to show you my levels are absolute money over here. 394, that zone between 394 394.20. It bounced off that to a tick. I don't know, points, cents in stock terms. Microsoft, Nvidia is now trying to push back to the downside a little bit, and Apple pushed the highs and it's still kind of grinding up there. So who knows if we get a rollover. Let's see. Microsoft does look pretty strong. Tesla is rallying up a bit. Tesla could just rip up and run, man. It does whatever it wants whenever it wants. Google has a tweezer tops, but it still looks like it's pushing up a bit. I'm gonna go back to Microsoft. No, I'm not. I'm gonna go back to Nvidia. See if we can continue that bounce there. If I get a tilty long here, whip through here, get up to 474, maybe look to take the short down below here, but it looks like it might not want to get that entry. Nvidia, it looks like it wants to roll over a bit. That 590 was the low of yesterday, so we're right at that resistance point. Nothing is telling me that it wants to kind of hold it, so we broke down from it. We retested it, and then we tried to push back down through it, which we did, and now we're pushing down again. We're sitting right below that 590.40. The low here is 591.43. 590.70. 590.70 is the low from yesterday, so kind of just sitting right below it. So this potentially could just continue to roll back over. If we do roll hard enough and we flush the bottom end of that overnight session, we have nothing but kind of emptiness below. Oh, I need to reset that. I hate when I do things like that. When I grab it, look at that accumulation that we're kind of getting here. Wick. If we get a false breakout right now, I'm going to fade that. I don't trust it to be a true long with this kind of price action. If we don't get back above here, I'm not looking to take a short through the bottom here because that could be just a liquidity grab push to the high side. I don't have, like I said, we're not in a spot where I'm like really convinced in either direction. As you can see here, this is a terrible price action for convincing me of a direction of where it wants to go. So, you know, our value area is still super tight. It's almost as tight, you know, this is the opening range and the value area only reaches out just past it. So let's see if we can get a fake break above 474. And if we don't hold that, if that fails right there, right, that's where you say, okay, that's a grab of liquidity. We don't need price to continue to push a little bit, but at the same time, Delta can't break out above that area there. So if you get that, you fail this little breakout here, and then you start to roll over again, you have the room back down to the downside and beyond. But we do still want to clean up that overnight high in such a tight range. So just be careful with that kind of play there. Okay. I'm waiting on this. With the failure, I wanted to give me a sped up price action, whippy, get up here, and then not hold for more than a few seconds. If it does hold for more than a few seconds, it's more likely to kind of continue on because this kind of price action is building kind of orders here. So if it doesn't just break out and hold this high end, then it likely will probably roll over and try and get some stops down here. So my entry would be below 462 and look to kind of, like I said, look to rotate back down to the bottom half of the zone, just based purely on price action. Nvidia, Microsoft still looking strong. Apple's weak, pulling us down a bit. I want Microsoft to, if you do get that breakout to the upside, Microsoft break a bit and then roll back down towards that 94. So there's that whip. See if it holds. If it doesn't hold, then we're rolling this to the downside. But like I said, if it holds this for any prolonged period of time, then we're out, right? Because usually that kind of breakout should hold if it's going to be considered a true breakout. So that's where I'm at. I got the divergence there. So if we roll from here, hopefully it's a strong push to the downside. And we're only risking to the upper end of that 474, right? If VWAP holds, then we won't get triggered. And this will continue on to the upside. I'm going to leave this here for a few minutes. If, like I said, if we start to hold a bit more up here, then I'm going to flatten out and not take that trade. Because really, if it's going to be a liquidity grab, it shouldn't come down to trigger us in. If it holds here, I'm going to be not taking this, but you're looking at Microsoft trying to push down, Apple also pushing down, Nvidia trying to reject that, but it's trying to accept, trying to accept that 590 and beyond. So if it doesn't roll from here, then Nvidia probably can help boost us to the highs. Yeah, with that kind of breakout action there, Delta is now kind of acting in confluence. We're pushing up also. We made new highs, and we're almost at that new high there, breakout. I'm going to be patient here for one more, wait for this candle to close, 10 more seconds, just because I want to see this sort of indecision if it's going to make a choice here. What you're looking at also on the 30-minute, look at this 30-minute NASDAQ. Look at that wick bottom here. Flushed these bottoms, grabbed so much liquidity, and look to run the highs and beyond. So that potentially could be the play there as well. So we are failing this breakout. So I'm waiting. Microsoft looking a little weaker. Apple holding at 195. Microsoft's trying to push back down to the downside. If we got to 394, then I would look to maybe get out of this, because I think it'll bounce off that again. But I'm looking to see if this will stay short from here. Something tells me this wants to be a little heavy. It's not quite convincing me that it wants to continue that breakout to the upside, so we're going to push this to the downside. If we do break down that 61 level, we should flush. We didn't quite make that new high in the delta, but if we push higher here, we could break that out there, and that's where we end up playing that breakout. But right now, I'm waiting to see if this level will hold. It looks like it wants to roll a bit. Apple rolling, kind of helping our idea here. If it continues to roll over, then this is going to flush, and it should flush hard. Being patient with it, really waiting on it, trying to see if we will get that push to the downside. It doesn't appear to be so that this is the time that it's going to take it to the downside. Like I said, if we hold these levels long enough, then it should be a long. We held VWAP, we held above 474, so realistically it seems like it wants to continue that rotation at least to the high end of the opening range. And if we do break the opening range high, that's obviously a red to green type day. And with that 30-minute wick there, it's a pretty strong idea of what you got going on here as far as kind of grabbing liquidity goes. Still no trades for me yet. Still being patient. That order is just sitting there waiting for a hard flush, a rejection of these levels here. But we're pushing up beyond through. So I'm going to, if we hit off on 91, so like this is going to break the new highs. We broke that. Divergence is gone now. So we're going to flatten this. We're going to make sure we have no orders on, and we're going to wait and see what happens next. Still waiting, no trades, being patient. The entry that I called out earlier in the day, that 420 level, that overnight low, looking to sort of flush it. I called out that I wanted that divergence. I needed that secondary, accumulation down here before I wanted to take a long. I'm going to adjust my strategy a bit moving forward, maybe on a couple test trades where I get in before my secondary confluence on these extremes, because I've been just keeping myself out of these trades and not taking them, and they play out almost exactly as I think pretty much every single time. So I'm looking to try and benefit off of that little bit of adjustment. Alrighty, still rallying. I bet Microsoft is pushing to the upside. Nvidia also holding its highs, but it's actually rejecting that 595. That was the base of the pre-market session. This is what I'm looking at here. Nvidia rejecting that. We got Microsoft looking to kind of roll up, looking a little heavier. Apple pushed to the highs and rolled over a bit, and now we're kind of just sitting around these 195s. So I kind of want to watch Microsoft a little bit more than the other ones. Nvidia was the leader the past few days. It's that roll over there. It could come here soon. Like, the momentum here isn't super strong. The 30-minute candle is interesting to me, but the momentum here is what is like we're not really getting great follow through. We ran right to the tick of the high of the day, and we didn't break it. Right, so we're looking to see if this will fail at these levels. Like I said, we're directly in the center of the overnight low and overnight high, so this is a difficult zone for me to want to find an entry. I was looking here at this zone based on the pre-market and overnight sessions here with this area, and then yesterday it acted at a lot. Really, the base below 60 should give us that good flush, but we still could chop around a bit today. Also, markets are kind of indecisive now after that huge rally to the upside on Friday. So really, it's still kind of just juking and jiving, trying to figure out which direction it really wants to go. So if it doesn't hold VWAP here, we're gonna look to see if that short idea will play out. Not like I said, I don't use VWAP as a entry criteria. It's pretty flat here for the most part, all overnight session. So it just that tells me that it's an indecision kind of range bound type day. If we break this down here, where if that's your little trend line that you're looking at, then you already kind of broke it. But I think this 60 level is a pretty important zone. So if we can get through here with some gusto, then we're going to look to see Microsoft roll over, Apple not make new highs, because Apple was sort of leading to the upside, really holding that level there. So I'm going to look to see if we can rotate this back to the downside. Should I put that 60 level back in there? See, that was more of like look at that liquidity grab there at the VWAP. If that fails, if that there fails, then we're going to still take that short there. Because that kind of liquidity sweep there should just take us to the high side. But if it does fail, then these orders aren't strong enough to hold us up. But I believe, after that 30-minute close there, we're now in a new 30-minute candle. We could look to see maybe we're going to break these highs at 87s. Nothing. We're diverging here, right? New highs, not new highs. Attempting to push highs, not quite getting there. Got this liquidity grab here on this wick. And if that fails, for me, that tells me that price down here wasn't strong enough to push us up to the highs that it wanted to get to. There are orders here. They need to be cleared out to push down to the downside. That's just if this fails. If it continues on and rallying to the upside and does what it does, then our initial entry idea, is still playing out. You losing your power. That sucks. Damn. I hate when that happens. All right. So look at this action here. I really think that if it does fail this wick test here, that we're gonna get like a stronger push to the downside as opposed to just this little weak little grab some liquidity and pop back up. So if we do fail that, I want to hopefully roll that all the way down. Apple is still acting weak. Microsoft is basing out, possibly looking to rotate back to that high end of the day. So just kind of be careful with that if I do get triggered in. But I'm going to take that short just on pure failure of this liquidity grab here. But if it bounces, then we're not going to be in the trade. So that's all good too. I'm going to try my best to manage this with this. Hopefully it triggers in here. I'm going to look to see it get down into this zone again. That was a very interesting grab there. Didn't quite, it didn't get me in. I didn't get triggered, but it's getting heavier. Like the heaviness, you could kind of feel it in the price action here. So if we do break down the 62 level, I'm sort of front running it a little bit. I wanted to break 60 more so than anything, but we're gonna see and let it play out a little bit. You know, obviously keeping an eye on 50s. Hopefully it gets down through 50s with no problem. If it does, then we should be able to get to the lows again. So we're in. We're looking to go short and take this to the downside. Hopefully Microsoft or Apple will play along. Apple is still rolling. It's heavier. Microsoft, not so much. NVIDIA wicked the high, and now it's kind of just rotating that. So we're going to look to hold this, see if we can get it to rotate to the downside. If that was just a liquidity grab, then so be it. That's on me. But I'm looking to hold this a little bit longer, see if we can get this down and get a good flush to the overnight low again. It just didn't quite have that strong push to the upside that was going to tell me that it was going to continue on. So now we're looking to break this blue line here, which is the opening range low. If we could do that, then hopefully we could hold. But right now it looks like it wants to push to the upside a little bit. We're kind of in this liquidity zone. Kind of just dancing around here. There we go. I need to push down below VWAP. Don't want to hold VWAP. Gotta fail it. It feels heavy. Still feels heavy. Still feels like this is the right direction that we want to be in. But NVIDIA is now popping up a little bit, right? You see NVIDIA popping up. Microsoft, I bet, is also following. No, it's kind of hanging. And Apple. So NVIDIA seems to be the leader here right now. Hopefully NVIDIA could fail this, and we can definitely dump off. I need Microsoft to continue its push to the downside. If Microsoft can get down to 394 again, we're going to be in good shape. But I don't know if this is going to hold and rally or not. So we're being very cautious. That's why I have my stop where it is, because if it does break that level again, I think it'll rally. So hopefully we could use this zone as a flush point. But Microsoft looks like it's heavy, so I don't know why we're not quite leading with the NQ here. Apple also heavy. So we should be, our confluences should be good. We should be fine here. There we go. There's our flush down to the downside. First little push, bouncing off that opening range low. Still trying to hold this. I want to try and be patient with this flush. Man, that just bounced off there really pretty easily. Come on, baby. Let's roll. Give me that flush. Give me that flush. Looking for that flush to the downside. Nope, bouncing again. That could be a liquidity grab, bounce to the upside, and then rally right through at my level. We're gonna get stopped out here. Nope, not yet, not quite. Stops in an okay spot. Very indecisive location at the moment. Come on, push to the downside. Nope, we're gonna. There, we're out. We're out. Flat right now, down 225. Look at that. Looks like it wants to go again. I'm going to take the second entry on it. Just purely based on that being maybe one tick too close. That was a heavy price action. Microsoft wicking. Apple also trying to catch a little bit of a bounce but pushing. Now we're back in. We're going to take this bad boy short. If we can break these lows, we should rally to the bottom. Rally. Push to the bottom. I sort of want to add on this one. Let's see if we could add a second contract on a flush. We're not going to hold, huh? I took a second entry at the same location just based purely off of the way price rejected off of my stop location. If it does stop me out again, then I'm going to take a break, walk away for a second, try not to FOMO into another trade. But if we do get the push down that we're expecting, we are still in good shape. I don't think that this is a strong market, but really just trying to clear out our highs. Just the way that price action was acting really felt like it wanted to roll over again and just didn't quite get us there. And with Apple and Microsoft acting so heavily, I don't understand how we're not getting this little bit of a follow through here. Nvidia must be holding us up. No, it's not. So we got a divergence in price of these stocks and on the futures here. So I have a feeling we're going to stop one more time and then it's going to roll. So my entry should be my stop, really, it seems. And yeah, we're going to take a second. I'm not looking to... That's why I don't like to play in the middle here. It really fucks with my entry criterias and all that. So we are trying to diverge here on the highs. Really, my entry probably should be up in that range, but I was trying to be short below VWAP as just more of a further confluence to get this push to the downside. Once I saw this liquidity grab here and the first stop out, probably shouldn't have entered again, but realistically, just taking those kind of paper cut type trades, I'm not really upset at that. This price action is still telling me that it wants to go just purely based on divergence ideas. It's heavier. Should we take our third shot at it here? We take that third shot. We're going to tighten it up even more. We'll add below value. Yep. Chop City. Oh, I can't figure this out, man. Fuck. Alright, well, we're alright. Something's going on with my order is not letting me mess with this for some reason, but here we go. Trying to push to the downside again, using that stop as the 470, 450-ish level. I'm looking to get this thing to finally flush to the downside a bit more on the breakdown of my level here. If we do, we're going to add a second contract because I can't figure out a way to get it to move. So it is sitting there waiting to get triggered, and I can't fucking change it. So we're not happy with that. But if it adds, it was part of the plan, so... Grabbing more and more and more short attempts at that spot, really just kind of killing me here. Okay. We're going to get flatten that. Okay, everything's going to get flat. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to take a quick 5. Not trying to go on tilt here based on this stupid price action getting me triggered in and tickling me out. I bet you it rolls over now that I do it, but quick 5 minute. And go to the bathroom and come back. we're back. Back in action here. Okay, let's see if we can't catch a nice little trade here. Get back one of those losses and work ourselves back. Alrighty, so we're using this zone here. It seems to support. Microsoft is kind of just basing out. Apple also kind of just fading a little bit. Nothing really crazy. Maybe looking to bounce. Nvidia has been the leader and has broken out on highs. So looking to maybe break out highs here on the NASDAQ. So we're going to look to catch one here soon. All right, let's see. Can we get this to 74 level seems more important than, obviously this has been a liquidity zone to grab some longs. So really I want to see what happens at that level again. Could look to, like I said, continue to rally. Some of these names seem to be trying to make, like I said, Nvidia made new highs and then rolled. Apple made new highs to start the day. It has rolled over since. Microsoft also. It's really just basing right here. Not a lot going on. This is just chop and looking maybe to get a little heavy here. I need to see something happen. There's that flush. I'm going to try it. I'm selling that. If that's going to go down, it's going to go down. Right there. Nope. Just scale into this below VWAP. That was a silly loss there. Chased it a bit. I do feel this level is, whoa, the just trying to grab that liquidity at the bottom here. Kind of a bit much on my end here. I gotta turn off the trade copier because those are, they've hit their loss limit for the day at $1,000 loss. Okay, we're in two contracts here. I added a second for this flush to try and push to the downside. If this is actually the push to the downside, that's going to be the one that plays out. Then we're in two. We're going to take one off at 50 and let the other one ride. So let's see what happens. We have a take profit down there at 50. I'm looking to see if we can get that flush here. Looks like it wants to. There's that breakdown. Finally, we're getting a breakdown. I'm going to be at break even, because I don't want to lose more than I want. Actually, no, I'm not going to be at break even. I'm going to be in my zone here. There's that flush down. There we go. Now I'll be at break even because I do not want this part to be the liquidity grab push up. So we had that take profit there. It didn't tick us out. We got one tick away from that take profit. Did not get filled. See if we can get filled here on this next push to the downside. Push down, push down, push down. Let's go. Push to the downside. Come on, baby. We got to try and get filled on this. Try and get some money back. Looks like it's going to rally off of that. I don't want this to tickle. Fuck you. Just turned that into a loss like an idiot. That was kind of silly. So now we're going to let this thing roll over a bit. Didn't mean to take that loss on that. I wanted to move that stop faster. This is a heavier market. Like I said, we were looking to get this rollover. Didn't quite get it earlier. We took a bunch of paper cuts on it. Looking to see if we can get it now to finish the flush, roll us back to the downside, continue that selling for the day. Looking to hold. If we could flush the low here, then we could be break even. There we go. I'm going to be break even on this one. So let's see how far down we can get. I'm looking to try and catch a decent sized pullback on this move here. The rollover should continue. The original plan played out that time. We flushed that 50 level, so we would have took off our stop, our ad there. That was the plan, right? Was to take the ad off at 50 and then let this thing run to the downside. So now we're kind of just managing the single position that we had on, which is the ad really here. So sort of a little bit of a mix up with my orders, like moving my stops around a little too much. Should have let that play out. Would have ticked out there. That would have been the first entry. That would have been a nice, cover my risk at 270. I don't know why this is on there. There we go. We can see what we're looking at now. Hopefully this can now flush the downside and never look back to the highs. I'm going to look to break the low of the day. That would be very nice. If we could break the low of the day, then we can look to see if we can really get some selling pressure. I don't know if I'll be able to hold on long enough with the way I'm trailing at the moment, but realistically, we just flushed the liquidity area here. So if it is going to rally, it should probably bounce now. If not, then we should get a nice little flush, which we're not kind of getting. So it may bounce here, reaccept back in, and then rotate back to the downside. When we look to enter again, possibly on that as far as a short is concerned. But I'm going to try and trail it sort of tight-ish, just get some of this stupidity back. I should be in on 2 contracts, well, out on one already, and well into risk-free on the other. So I'm a little annoyed at some of the executions that I've done today, but you're seeing it live. This is real life trading. This is how things go. So just kind of be mindful of that on your own when you're trading. You're looking to maximize your profits, minimize your losses, and not FOMO in and manage your trade too tightly and do stupid shit. So this is just real life. You're seeing what I do, what my thought process was on trying to get into this type of trade, right? That was every execution I was doing off of a good reason, not quite a FOMO, right? I wasn't really looking to, I have to get in here to do something. I'm looking to get that profit target to be a lot lower. I'm just putting it down there just in case it decides to flush real hard. Do I think it'll get all the way down here to 3s? I don't think so. But if we do get into this zone here, we're going to trail above 50, which I actually am going to do now. I'm going to trail it above the value area. So if this does want to revisit the high end of this candle, then it may want to rotate all the way back, and I don't want to give it all back. So we're looking to continue this sell-off here. There we go. We're pushing. We're flushing. If we flush the 420, then we're going to be stops above 32 here at this zone, because this is where we were initially looking to go long from. So we are going to use this as our initial first target zone. That would have been nice to kind of try and hold this a bit longer. I'm looking to hold it. I would like to at least get down to 420 and then see what happens at 420, just based on the heaviness of this market. Really, Microsoft hasn't quite got to 394 yet, so that would be nice to get it to help us push to the downside more. We're up 5 on this trade. We're really making back a lot of what we we gave back on some paper cuts. So I had an entry. So this was a 2 contract trade. I entered on one, added a second, and I don't want it to get above 445. 445 is a nice little wick there. I don't have my stop moved yet. I would like it to push down again one more time before I end up actually moving it. It was a V bottom before. I don't want it to V bottom again here on me and take me out for, you don't want to give it all back. So that's where I'm going to leave it. It is what it is on that. I don't want to give it all back. I needed to blow back down below 420. Microsoft is still heavy. Apple also heavy, but at a little bit of a bounce point there. You're always one good trade away from getting that everything back and then some. So, like I said, we made some stupid entries. Not necessarily stupid entries here. We had the idea right. We took some paper cuts. The way I managed this ad kind of pissed me off a little bit, but it's not going to affect the way I manage the rest of the trade. Right? This would have been the way I managed that second position. I would have had one off at 450. Once it got to 1 tick and didn't bring me in, I kind of moved the stops to break even a little quick and got ticked out on that, and then it continued to roll over. At least we got this one contract still on, and we're just going to kind of keep rolling with it. We're going to eventually, if this does get ticked out, it's going to be that basically as if we would have took profit at here, rolled over, and got to break even. So it's sort of like managing it the similar way. I need Delta to push down a little harder here. I need price to push down. I need Apple or Microsoft to play along. Apple is playing along a little bit. Microsoft, you can play along. Nvidia also. Come on, roll over for me. I need everybody to start rolling over for me to keep this alive. Keep this trade alive. I mean, that V bottom bounce pissed me off. There we go. We're going to get wicked out here, huh? Wicked out. All right. So we were down about 1,000 on that, and now we're down 700. So we got one back, and now we're rallying back up there, right off the bottom here. Didn't want to trail it too tight based on the heaviness of the price action. Really could look to see if we can get another entry on a retest of this zone, try to get a divergence here, look for some of these longs to try and get involved. So the thought process on this short, even though we got stopped out 1, 2, 3 times, took a walk, came back, got the entry that we wanted to get, got the flush, then we added to it. On the ad, we got a little antsy with the stop loss on the wick test down at the bottom of trying to get filled on that first entry. Got out, got back in. So now we're really looking to see what we're going to do here as far as price action is concerned. Not going to rush into the next one, but it was a poorly managed, but we'll take the win when we can take it. We will take it. We will take it. So see if this wick test here now is going to be the stop run for some of these shorts and then come back down to the downside, or if this is just going to continue to rally to the upside. But just because we just got here, got the VWAP, did everything we did, I'm not going to just look to enter right away. I'm going to look to see if I can get some sort of thing, secondary wick through here before I roll over again. Nvidia bouncing, Microsoft bouncing, Apple also bouncing off that low there. So need to see some of these names continue to roll over. It's a frustrating game when you have the right idea and you just kind of keep getting wicked out. Hindsight being 2020, what do? You risk to the high of the day, let this play out, roll over on you, take some heat on it, take up into $400 or $500 worth of heat, and then roll over. I'm going to give it a shot here one more time. But this is going to be a tight one. We didn't get in yet. We have the entry there for a stop. See if we can run it back down to the downside. From this zone here. Not looking for a crazy, all the way to the bottom, but we're looking at Microsoft trying to push to the downside still. I think that a lot of this is still really heavy. So the return back to this liquidity zone gives me the confluence that I want. Hopefully we can get a little bit of a accumulation here and then a sell-off again. But it's been V-bottoming everywhere. So if it wants to do what it's going to do, it's going to V again. So we're in. There we go. We're getting the push to the downside. Will we add a second? We will add a second contract below the close here. We're going to take a take profit right at the same location. And then we're going to let that runner run. We're in on a second. I'm going to be patient, hopefully let this thing trigger out that first little take profit, secure some, and then let that one runner run. So quick scalp that ad. So if we are going to hold below here, we should be able to trigger that, no problem. Okay. Come on. Come on. Trigger that. Trigger that, baby. Come on. You want to trigger that. Trigger that low there. Get to the bottom of the value area and flush it. Nope. Doesn't want to get it. Come on. My take profits have just been one tick away from getting triggered and not triggered. There we go. Okay. So we got one off. Now we're going to see if we can catch this runner. One off and we're at break even here on this ad. Let's see if the ad will get us a little bit more on the runner. That first win there, that's 215. Looking to see if we can get this ad. It's down on the day a little bit, but we're in a good trade right now. We're looking to see if we can get a full rotation back to the downside here. If not, we're going to get stopped out on this ad that I just had. Looking to see if we can roll this now that we had that secondary retest of that short zone. Can we flush the bottom of the value area? Or if we don't, then we're going to likely look to see this thing kind of push up. I don't know if I want to stay this break even yet. But if we do not flush here, then we probably do rally back to the high, get stopped out there anyway. So we might as well leave it where it is. If it stops us out, we're good. We are pushing ourselves back to break even on the day. Hopefully we can get above and beyond. If we do flush this bottom here and rotate back to the downside, looking to see if we could break this low that we just created. If we do break that low that we just created, we're probably going to get stopped here anyway, but just talking through what would happen if we do roll further down, we should get actually a pretty nice flush. So we will look to see if that'll happen. My stop is in an okay location, it seems. That's the initial breakdown of value. So we're in yesterday below the low of the close. So if we're holding below that low and we hold below this value area low here, we should rotate back down to the lows. If we do rotate back to the lows and break the lows this time on the third touch of it, then we need to see what will happen. I don't know if that's going to have the bottom fall out of it or not, but it could be just based on pure price action on the day. But right now it looks like we're going to get stopped out on this. But our stop is in an okay location. You know, whatever it is, it is. If we get out, we get out. And then we look to get the enter. There we go. I like a few week hold. That's nice. I like those long-term hold ideas. All right, so we're back. One good trade away from being in the green on the day. You know, we're down about 4 and change. We were down about 1,000. So the last 2 trades were pretty good. The ads, I got out of them kind of quick. So really break even on the ads. The S&P is looking to kind of crack the lows now, so maybe we're going to look to re-enter on the breakdown here. Delta divergence. Slight over, you know, maybe look to get right back to the value area again. If we get back to that short zone and we wick the VWAP and it doesn't hold and push above, then maybe we're going to look to go short one more time off the level. Although we are not getting into the opening range, so we're still sort of not quite, still short idea. I like it speeding up a little bit to the upside. Do we have Microsoft is pushing now? It looked like it grabbed a lot of liquidity down there. Apple is bouncing. Nvidia is bouncing, so this is now starting to get a little stronger. If Microsoft cracks the high here at 395, then this price action looks to switch to being a long. I think this was maybe a liquidity grab, a higher low. If we could crack above here now, it invalidates the short idea, and then it could push to the highs of the, or at least the overnight highs. But if it doesn't, if we hold and reject, then we could still continue to the downside. Still looking to see if we can get this thing to diverge a bit. We are trying to make new highs here, it looks like, above this little liquidity zone. So if we do break that, then we're going to see if we can, you know, like Microsoft is pushing up to the upside. If Microsoft does break that high, 395.91, then it could help this trade push to the upside further. If not, if we do fail from here, it could, like I said, continue to be a short. But it's all just a wait and see. We're not getting a divergence here. We are confluent on the delta. Delta's making new highs, and price is trying to make new highs. So we are going to get a little bit of, it looks like maybe a breakout here. The 30-minute candles all were, I'm going to take a long here. The 30-minute candles are super wicky on the bottom, looking like sort of like the other day when, let me see if I can show you that. There's that 30-minute liquidity grab, liquidity grab, liquidity grab. Potentially then now we could rotate back to the highs. So I did take that long there, looking for the breakout. Failure of our short idea. Just on some confluence here. See if I can get a quick run up above 474 I mean. And if we could break the high of the day here, that red line, then that's that opening range, and we could potentially rotate to the high of the day, the previous overnight session. So just having this higher low here, another higher low here, a breakout of our little liquidity zone, looking to try and catch this quick little winner. And maybe potentially let it run out a bit. If we do break that, maybe we add at the highs. We add one above a breakout zone there, but we're going to wait and see if we can get there. If we can get above and into that 85, so I'm going to go to break even there. Or even maybe sooner, just based on I don't want it to roll over on me. I'm kind of front running Microsoft breaking out, which it looks like it wants to do from this area. So if Microsoft can do that, then we should be able to run up to the upside. Apple sort of hitting a wall here, which is not helping me. But Microsoft and Nvidia looking to be a little heavy too. Could this be a fake out here? I don't want to get faked out to the long side. I hate playing these breakouts. Not my A plus, but just based on price action, higher low, liquidity grab, all these 30-minute wicks. S&P's is kind of trying to push down now, which is concerning to me. Let's see. Fucking Nvidia not playing along. MSFT failing that breakout, it looks like. Nope, we're looking at that wick at the bottom. Hopefully we can get that ignition candle. Break us out above here, above the VWAP. Microsoft breaking out now, but diverging on the price here. Wow. Interesting. Gonna add a second there for breaks. Come on, softy. Rip. Rip to the upside. Looks like we want to fail it now. That's going to be the fun. Add above. No, we're going to add above on the breakout. Then we're going to take that profit there. Looking to add to the breakout if it does go on this rip. I'm going to take one off at the top of the range in case it decides to fail that high again. Just really playing it a little bit aggressive here. Stop loss, not break it. Take profit. Stop loss below VWAP if it does catch that second entry. It was liquidity grabs here, here, and here. The 30-minute candle, long wicking tail, 65 was the base of all of those. So if we do break out above this level here, we should get a little follow through, and then hopefully we can take that first offer off the table, and then the next we can look to let it run to that overnight high. Hopefully we can get that to play out here. It looks like we're sort of getting my short divergence entry criteria playing out, but I'm going to see what happens at 65 here. It's price action is speeding up. Kind of an indecision. Trying to make its point here. S&P's is pushing that low. That's concerning to me. Hopefully it doesn't break that low. Microsoft just doesn't want to break out yet. Maybe it failed that breakout, but let's see. Apple pushing up. That's nice. Nvidia just basing, doing kind of the same thing that we're doing here. Microsoft. For me, I really like things to happen quick. Like a breakout should happen fast. For me, I don't think this is going to play out exactly how I expected it to. So we're kind of just waiting and seeing, letting things kind of breathe a little bit here to the upside. I'm basing this a lot off of the 30-minute and kind of the way it looked like it was grabbing the liquidity from the downside, and the V bottom here, higher low, looking to see if we could break out of this wedge also here, this little like wedge type deal that's going on, If we could break out of this wedge, then that should propel us maybe to the high of that wedge. Otherwise, it's going to fail it again and rotate us back to the downside and chop us around a bit. It's just going to be one of those types of days for me, but we're going to see. Just patience on this. Really trying to wait and see what's going to happen. It's kind of grabbing the liquidity here. It did it to me before. We're bouncing around. A lot of these slow market type conditions for me over the last few weeks have led to pops to the upside. So, man, now it looks like it wants to pop to the downside. So there we are. Flatten that down again. Gonna just wait and see now. Be a little patient. That was the short key there. That might be the final nail in the coffin as far as trying to push the upside. Now it's gonna roll over on us. Just because I switched to the long side, probably. That's usually how it goes. A little over trading today, but we're doing it for the fans. I'm gonna grind myself back, and I'm gonna be green on the day for sure. No doubt in my mind, we're going to do this the right way. So if we can catch this long here, I will be a happy camper. See if we can take this long here. Do we get that pop? Excuse me. 9:48 a.m. Looking to see if we can catch along here. Bouncing off these liquidity grabs on the 30-minute candles. Just really telling me that something wants to pop to the upside, at least for a temporary. Apple looks like it wants to push up a little bit here. Microsoft also just kind of sitting at the top end of this little range that it's got going on. And if it could actually break out and hold above, then we should get some continuation to the upside. If not, then the rotation to the downside still happens. The reason I'm switched to long over the short is just based on these higher lows. Every chance it gets to get down to this liquidity zone, it's been popping. So maybe this is a grab to push us back up and rotate us back to the overnight highs. That was the kind of the original idea of taking a long down here after a flush of the overnight low, which we got. So I'm going to look to see if I can grab that and take it to the highs. I am down once again about 700. I've taken a few pretty decent shorts over here to get back up, and then I took one long that I took a loss on here. Now I'm looking to go long again, potentially if we do fail this downside here. If we break back above 465, I think we can rally and just continue to the upside. If not, we will be looking to see what kind of action happens down here again at 430 to 420 on the long side, or if it flushes, that could be the end of this, and we get that continued selling to pour in. I'm gonna flatten this here, and I don't want these orders out there yet. Sort of whipping down a little bit, 50-50 on the tilt. Nothing doing for me. Forced in a few. Are we going to flush this here? Is this going to be that flush? I'm going to reset this again. Front run it. I need to see what this NASDAQ, the Microsoft pushed to the bottom end of that little pattern it's got going on, that little wedge here, so it should pop to the upside a little bit unless it rolls over. Apple is also kind of just sitting at these lows. Nvidia slower but pushing to the upside. Who's going to be the leader today? It seems as if the S&Ps are leading, and the S&Ps have been leading to the downside. Just sort of broke that overnight low and is holding it. Today might be a full day trading day for myself, but we're going to see what kind of next trade we can get here. We're just not like flushing, which is interesting to me on this breakdown of the close. Get that order off of there. We're diverging a little bit here. This low did never get quite broken down. This is holding. There's a little bit of a speed up, break down a little bit on that price. You could see that action kind of get a little whippy. See if it's going to flush now or if it's going to reject this level and rotate back to the upside. You could see that price action just try to, get below here and grab some orders. I want to see the ES get back above 48.78 and hold there for this to try and go long. I'm going to leave Microsoft on this screen here. Okay. Let's see if we can get a little bounce here. We're looking to get a little bouncy bounce. We're at the bottom of the value area here, looking to try to hold that area. We're just very choppy over the last few days. I was a little more patient yesterday than today. I tried to enter a few times here, kind of got myself into a hole. Caught some of this move. I got stopped out here. So, really had the opportunity to kind of trail that a little tighter, didn't. We're looking to see if this is going to now be that secondary touch of this roll over. If we do make that new low here, then we could possibly look to see S&Ps is rolling over. I'm going to take this breakdown here to see if we could at least roll down to the downside there. I'm going to keep my stop out a little bit. I may re-enter a second order below 50s. We're getting a little bit of a heaviness to this market. That's the only reason I'm entering there at that location.
Microsoft's trying to tip a little bit. Price is speeding up a bit to the upside now, of course. I'm going to look to take a short below value area here, and then I'm going to be tight on the stop to the close. So if we could add here, then we can get a secondary, maybe our first take profit at 32 if we can get this to continue to the downside. It just feels a little heavier. Feels like it's the right kind of move here. If we can get this to flush down now. I need help from Microsoft and Apple. Microsoft's not helping at the moment. It's just sitting there, and Apple's just sitting there. Nvidia looking to push up. So I'm probably going to get stopped out on this. Yep. There's that liquidity grab. Stop me out. All right. I'm going to pause. I gave back the week. Gave back the year here at 1100 down. So we're going to recenter and readjust to what we're doing here. Definitely have the opportunity to make some money back. Try not to just jump in. Still have plenty of opportunities on the day. The chop is really not playing along with us, so I'm just gonna be a little bit more patient on it. 4 minutes till 10. Let's let that hourly candle close, see what happens with that, and then we'll go from there. Gotta love the shitty price action type day that really kind of grabs you and drags you around like a little rag doll. I would like to just get back some of the day here today. Now looking for some good entries. We do have this little wedge pattern here forming. So if we do get back above it, maybe we could do that and take that long there. Still looking at this being a little bit of a wedge here. You know, I entered at the very, very bottom of it. Lucky me. I was looking at the S&P as being the leader. I'm diddling in the middle here between the two zones. Kind of just screwing myself a bit, but we're good. Apple's now pushing to the downside, so yeah, Microsoft's rotating back to the higher end of that little tight range that it's in. Nvidia doing a little bit of a U shape, looking to maybe break above that high there. So we need to figure if it breaks this wedge to the upside, then you could probably get that kind of move to happen there. The overnight high is way up here, so there is more room to the upside as far as clearing up overnight highs. We are still red on the day. We're in that negative zone, so there's a speed up. Looks like it's Nvidia's rejecting that level. What's Microsoft doing? Also trying to push down, and Apple trying to push to the downside as well. So let's see, maybe we can get this thing to break this wedge here. I gotta let this 10 o'clock hour hit. I'm gonna follow my rules, not get into an entry right here at 10 o'clock or right before 10 o'clock. I've been in this position before, not really sweating it too much. Yeah, it's annoying, kind of taking some of these extra entries that I took. Realistically, we were looking at this down here at the 420 level. That 420 level, I was looking for that secondary retest and to rotate back to the upside. If we catch that trade early on, we don't chase this chop trying to catch this move to the downside, which we did end up catching, but we mismanaged. And then I caught another piece where I took the short here, got one off, and then was able to catch a little bit on it. But nothing really, like the winners are not following through as much as I would like. But not a big deal here. Still one good trade away. Just has to be a properly executed trade. S&P's is holding now below. Seems like that level. We have 40 seconds left in the hour. 30-minute candle close, hourly candle close, London close. So we have a little bit of the price is going to speed up here in about 30 seconds and see what happens if potentially it does find its way out of this wedge in either direction. Any sort of push above that 65 level, that zone, 65, 66, 50 in here should be a buy, just based on the liquidity grabs on the 30-minute. All right, there's the speed up. There's your 30-minute candle close, your hourly candle close. It's 10 o'clock. Let's see if we can get an opportunity here. Maybe we get a false break to the downside, break down 47, get a little bit of divergence here, right? Not making new lows, trying to make new lows in price. We get a wick bottom, try and take that long at least to the top here, and then we could add a second if we do break out. So that's the idea there. If we can get something like that to happen. Apple not quite playing along. It might just wedge down and break down and continue. So we may miss that idea, but looking to potentially catch a little bit of a bounce play if we could flush it a little. No, yeah, S&P is going. I want this to get down a little bit further. The ad would be here for me. Stop loss would be below the zone. So I want to look to get my first entry somewhere down here. Push to the downside, push. One more push to the downside here. Possibly get us a little tilty to the downside. Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia. Do we break down now? S&P is sort of holding below that 48.78. Tried to pop above it, didn't quite get there. We are sitting right at this liquidity zone where it's been grabbing and grabbing and grabbing, and now we're looking to see if this will pop. If I want to risk to the bottom end here, that's 240. I want it to come down a little bit further. It looks like we might not get that idea. This is the bottom end there. You can see that flush 1-2. Grab liquidity, bottom of the value area zone. Rotate the value area high possibly here. To try and take this long here. Would like to do it. Would need this to push one more look to the downside. Maybe wick the bottom here. Get me a little bit better of an entry. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. So we are going to have our ad as our initial entry, it seems. And then we're just going to go from there. And we'll add another here. And this take profit, first take profit is going to be the high of the day. If we do get that breakout there, things are holding. Price looks like it wants to kind of push to the upside here. I was looking to get my first entry at the bottom there. Didn't get it. Was going to add here at the second. So my first entry is going to be the add. And then we're going to go add a second if we do get the breakout above this little consolidation level here. It's 474. More of a confirmed breakout. Yeah, right around there. If it breaks this and then breaks the wedge, it should give us a little bit of a whip to the upside. So let's see if we can get that. I really would love to have gotten my entry at the bottom there. I didn't want to just hammer it, but it just was telling me that it wanted to be there as a long. Really, that could be the detriment of the day of our entry criteria. Is just, you know, that's $400 that I didn't capitalize on. So there's that attempt at a breakout. Do we keep it going or not is the question. Like my stop is below VWAP here. I want this thing to just never look back if it's going to break out and do its thing. This is the top end of that wedge, so it needs to have a little bit of resistance and then a break. But if it does roll over from here, that's just kind of my luck on the day. It's a tight stop. It's a risk in 130 on it. There we go. That's a nice little push, strong push. Looks like we're probably going to get our ad on this one pretty soon. There's our ad. We have a second position on. So now we're going to look to see if we can get this thing to rally up to the upside here. Going to not risk more than that first entry. Right? 150 is our risk. About. I'm going to be right here at 66. Come on. VWAP. Risk VWAP. There we go. I can't get this thing to... I try to get my stops to be perfectly aligned, and that's kind of a silly tactic, but see if this breakout works out. If we do get to the value area high here at 82, that's when the break even will happen for me. I don't want to give anything back from a rotation to the value area high, then nothing, you know what I mean? So the long down here definitely made sense. Really should have been the original entry. We would be up pretty nice on that just from that entry alone. But we're going to see if we can get this thing to play out a little bit here on the breakout of the wedge. Should I have added there? Maybe. That's just we're doing our best to try and capitalize on some of these moves that are gonna hopefully play out a little bit, just based on the liquidity grabs of those 30-minute candles at 10 o'clock close. Hopefully we can continue off of that bullish momentum here. Hopefully it'll just keep going. It seems lately that bulls just kind of take control of slower markets, so that's why I also switched over to this long. If we could break above this high here, this high of this wick, then I would like to probably be break even then, because if it does fail that point, then I don't think it'll probably roll over and stop me out anyway. So I don't want to be involved if that happens. Right now we're kind of just dancing around, looking to grab some liquidity, not really quite getting there. Not. Could this have been the grab for the shorts? Hopefully not. I'm not a great breakout momentum trader, but this just, to me, like I said, from the bottom, I really wanted to enter at the value area low. That was my thing. It's unfortunate that I didn't get my entry, because we would probably be well into, actually, instead of being negative on the day, being probably close to green already, because we would have added at our initial entry. So we would be probably have shed one almost. So now we're looking to roll, it looks like. Come on, Microsoft. Apple, one of you, play along. Get above here. This is where we need to get above. The point of control is up here now, 470. I'm trying to be loose with my stop here, not trying to get too tight with my entry, my stop trail here. I want to see if I can get this thing to play out to the upside like it's been attempting to, based on the liquidity grabs. I really need to get above 76 for me to have confidence in this, but right now it doesn't seem to be playing along. It wants to roll back over because that's just the kind of day I'm having today. I just am not quite getting the follow through on any of the trades that I look to get, and the entries that I'm looking to get at, like where I talk it out, say, hey, I probably should get in here. They happen at that location, and then I don't get in, and I get in at my ad, and I am now, risking the ad as my stop. You know what I mean? And that's just not quite conducive to profiting, right? So let's see if this will play out. We're letting the stop breathe a little bit, but at the same time, if it wants to roll over here, it's going to roll over hard, fast, and with a vengeance. So it's going to try and stop us out. So hopefully we can, we're right at break even right now. I'm, not looking to take it off yet. We have our stop in an okay spot, seemingly, where it grabbed the liquidity and trying to push back up. So like I said, if we get back above into that area above our ad, then we're going to go to break even. And then if we stop out then we can stop out then, because now we've grabbed some more liquidity from the from this zone, and we're looking to push it. But if it does fail it here, then we fail it and we get stopped out. Apple looking like it wants to go. Microsoft also looking like it wants to go. So here we go. We're right at our ad. Do I go to break even now or not? Yeah, we go to break even now. Because if we do roll over, it's one of those, we're taking it off there. Because that potentially could have been my short entry criteria right there. So I was at break even. I got a little bitchy out on it, right? And now it's going to run to where exactly I want it to go, but fuck me, right? Because that's the kind of trading day I'm having. Oh, yes, silly. But that's the kind of entry criteria I look for a short, right? I want to see that divergence, trying to make new highs, not making new highs. We're getting... Not really getting anything out of it. Failed breakouts tend to fail hard, so that's why I took that off. And then we're going to look to short that now. You know what? We didn't short 74 before. We're going to short 74 now. We're going to short this here. We were waiting for 60s, and we kept getting stopped out at 60s. If we get this to roll here, then we should get it to roll pretty good. Failed breakout in the wedge. We are pushing up to the upside, but these wicks tell me a little bit of a different story. If it was going to break out, it should have broke out already. If it does now, then it does. It is what it is. There's the failure. If we get through VWAP, can we get through VWAP? If we do, then hopefully with this secondary ad here, there we go. We got a second contract on. Now we have two on to the downside here. Looking to flush this now all the way down to the lows. Hopefully we could hold VWAP here. Like I said, because it didn't go to the upside the way it went, and it is a short criteria, that's why I got out of the long. I flipped short. We did get this flush to the downside here. I should have my stop above there, which I do. So now if we hold below VWAP, I would hope we do, then we should rotate down to the bottom end of this wedge where we can take one off and then hopefully get a runner to stay on the rest of the trade. And that should be the good trade that really sort of makes the day a little bit better for me as a range-bound trader. There we go. I'm going to go to break even, and hopefully we can now rotate back to the downside, get to this area here. A failed breakout to the upside to me says we want to rotate all the way back down to lows, especially when you fail a wedge breakout like this. So hopefully we don't rotate from here or that quickly. It should be just a nice little flush. If we get back to VWAP, we get back to VWAP and we're out. So there we go. We got that flush going. It's all about that. I'm not married to a direction. I'm just trying to let markets tell me what to do. So that's why I flipped myself around there. Maybe we'll take this one off at this point here where I just put it, just to front run it a little. I don't want to give back tons on a trade like this, but I would like to capitalize on a market that's really trying to flush here. Oh man, that was one tick away again for that take profit. If it does flush it though, it should run some further. So there we go. We got one off. We have one at break even. So now it's a risk-free trade. Hopefully we can break down the wedge now and see if we can roll over to all the way to the downside. That's why I add a second on a fake out to the upside breakdown type deal. These wedge patterns, if they do fail, they tend to fail hard. And I was assuming that since we didn't break out quickly that we were going to roll over, which we did. I'm glad I moved that take profit there up a bit. It might still tick off the next one, but now we're just going to see how low can we go. If we do break the wedge to the downside, can that be the actual confirmed breakdown now? Or if we're going to hold back in the wedge pattern and then break it back to the upside, is this going to be a stop run type deal, right? Stopping these people out there, stopping these people out, stopping these guys out. But need to see what happens here. It was a good trade. Let's see if we can get some more follow through on it. If the S&Ps can continue to the downside, then we should just continue to follow as well. There we go. We're breaking it down now. Good. So I'm going to take this stop. I'm going to move it to there to secure just above 60s. Because if we do fail this side of the breakout, then off to the races to the upside we go. But really, if we do get the follow through, we should get down into that liquidity zone again. If we get down close to here, if we do break down that 442, should rotate to here. If we do rotate to there, we get the stops to value area high, pretty much just securing exactly what we got. So we did, value area low. I'm going to put my stop just at where I took my first take profit. So at least I secured that full take profit there. So now everything on here is now just extra green. I want to see this thing, since we broke that lower, that higher low there, if we can hold below here, if S&Ps can also follow through a little bit to the downside, then we can possibly get this thing to continue to roll over. Microsoft now broke that low. Hopefully it can get down to 394, which will carry us through these lows. If we break 420, then we have free fall, I believe. But we have to break 420 and before getting stopped out. So I don't want it to re-enter into value, because usually if it re-enters into value, it wants to rotate back higher, at least maybe even to VWAP. So I don't want that. This is the kind of move that where you get that fail breakout, you want it to just never look back. Every minute candle, to be able to trail it every minute candle and not get stopped out, right? The 30-minute now approaching the 438 level. Well, all of this is approaching the 438 level. That 438 level was a key line for me. Looks like the 30-minute candles are starting to get a little heavier. So we're holding this at that spot. It's still above like a volume area, so it could return back to it. That's the only issue. If we look at that 30-minute, I'm going to show you that. There's that 30-minute candle there, looking to get heavy to break down. You got the S&Ps also getting heavy, holding below that overnight low now, and we're still well above that overnight low here. So I'm looking to see if we can get back to it. There we go. We're pushing down again. This is why we flip our bias as the market tells us to flip it, right? If I didn't do any trades the rest of the day and I only did these last two, I'm pretty proud of myself as far as being able to cut something that seems like it could be a good winner, flip my idea, get myself into a good trade, and continue that, to manage it in the appropriate manner. If I get trailed out now, I get trailed out now. It is what it is. However, I think realistically, just being able to manage these trades like I have, based on being down the way I've been down the whole day, is really I'm pretty happy with that. I'm not FOMOing. I'm not emotionally trading. I'm talking through things with you guys, trying to give you guys a perspective on what it's like to trade this kind of market when it's choppy, when you're only using levels from pre-markets and the previous days since we were at these all-time high levels. So I'm hoping right now we can get that follow through. If we can get Microsoft down into that to want to magnet back to 394, then we should continue to the downside, but we're really fighting it. S&Ps are not, though. S&Ps are really following through. They've been the leader the whole day as far as wanting to follow through to the downside. It hasn't really grabbed the liquidity at the bottom like the NASDAQ has. So NVIDIA is at the bottom of a wedge, like a rising wedge. Apple is just pushing. It's pushing its lows here. It's getting heavy. It's in that area. So we still do have some room if these equities want to play along. If we get to the bottom here of this wick again before we get stopped out, then that's on a trail to the high end of whatever this swing is. This pullback. It might rally right from here and rip back to the upside, right? It might be a failed breakdown of the wedge. We are range bound, so it could just be another bounce play here, but I don't see it. I see this being a very heavy market. We could still want to see some of this recovery from that super rally on Friday. That's why I waited till 10. I waited till that happened. Right? The initial idea was trying to get long down here. I didn't end up doing it. I waited to get my ad. I added a second onto the ad, which really, ended up becoming a break-even trade. Didn't get the follow-through on it. Saw the divergence coming. Switched to short. Got an ad on below the zone. And now we're down here. We have one taken off, and we have another just well in to take profit here. We're looking to see if this will break down further, which it looks like it's trying to get heavy now. If we do break down below this wick bottom, we're going to move our stop to the high of this wick, secure another little bit of profit, just because we don't want to give that back. I really want to see this try and get to that 420 level, but we do need the equities to play along. And Microsoft at this point is just holding. Apple also trying to bounce a little. NVIDIA also bouncing. So we're probably going to get stopped out on a bounce here from these equities just being range bound, not wanting to roll over quite yet. However, we are secured our profits here. We're looking to get back a lot of what we lost on the day on this trade here. Every, one good trade, maybe we're streak together 2 or 3 good trades, and then we're back to even and green on the day. So we're looking to see if we can do that. This is probably going to stop us out. There it is. We're flat now. We went from being down 1,100 to being down 5. So we took about 500 on that trade there. Yeah, we took 565 on that trade, which is nice. Going to look to take one more good trade, see if we can get ourselves with still a long trading day. Could be the failed breakdown. That's why I got out of it there. And realistically, I gave back a couple $100 there, but that was the risk to reward I was willing to take for the downside. Okay, so that's 2. We're one winner away from getting ourselves back in the green on the day. If I could battle from red to green on the day, that's a good day for me. If I don't, I don't. But I'm going to try and execute on every good trade that I see. Keep this stream going today. I know there's been a lot of times I just take 1-2 good trades and I'm done. There's times I take a bad trade and I'm done. But today, I'm feeling pretty. I'm feeling like we're seeing the market well. The first few executions put us in a hole. It was the right move eventually. Maybe just a little too tight on it. Then we managed one position kind of shitty. Then we kind of have been up, down, up, down, up, down. So now we're trying to string together two good ones, get ourselves back to break even on the day, and then see if we can get a nice green day on the day. Managing your downside risk allows you to take every trade that you can take and maneuver it to be where you still have, that next trade could be the next trade, right? Could be the next good one. I need to look at something quick. I did notice they have two CB skew twice in each order, but with different names. Slow market half, liquidity. Day trading coffee company, sneak peek. Right now, I'm going to be patient. I'm really going to look for that next good entry. Slow market. Looking at a quick little business check here. Liquidity layoffs, and the other one was what? Small market half calf. Get rid of that. Sorry, just kind of looking through here. That should be that one. Should be SW. Okay. Slow market half cap is SW. Okay. On order 5, it shows up as around 53 pounds. Order 5. All right, still pushing to the downside. That stop, like I said, I can't say that I wanted to have it in any different location. Once we broke down with this kind of wick here and we started to base out, I really wanted to make sure I was above value high, but also securing some of the profit that we had. We were at, like I said, we were at a value, a point of volume here. Excuse me. It was a wimpy sneeze that I had there. We were at a volume node there, so it was a good chance that it wasn't going to come back and get revisited. S&Ps are still pushing to the lows, and we are pushing up a bit here. I'm going to look to see what happens with all these equities. We are approaching 1030 and on to almost 11, so we really need to see what happens here at this zone below. It would be really nice to kind of get a divergence, not make new lows, look to catch a little bounce on a range type day that we've been having. Unfortunately, stopped out of the momentum on the runner, which would have been nice because that's probably, if that does happen, that would have been the target was 420 and below. So we're going to look and see what happens with that. So there's a little bit of a push down. We're now moving a bit. Still kind of waiting to see if we'll get this bounce or any sort of divergence here. The S&Ps is pushing this low. Here we're at trying to get down to these lows here from yesterday, 122 at around noon. So we'll see if it's a very similar type bounce if we do get there. We are well below the overnight lows. NASDAQ, not quite. Our overnight lows are down here. We did clean them up earlier in the day, so the NASDAQ has been sort of holding up a bit stronger as far as the price action is concerned, but the S&Ps have just been a steady grind to the downside. We've tried a few shorts here, got stopped out a few times, set ourselves in a hole, caught one good short, got all the way down to here, and ended up getting stopped out up in this range. Really looking for a follow through. Probably a little bit of mismanagement there on that trade. Honestly, I entered a second entry, got too weird with the way I was moving around my stops. Ended up taking out one at break even, and then tried to run this stop up just above here because I figured, if it does get above here, we were going to rally, which we did. But maybe I could have looked to take some profits as we approached this 432. So that could have really got us back to around break even. Took another couple shots at it, got a good entry there, got us back. Then took a couple shots at a long and a short. Really kind of flipped around a bit. We called out a long here at the base at 10 o'clock. I did not take the entry down here. I ended up taking the entry well above where I would have added in my second contract. I didn't want to chase this move here for it to fail off. I wanted to see some sort of failure of a breakdown for it to be a real long. We added a second contract. We ended up getting back to break even, and I saw this wick candle here, and I said, no. So we took that off break even, switched to the short because I figured that was going to be a failed breakdown. This is my short entry criteria pretty much to a T. So we wanted to take that. This is slightly diverging here at the bottom. We did get a nice little bounce. The volume is ticking up a bit. So let's see if this does either push down one more time, try to make a new low, or if we get a higher low, and then we can kind of break out here and look to rotate back to the high again in a range bound type day. That's what we're kind of looking here. I don't think we're going to get much follow through in either direction. So that's what we're looking at right now. I would love to see something similar that we got up here right now down here. Although we've been seeing V-bottoms, V-bottom, V-bottom. We didn't make another new low here. So if we do make a new low or hit around 426, then we're going to look to see if we could bounce that off there and maybe take a long. I'm not trying to do anything that's crazy exciting here. I'm looking to make back one more good trade, next good setup, string together a couple of winners here and get myself back to even or up on the day. We were down okay, over 1,000. Now we're down only about 5. So we're looking to catch one more nice little bounce here and then see if we can get another good trade after that. And we're going to just take it one at a time here because, like I said earlier, I dug myself a hole, dug myself out, dug myself back in. Now we dug ourselves back out again. So we're looking to catch that, next really good setup to try and get ourselves in. So we are not making new lows on our delta. We are trying to make new lows here on the price action. So if we do break back above this level here, so now we're pushing down hard. Delta seems to be confirming the price action, so I'm not yet convinced. We did try to make a new low there. I might look to see if we do get a bit of a bounce here because, like I said, Apple and Microsoft and Nvidia, they're all like at the bottom end of their little wedges, but nothing's really breaking down yet for them. Apple wants to bounce. Microsoft, bounce. And Nvidia pushing to the downside. I'm going to take a quick chance at this
if it does convince me here. Just purely based on this liquidity zone and how I said earlier that I have to start catching these bounces at my areas of interest because they just have been running away from me. So I'm going to try one here. Just give it a shot, see if it'll do what it wants, what I want it to do. We're already in profit there a bit. I'm going to look to see if we can hold it. If we do hold above a little bit more, then break even will happen. Yeah, I'm going to move it to break even. It's just, I don't want to fail it right away. If it fails me and does my next setup, then I'll look to re-enter. But based on the way the price action has been going, I've been missing out on some moves based on that. So I'm going to put my stop there. So if it does not break out from here, we at least secured $50 on it. Covered our costs. If we do break out from here, then that's great. It's just trying to rotate off the bottom end of my zone. If we get above 45, then we're going to move our stops tighter again. Just secure little pieces of this bounce. Just being patient. Sorry, I'm quiet. A little focused on the price action here. There we go. I'm going to move that to there because we did get to the bottom of value area. So now if we do rotate back, if we accept into value, hopefully we could rotate back up to our yellow zone up there. I don't know if we're going to be able to catch the whole thing personally because it's going to probably whip us around a bit here based on the type of day it's been. But if we do get a nice little V recovery like we did off the other few times, then we would be able to catch it. So I'll take that. A nice little, $100. I'll take $100 if it's going to give it to me. We failed that value area, so looking to rotate again down to the downside. Just looking to catch small pieces, like I said, of when I do get that kind of bounce. If I don't get the full setup, like right now, if we do try to flush this and not make a new low on our delta, then that's when I'll be a little bit more patient with the size, maybe even add on some moves to the upside. But this one was just trying to replicate one of these moves here. Like I would like this to kind of push down again into the liquidity zone, fail a breakdown, and then rotate back to the upside. That's really the kind of day it's been. So we got it here, we got it here, we got it there, we got it down here. But these at the bottom have been just bid up. They've been bid up. That's why I took that shot at that one there. $100 closer to being back break even. Can't hate it. And now, like, if I had my stop below here, then that's, we're still in. But that was this wick there. I still expect this to come back into the zone if I want to try and get a good entry on it. 438.75 is an important level. Looking for that next entry. Give me another little bit of a failure here. Try to push to the downside. We've been grinding down since we took that entry at the highs. The target was going to try and be that 420 to 426. So if we do get into that range, that could be a nice little bounce spot. Price is pushing down, and we're not making new lows or even coming close to it on the delta. So this is another opportunity for me to try and get long here off of our value zone.
I'm going to wait for it to get down a little bit further, even though it's not quite getting there. If we do break above here, though, it should run. What does this look like? Nvidia, like, not there. Microsoft, still heavy. Apple, pushing. There we go. There's that push down. Give me one more entry into there, into that 32 to 30 to 27s. 26, 27. Not getting it. I want to get in above 38.50. We're in. I had a divergence, didn't quite get down lower, but I feel like I've been missing out on these the divergence type trade. So like I said, again, I'm front running it a little bit. If we do break above here, 47s, consider adding for that rotation back to the upside, but there's a lot of liquidity here. It was grabs, so I don't want to add necessarily. Kind of want to just let it run and play out. Apple's now trying to push up, which is nice. Microsoft hopefully will break out of this little shit range it's in. And Nvidia, I hope it just continues to push up if it can. Softy. I need to get above 45. There we go. We're above 45. So I'm at break even. Need to see if we can add. I would love to add above this low liquidity zone, but you see all these wicks here. I don't want that to be the spot where they just grab some liquidity and roll me over and on an add, right? So if we do get above, instead of adding above 47, instead of adding, I'm going to put my stop closer and secure $100 on that. I do feel like this is that great entry criteria for that reversion back to the VWAP. So we are going to look for that to be the first real full target. If we can get to VWAP and it doesn't hold pretty easily, then it'll probably break through. Once we break through VWAP, stop will go to VWAP, and everything on top of that would be gravy. But we're going to look to see if this will first has to get through this area here. It's a free trade for me, right? I'm only risking any sort of profit on it. The only reason I'm holding it longer than I held the previous one as far as moving my stop is because it is more of my setup than it is just a straight V bottom, right? We came to a liquidity zone. We tried to make new lows. We didn't make new lows. Our delta divergence wasn't there. Our delta divergence was there. So we're looking to see this thing kind of just rotate back to the other end of the value, right? So if we can get above where I got stopped out before, then we're going to go to break to below value, because then we shouldn't rotate back down below value, right? If we could secure below here reasonably 441, because this is where I wanted to add, right? I was saying there's something about this wants me to add, but also something about this says, hey, this is a lot of liquidity here. There's a good chance that it chops around, you get added, you roll over, and then you take a loss on something that you should have never lost on, right? So I'm not going to add to it. It is a good trade setup. We're going to just let it play out, see if we can rotate now back to the high side of the day. VWAP, like I said, would be our initial good first target. I would like to rotate through VWAP and up to highs a day, to be honest with you. Just purely based on rotational price action and not breaking down to the new lows. And like, you know what I mean? Like, we do like to clean up overnight highs and overnight lows. So if we don't break down and through the overnight low, we should want to kind of recover that overnight high as well. I don't know if the market's if they're thinking about what's going to happen on earnings after the market today. It is 10:45, so much of the early mornings, any sort of sellers that were involved should have pushed us through here if they wanted us to go lower. They didn't, so we should rotate back to the highs of at least this range that we're in. I mean, we are up pretty nicely on this trade. We've taken now back-to-back good entries, good exits. Actually, it's 3 in a row now that I'm going to stay below value area low. And the reason I stay there is because if we do flush it, it'll tend to roll a little harder. So if we don't break out above, right, we broke where I got out before, where we were stopped. That was our initial target from prior. So look, we're looking to try and get up to VWAP. If we do get above or get close to VWAP, we're going to this this opening range low. And then once we get through VWAP, we're going to move our stop to VWAP, okay? Stop's going to go below that ignition candle there. Really now we're trailing into our first, like every time I try to fade an extreme of the day, I'm looking to pull it back to VWAP, but I'm not looking to just take it off right away. Like I don't want to take profit at VWAP because I think that there's a chance that on a full rotational day, you could rotate from low to high. So I don't want to take that profit off there and then we'd still rotate all the way through and on beyond in that kind of rotation. However, I do want to secure some of that profit, right? So if we do go through it and come back to it, and that's when I get stopped out, then, that was my target to begin with. So everything after that is gravy, right? So we're obviously going to have some issues here around the opening range low. That was where that breakdown happened from before. You had the opening range. It's pretty wide here. If we can rotate to the top of that opening range, if we accept into the opening range, then you could expect possibly to rotate at least to that. But that's also the high of the day. So, we have extreme targets here. If we roll over from here now and tickle off my stop, then I'm okay with that too, because it has reasoning behind it. Right, I moved it to below my targets from before. That was actually a flush point and a rotation point. So if we don't hold that, it should probably rotate back down to value area low where I had my stop. And then the reason I had my stop there is because if we rotated through that, then you probably get to my break even, right? So let's see how that plays. It used this as pretty good resistance there. Maybe I could have had my stop just below this consolidation, but there it is. There's that flush of that. I would have got stopped at anyway. So from being down pretty much 1,100 to being down 200, we're one good trade away from turning our day from red to green. So like I said, we're just looking for that next good setup, take a piece of it and run. My thought process on this, maybe I could have added, but I didn't. I'm not looking to get rolled over on an ad here. The ad would have been nice because you could have took it off there and secured 200 on top of whatever you had. So, but you live and you learn. Kind of just playing each of these plays as they work themselves out, adjusting the stops as they need to be, and then moving forward. So overall, realistically, if we didn't dig ourselves a hole early, we are in good shape today. I don't think it was bad trading. I think it was just aggressive in a range that wasn't ready to decide which way it wanted to go, and tight stops. I paper cut myself, and I do it on purpose because it leaves me plenty of room for a day like today where I could be paper cutted to an extreme and then take 3 good trades in a row and be right back pretty much to break even and or green, right? So if I take one more good trade on the day, right? So here's my thought process on my stop movement. I said I moved it to this level here because that's the area that before acted as like a liquidity grab, right? And then a rotate over. So if it failed this, it was likely going to fail and get down to value area low. And I had my stop at value area low, right? So yeah, I'm willing to give back this much to make this much more and then beyond. I'm not willing to give all the way back to here, because then my thought is if it does fail the value area low, we're going to probably rotate all the way back down, and then you're looking to be at break even. I'm a scalp trader, right? I'm not looking to hold these things all day, all night. If I'm going to take my profits at certain areas, I'm going to secure them as I go, because if I'm going to paper cut my way up, I'll take those paper cuts back with properly structured ideas on why to trail. This trail was shit, right? That trail, obviously garbage, because really I should have been up on the day by here because of this. I had a great entry, I had a great ad, then I trailed my stop like an idiot. The way I moved it was stupid, and then was because I got to one tick away from my first take profit, right, where I was shedding that first ad, and then look at this move down, right? Instead of catching 250 on this and then another 500 on there, I caught maybe 250 on that. So you know what I mean? That was a trash. I'll admit it every time. You saw it live. You saw the fumbling. But this is real live trading. Sometimes that shit happens. You got to kind of roll with it. Not get revengey. Don't get FOMO. Like, I didn't come in here and try and hammer just because. No, I talked to you about reasonings behind the other ones. I did take a walk. I did, get a second of a breather. So you need to do things like that in order to keep yourself headstrong in the game and able to kind of make these next 3 trades where you're able to secure, enough to come back, If we go to this, where is it? Account performance? That was that. Yeah. So that's today, right? If you look at today's, we went down that much. We came back up. We went down even more, 1,100. Now we're back up into that down 200 zone. These bigger winners are taking over these little shit, paper cut losses that I'm taking. Still, the drawdown at the moment, 205. The max drawdown was 1130. These are genuine, true stats. These are live. This is exactly what I'm doing on my account. It is what it is. I could definitely have done better on these executions, but we're here and we're making the most of it, and we're trying to get better entries, better executions, and work out these trades and get back to break even. Here's that continuation now, possibly, or this could be the eventual short setup, right? Pushing highs, not pushing highs on Delta. This was that failed breakout point. You see that wick there, possibly looking to grab liquidity. Who knows? I'm out here just doing my best, trying to search for good trades. At the moment, I'm not looking to execute anything because of this setup here, looking to see if that rotation to the high happens. If we do get like above the 67s again, where this failed breakout happened, and then we kind of sit above and look to break out, maybe I'll look to take that as a continuation. Give me 1 minute. I'm going to take a pee break. Gotta grab a little coffee here. Day Trading Coffee Company. Coming soon. Keep an eye out. Give me a second. All right, price got to that point and rejected. That VWAP target for those extreme reversion trades work out pretty good, huh? Now I've talked that out pretty much every single day that I've been on. So now we're at that 65 level. Pretty important key zone. All right, let's see if we continue on it. The delta is pretty congruent. It is pushing to the upside. We are breaking that high. One good trade away here. We're rejecting that zone. Alrighty. Okay. So we're in this liquidity zone here. It's very difficult to say, all right, look, I'm going to look to short this at the moment. My rotational idea was from my value zone up to VWAP, which we caught really nicely. I gave back, I didn't quite catch it. I caught most of the move. I trailed it out. It is what it is there. I want to see if we will get that rotation up and through this zone and then use this as support. Then maybe we could take that continuation, because this breakout point here failed last time. I need to see more of a confirmation on it this time, right? We're approaching 11 o'clock, 2 minutes to 11. I'm not going to enter a trade right before a half-hour hourly close. However, I am going to use this information to try to make a decision on if it's going to continue to be a range-bound type day, or if we're going to continue on, rotate back up, clean up these highs, then clean up that overnight high. That was the ultimate idea on if it didn't break down through these lows. We're just kind of stuck in this super tight range all day. It doesn't have to break. It could do this all the time, all day, all night, forever. It doesn't have to do anything that doesn't want to do. However, I do feel like there is more of a chance that it will start to grind up or grind and push through that low. Possibly look for that breakout here. You gotta see, are these equities playing along, right? What is going to have Microsoft break out of this tight range that it's in? And if it does, then how high up can it go? If it doesn't, if it fails to break out again, do you get that rollover now from the NASDAQ? That's what you got to start to think about as far as confluences are concerned. Because this chart looks exactly the same. You got that breakdown, base, rally. We're at the top end of this chop. If Microsoft does not want to play along, then you might get that rotation back to the downside again. If Microsoft decides, this is the time, I feel like breaking out today, I'm going to rotate back to my highs on the day. I'm going to get green, go red to green, and get up to these pre-market highs. Although the breakout zone from yesterday, right around 10 o'clock yesterday, we got that breakout in Microsoft, right? Could today be 11 o'clock you get that breakout in Microsoft? What about Apple? What is Apple telling you? Chopped. What about NVIDIA? What is NVIDIA telling you? Also chopped, but looking to kind of rotate on and push back to that that 600 number is a magical draw for NVIDIA. But Microsoft chart is almost the same as the NASDAQ today. S&Ps are holding above their lows now. We are rejecting that 465 level on the NQs. So I'm going to start to look for the same kind of entry that we had there over here. You're going to look to see, maybe try to make a new high, not make a new high on that delta, flatten out on the delta, and look to catch, another quick short to the downside, rotate back down, and stay in this range. Do we have any new information that's going to help us make this decision? Not yet. It's 11:01. It's lunchtime in New York. So we're going to have to wait and see what's going down here. Normally I'm off at 11. Today I'm going to stream a little longer. I'm looking for that opportunity. I'm not trying to force anything in, but I'm going to look for that next opportunity. Make that good trade, make a couple good trades in a row, get myself back green on the day, and then call it then. I do feel like I'm seeing the market well. Chopped myself up early, took some paper cuts. However, now I think we're doing pretty well as far as the last 3 or 4 trades being executed properly. Could have been still in this one, but realistically, my thought process is if I'm down here and we break through this, then we're probably going to get stopped out down there. And I didn't want to risk, another 150 just to kind of maybe not get stopped out. Just watching these S&Ps a little bit. If the S&Ps can start to lead us back to the downside, then maybe we have that short confluence as well. Sitting at the VWAP might just get chopped around a little bit right now. Microsoft is failing that high side though. Apple, NVIDIA. Oop. What's Amazon doing? Pushing lows. If we can get one more touch up, get this kind of set up here on the high side. So the bottom end of the range seems to be reacting a lot more quickly with more buyers. The top end of this zone seems to give me more wicks and grabs of liquidity before coming back down, right? You can see that this is more grab, roll. Grab, roll. And down here it's touch a level, run off, touch a level, run off. I think that has a lot to do with people just setting bids down and just letting them get filled and then having them run on the downside. And I feel like a lot of time people are more weary to set, not that I'm basing this off of anything, but set a limit here at this spot on a momentum play, and they're going to get run over and burnt through. I feel like that's a little bit less, this is just kind of hypothetically speaking, right? That's why that would happen. I didn't ask for any policies. That's great. So we wicked that area there. Still trying to grab some liquidity, possibly to continue this to the upside. Microsoft's pushing down. Maybe we didn't get onto our entry. We didn't quite get there. I want to see one more push to the upside. Get me a lower high, maybe a wick off top, then rotate back below 60 and, be kind of quick with my targets. Although that rollover is still looming. Bottom end of this acted as resistance a few times. If you do flush it now, you probably do get a little bit of a rollover. I do want to see this thing pop above VWAP, tickle its head above there one more time. I kind of want to see what's going on in here, but more so in my charts. Let's see what the weekly VWAP has it for us. We are sitting at the bottom end of the single standard deviation away from VWAP on the weekly. So, possibly could return back to the upside. We did kind of rotate off of it earlier today. So, this widens up as weeks go on. We got a crazy run up before. Usually it'll stay in a half of this for most of the week. So if we do push to the downside, it is going to continue there. Microsoft is giving you a little bit of a bounce. Maybe that'll be that little extra push to get us up here, and then we rotate back to the downside. What's up, dude? Gotta love Jiggy Viggy stepping into the building. Still being patient. One more good trade would be really nice. Something that's going to fall out of bed really is what I'm looking for. That rollover is probably happening without me though at the moment. Although Microsoft still holding. Trying to push to the upside a bit. So what's going to drag it down? Is this going to drag down the Microsoft, or is Microsoft going to pull up that other trade? So Microsoft's still pushing to the upside. We're holding this support zone there. Lots of liquidity here. I do want to see this kind of get into there one more time. If the S&Ps does flush that 48.78 level, that'll probably carry us down too. For some reason, the S&P's been leading today a bit more. Live over on Tradecaster, live on YouTube. Every day, I take all my trades live. Today we ground out, being down pretty good, back close to break even. We're one good trade away from making this a red to green day, which is always a beautiful thing. Trying to keep the streak of green alive. Looking for green weeks. Green days, green weeks turn into green months and profitable years. That's the process of it, right? So it's all about the processes, not letting that previous trade affect the new one. Just kind of getting the information and putting it over onto this side and trying to make that new trade. So next pitch, right, Davey? We are in the time period. That's usually why I end my stream around 11, because markets tend to slow down a little bit here. What is in my shirt? Interesting. We are in that time period where the markets do slow down. It's 12 o'clock Eastern. People tend to go to lunch. Markets slow down till about 1, 2 o'clock. But you do start to get that slow market consistency. So a lot of times you'll start to see price to just do normalcy, less movement that's like less whippy. So you could kind of get into smoother trades, get wicked out less during this time frame. I don't, base a lot of information off of that. I don't take my trades just because I'm in this time frame. I will just be a little bit more patient, wait for the setup to take its time, get to that level there and rotate down. If we do break out in this, 2 hours, hour and 2 hours above here, then you do have a likelihood of a continuation, right? Because you're going to break out, you're going to kind of hold this level. You're going to be able to see if it's going to fail, if it's not going to fail, and then you can enter and take that long, possibly through to the upside. But realistically, we're still setting up for that short opportunity. Looking for that short, possibly coming in very soon. I don't want to see Microsoft break the highs. I do want to see it maybe wick it and then rotate back down. Again, give me a little sell piece. But based on the way this price action went, We faked some people out, got shorts involved. Now we're rotating back to the high side, looking to maybe stop those people out and rotate them over, or continue this on up to the highs. Because if you do break out above this 95, 96 level, then it does have a lot of room to the upside. Looking at NVIDIA, the chip sector been leading us the last few weeks. Kind of just getting that arcing, slowing down of the momentum to the upside. Microsoft still trying to push. Apple still trying to break into that 194.80 level. That's where it had that pre-market zone. And then it sold off from there. So, like I said, we're in that time frame of the day where everything's kind of just dragging along. Amazon's probably still at its lows. Oh, Amazon. Amazon is still pushing its lows. Goog is just middle of the range today. Google. Same deal. AMD is not in this, but it's still pushing highs. Soxel is the chip sector. The chip sector is rallying on the day, so NVIDIA not playing along is kind of concerning, right? Because that's probably one of the bigger players in that Soxel basket. So you could be looking for that rollover, that breakdown. Microsoft, just there we go, trying to push up a little, just not getting that follow through on it. Very, very slow trying to break out. I'm going to watch Microsoft. Microsoft's been our key to this kind of trading session. Interesting that it's rolling a bit. S&P's also rolling a bit. All right, we're in a little bit of a wedge here. So I'm going to look to see maybe we get this one more time. If we do get another lower high, then we could look to short a little earlier than we would have liked. There's that little kind of breakdown a bit. Still sitting on these highs. That doesn't help my trade. Apple also trying to push. S&P's holding 48, 78, 75. Microsoft looking to break out above 395, 84. 395, 80 is what it's trying to break above. If you do get that break above, you're probably going to get that hard price action up to 395. Say 92, so that's 10 cents, 12 cents. So, and then you got to see if there's going to be any liquidity grabbing and or rotating to the downside. NVIDIA feels heavy. NVIDIA feels heavy. Micro Nasdaq's looking at 56% long on the tilt. If we break up above this little wick here, then potentially you get a little heavy tilt, and then you can rotate that down to the downside. But like I said, this is like the slow market time where things take a little bit of time to set up. I wonder how long we can stay in this little tight little range here. No sort of real confluence. I'm looking for a good setup, right? I've spent the whole day grinding back, getting back to these good levels of profits, right? Basically, am even on the week now, flat for the week, which is I'm fair with that. I would like to be green on the day to keep that week green, get myself back into that area, but I'm not angry about kind of how I've worked my system up until this point today. Like I said, we had one shit managed good trade that we got into a good entry. Other than that, everything else has been done pretty well. So it's all about just managing expectations, managing profits, managing risk, and giving yourself an opportunity to make that next trade in the day, right? Apple rolling. Microsoft not wanting to break out. It's getting heavier again. This entry point here was probably a good risk to reward. You're only risking 150 because you're risking to the high of this zone to see if we hold it and rotate back to downside. But you're still just kind of grinding through this trade, right? Like, there's nothing here that's giving you that sure momentum move where we're getting that pullback off that area. This is probably going to be it here where you just tickled that. You didn't get a big whip through there, right? There's a volume node here that's a little higher, a little bit more volume. There's people here, right? That's why I got out there. That's why I got out there. That's why I got out there, right? All of those exits. I played around this level. There's people here. There's a lot of volume here. So for this price to only just take one tick down and then step back up, is not ready to break down yet. So I'm glad I'm not really chasing any shorts here at the moment. Really looking to see where this is going to end up. Taking a long time grinding, trading today. Looking really to just kind of give you the thought processes behind why I'm doing what I'm doing, what I'm looking at. You're looking at Microsoft here being the sort of leader on the day. S&P's also has been leading the grind to the downside. We got Apple. The reason I'm looking at these stocks, Apple finally has cracked that little bit of a previous high there, and is looking to get to the pre-market high prior to that breakout right before open. So that could drive us to the upside, which it hasn't really done too much. And NVDA, the leader for the past few weeks, is just absolutely doing nothing. It's been just flattened out and sort of like rotating to the downside, looking like it wants to kind of fade back, right? Like how it did yesterday. It did all this, and at the end of the day, it just sold off hard. So kind of we're in that similar trajectory for NVIDIA. I love this 394 level for Microsoft, 393, 394 as a target to the downside. If I shoot my shot here, what's my risk on it? Too much, 270. Didn't get any liquidity grabs. Nothing telling me to do it now. I'm gonna check up on some things here. Yeah, nothing doing right now. Sorry about the dead air. I'm checking in emails here. The business that I'm setting up should be releasing pretty soon. I'm almost done ironing out some of the back end stuff. It is going to be a day trading based company. Try to give people opportunities along with my sales to try and get people who are underfunded to get some funding. I really want to try and build up what I call a funding fund. Either buy combines for people, just everybody who places an order in my shop, a portion of the profits, about 10% of profits, is going to go into that funding fund. So I'm going to try and do giveaways every month of either top step combines, or if we can get a pretty big month, maybe we could even load into some brokerage accounts and partner with some brokerages and see what we can do there. So it's going to be pretty cool. I'm really looking forward to it. Not selling courses or anything like that. Really just looking to fuel your trading journey, if you will. I'll link all that on my in my Tradecaster, in my YouTube, on my Instagram as well. So if you do follow me on Instagram, you probably have a good idea what it's going to be. I've been sharing it here and there. I've just kind of I haven't blasted it out there because I don't want people flushing the site while it's not really even active and being disappointed that it's not there yet. But we are building it up. It is close to being ready to go, so I'm pretty excited for it. Pretty excited for it. Waiting on this tilt to pop up. See if we got anything on it. Anybody on YouTube who hasn't come over to Tradecaster at all, I put the link in the chat. It's also in the bio. Tradecaster.com is my my streaming source here. It's where I've been streaming exclusively pretty much. It's a trading resource. Basically, everybody who's on here is a trader. I'll show you the lobbies. If you're bored of me, you can always hop over, go to any of these awesome new streamers, old streamers. Deckmar's usually on, but Deck is hosting a ski retreat with some traders over in Utah, I believe. So pretty cool. There's a lot of really good events, a lot of really good information. You can see there's a lot of free accounts. If you go over there, set up a 7-day free trial, click on over. I'll be free. You can find my lobby. It'll always be here. I'll type in chats. We'll have a lot of good information on a daily basis. If you come over to my lobby, you see me, you see my stream, you see my alerts. I'm alerting every day. I'm giving daily levels for the NASDAQ. I'm giving you my weekly write-ups. And, a lot of good functions on here. So you don't have to pull up your own charts. You can just leave them on the screen if you want and just utilize them to your best of your abilities. You got all your economic releases there, a little bit about me and all that. So if you're not on Tradecaster, if you're over on YouTube, click that Tradecaster link. It's for traders, by traders. It's really cool. I think it's going to be an awesome opportunity for a lot of good people to start catching on streamers, learning a lot of things, and going from there. So I'm really excited about being over there at Tradecaster. It's a really great opportunity for me and everybody else. Like I said, if you come on here, like I'm just trying to provide value. I'm not trying to hunt people from other streams or anything like that. If you got your favorite streamer, it's cool. If you're bored of me, or if you're bored of another streamer and they're not doing much or they're not on today, I'm always on Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. till at least 11. Today I'm a little bit later. We're going to be just talking through processes, understanding my mental state, why I'm doing what I'm doing at certain levels, why I was considering taking the short up here and didn't take it, and now it's rolling over, right? I missed this, but I didn't quite miss it because it didn't really set up perfectly, right? This was the entry, but I didn't have anything further to tell me, hey, let's get in, right? So I'm not entering on VWAP, I'm entering on the level. VWAP just happens to be there. Everything I'm doing, I'm talking you through it, trying to go through my levels, trying to go through fundamentals, understanding why markets go in one direction or the other, and trying to give you the opportunity to make your own decisions on levels and make some money while we do it. So I'm hoping to call out as many good levels as possible, as many opportunities that people have to make money. That's what I'm here for, right? I'm here for being good company, talking out good opportunities, and showing you the mental side, really, like of earlier today, right? I'm taking good entries, getting stopped. You take 3 in a row. I said I got to take a walk for a second just so I don't get into that FOMO, don't get into that just hammer trades. Then the next one we get in, we did good. We entered appropriately on good reasoning, but we mismanaged it a little bit. And you could see that mismanagement and understand why I did it and why you shouldn't do it, or maybe you did a little bit better and you're able to make money off of that level. So these are the things I want to do live. I want to be able to show people, doesn't matter how far along in your trading you are, you're always trying to tweak little things here and there, be a little bit better every day. And then even show that, you can go from being down 1,000 to being down or almost close to break even, right? One more good trade away from being a green day, which is fantastic to me. Even if I ended right now, I couldn't be super mad at my day because I came back, I didn't FOMO, I didn't come in here trying to trade my P&L. I traded the next good opportunity, and I traded each opportunity in the way that they should have been traded, right? So that's really where I'm at with what I'm trying to do on my stream, what I'm trying to do on a daily basis. Just come out here, show you consistency, show you what can be done, what's possible, and on a funded account, where you can be in a month, 2 months, 3 months, and just trying to show it every day consistently and be helpful in some sort of way, right? And if nobody was ever watching, it just keeps me accountable at the end of the day. Like, I'm gonna just talk through all my trades. I'm gonna really help myself by verbalizing what I'm thinking, and instead of writing my journal down, like I do write some levels, I write some stupid stuff down here and there on a piece of paper. I don't keep an active journal. I keep that market analysis. I'll update levels. I'll update some specific things that I'm looking at for the week that kind of help me guide my ideas. But this recording is my journal. I can go back. I can watch it. I could do that. If you don't feel like streaming, if you don't think people want to watch you, or if you don't feel comfortable in front of a camera or talking through your trades, just get OBS or get Loom or get something, and just while you're trading, record yourself. I feel like that's the easiest way to kind of go back and review, like, okay, where did I trade? What trade did I miss? Why did I miss that? You can look through an active screen and not be in the emotional state of, I was in that trade at that moment doing what I'm doing, right? So you guys got to figure out what works for you. I just find that being live, being held more accountable, otherwise maybe I didn't get up and take a walk at that time. Maybe I just kept hammering that level until I was not able to trade anymore, locked out for the day, But being here, being accountable, not doing guru type stuff, where, we're perfect all the time. We're not perfect. We're never perfect. Trading is an imperfect game. It's a constant self battle. So it's the ultimate, you versus the market type game. And, this false breakdown here, I'm looking at potentially, maybe we reclaim this high here where they broke down and continues on with that rotation to the high side. Just with Microsoft still holding up. You didn't get that breakdown. You didn't get that Apple breakdown either, I'm sure. Nope. Did Nvidia break? Not quite. So be cautious on a breakdown like that where it fails. Potentially can see this going to the long side now. I need this S&P to hold 48.78, and the Nasdaq, if we're going to look to go long, it's got to be above this level here at 450-ish. So we're looking at that. So that's where we're at right now. If you're looking to go long, risking to the bottom of this liquidity zone here. Or if you get a secondary little push down, don't get that. Get the divergence here. Then you start to rally up. But I may look to take that just purely based on the failed breakdown. And Microsoft wanting to take that high. I do want to try that. I want to give that a shot. I want to do it here. I want to risk just to the bottom of that. Really tight stop. Slow market type stop. Because if you do get that pop in Microsoft from the high, then you might get that pop completely. If it rolls here, you'll never get triggered in, right? Have that order set there. We can see what happens with it. Because like I said, if we get Microsoft to actually pop a little bit right here, that really should drive us up to the upside and continue this rotation. Just based on this failed breakdown, really. That's all it's based off of. Failed break. Apple still pushing a little bit. Nvidia not breaking yet. I think I'm going to take this long and have a super tight stop here. 30 ticks. Risk 150 bucks to see how far this will go. But if it doesn't crack here, if it doesn't break out, then we shouldn't get triggered in, really. Especially at this time of day. The slowness of this market, it's a little thicker. Volume's not quite there, but if it does get some volume, if it does pop, it should pop and go. It shouldn't pop and fail. NVIDIA, Apple. All right, so it's failing now. It's continuing the breakdown, right? So we never got triggered in because the failure never really happened, right? Like we never got the pop above in Microsoft, so we never got the bump in price to get us to go. If this is now the time that it wants to, then it'll trigger us in, and then it shouldn't stop us out, right? If this is going to be a failed breakdown, this isn't important anymore. Get rid of that. You're going to see this be the failed breakdown right there. Now, if that holds and rotates back down, then we should still continue. S&Ps are holding below 48.78, so possibly going to hold us down. We'll see if this is actually the move that's going to happen here or not, or if it's just going to tickle us in and roll us over. But realistically, I want to see if this will be the breakout on this slow market type move where we will get a little bit of a volume push up and at least get us to VWAP and then try to push us through. Just look at all this liquidity down here. Orders, 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 orders. If it doesn't have enough gusto to push through the bottom of it, like here it was the push through the bottom. We're not getting that push down in Delta, so we are basing out in Delta, not making new lows, trying to push down, looking to kind of hold this. Any little other movement that will help us out should push us up and break us out. But it is a range-bound day, like we said earlier, so it's range-bound and slow market time. So, you know, if we get tickled in and tickled out, it is what it is. You know, it's 150 bucks. I'm willing to risk to try and see if we can get this move now. So there's the break above. If it's a failure, it's going to fail and roll over. If not, we should come up to VWAP and then make a decision if we're going to continue on or not. Apple rolling a bit. NVIDIA looking to push up a little. Microsoft want to break out today. Break out of this little zone one time. You just got to talk to it a little bit nicely. Maybe it'll do it then. It's amazing to get tickled in by one tick, right? You get ticked in, your entries are fantastic to get stopped out on. It's fine. I was just trying to take a chance on a pop, on a failed breakdown. So if we do get stopped here, it's totally understandable on why we did. It didn't quite really do what we thought was going to happen as far as the breakdown. I really should have probably took the order off once I saw that the S&Ps wasn't playing along and it was holding below 48.78. We are going to rotate down. We're going to get filled here. There we go. There's Microsoft now not playing along again. So there we go. We get stopped out, and then you get a little bit of a bounce. So you're in that little bit of a shit range where you took a chance at it on a pop breakout of this little breakdown, and it didn't work. So now we're just going to wait for these extremes again to kind of play us out again. We want to see this price get down here before we do execute one more time. Unless we do get that breakdown, and realistically, nothing else. If this is not going to break up, there's nothing telling me that this should break down either. There's a little bit of a quick liquidity grab move. If you do get below here and you don't get the delta confluence, you should possibly see it rotate again back to the high side. Could be a cheap long, like even less than $100 on the trade to try and execute that. Just waiting, watching. There you go. Like I said, you're going to get that little bit of a divergence here. Now you're getting the pop. Now you're starting to get the price to speed up a bit. Could this now be that actual move to the upside? You can risk the same amount on the break to look to rotate it up. You know, that's a stronger move. Don't like it. Don't want to chase it. Not yet. One more time down. Nvidia, flat. Apple, rotating to the downside a little bit. Microsoft also flat, like really flat. So those are the three names that have been really important today. Getting that divergence. So if we do get that pop off, don't be surprised that it does pop because we just haven't really broken down. You want to break this down, this zone here. Oop. What is going on with these drawing tools? Pissing me off. There you go. So now you see that kind of trying to break out. You got the divergence. We tried one time too early. I wanted to take that long right from there. Did not do it. Once again, didn't called out that buy spot. Didn't take it from that zone, and we are now trying to push up. Right. If you're here, you're well into the green on that base hit. Still trying to look to see if we can carry this on. Microsoft is at that point where it wants to break out, but if it fails again, then you're going to probably roll back over again. So you're not really getting, like I said, it's slow market time. You're not getting a ton of confluence, not getting a ton of new information. So you could just be chopping for a while. One good trade away from, there's that Microsoft pop 84, and now we're fading on the NASDAQ. S&P's is trying to push up. This retest here could be the entry point at 50, risk to 50. Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia. Microsoft now trying to push that high there. I'm going to take this really quick long here, purely based on Microsoft. Finally trying to push that high. And if it does get that good push and that breakout and not fail, then we should really return to VWAP here. We're not getting that follow through that we would like as much, but we are going to risk it here. We may add as we come down a little bit, try to get this to push to the upside a bit. If we do break it back above 50, I'm going to add a second. I'm going to stop down here. We're going to take that first take profit at VWAP. There we go. We're in on our second. Oh, that seemed a little whippy. I'm not really too happy about it. There's Microsoft pushing out up above, so we should hopefully see this now carry on a bit. Hopefully some of these other names can follow. Apple, not really playing along. Microsoft, playing along. There we go. Microsoft, I want you to keep pushing. Take this now to the moon. There we go. Just purely based off Microsoft, we're looking to see if we can carry this trade to the upside. If we can finally crack above this opening range low, possibly look to rotate now all the way up. I'm going to look to try and be sort of quick with this stop loss. If I do break the highs, I'm going to move my stop to break even. I like being in 2 here. I want to see this thing run a little bit harder. There we go. Come on, give me that push. Give me that extra little push to the upside here. I will trail the 1 tight, and I'm going to leave the 1 down below. Just see if we can get a runner on. If we trail out a 1, then we're going to take that profit target off. We need to take 1 off, maybe at the value or the opening range high. I mean, the opening range low. Don't be the failure. Don't fail me now. Don't fail me now. Push up, Microsoft. Keep running, Microsoft. I need Microsoft to carry some of the other names. I need Apple to play along, which is kind of trying to now, and NVIDIA also trying to play along. So Microsoft, as long as it holds that high, that breakout, then we should continue to carry on to the upside. Really just using these as confluences. We're trying our best to be patient with this one. It is slow markets. It shouldn't just whip us out, especially if Microsoft does continue to play along. 48.78 on the S&Ps. If we do hold it, if we get above it and hold, then we should rally. So that's what we're looking for here. We're looking for that rally on on everything based off of the Microsoft breakout here. Come on, Microsoft. It's still holding, still looks okay. I don't see anything else playing. My Apple kind of just not doing what it wants, and NVIDIA also just trying to hold us down. Come on, don't hold us down. Microsoft wants to pop. Everybody else should want to pop too. $396.10, $396.09, $396.07. As long as we're holding over 395, 396, we should be okay. We're pushing back to 396. Now we're pushing up a bit. So hopefully this little liquidity grab here will push us up to the upside. I'm not risking a ton, risking about 150, 200 on this to try and rotate us back up. There's the failure on Microsoft. Not good. I don't like that at all. Hopefully we can push it up a bit and maybe look to push this to break even, take off 1 just because of the failure on Microsoft now. We did get that good breakout. We didn't get the follow through on it, which is unfortunate. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna let the trade play. See if Microsoft will recover that little bit of that wick off there. You buy the ticket, you take the ride, is what I was always, taught. Although you are looking at certain confluences, you're looking at it here. You're seeing that Microsoft tried to break out and sort of failed, and the Nasdaq is not totally giving it up. So we're trying to hold. We're trying to stay strong. We want to see. Is maybe Apple playing? Apple's rolling. NVIDIA's flat. Yeah, there's Microsoft. Come on, give me that push. Get above 396 again. Yeah, we're going to be here on the ad. I don't want to be losing on this because Microsoft rolls. Right? If the reason I'm in is because Microsoft's in, the reason I would get out is because Microsoft is not playing along, right? There's that one flat. I'm only risking 1 contract now, which is nice for me. I'm cool with that being the risk now. I'm in on this trade. purely based on the trade. Being in on 2 contracts, I'm break even, right? So I didn't really risk anything on that trade. Now I have wherever it wants to go, it goes. If it does play along, if it does start to really rip, rock, and run, we'll be in good shape. It would have been nice to keep the 2 contracts on, but I just, just based on Microsoft not playing the game, I'm not gonna risk 2 contracts, on that kind of move. So we are back into the green on this. Right. I'm going to move that stop there, 455, because if we do wick off, I don't want to give that back. I'll take $100 off the table. We'll recover that previous loss that we took for the most part. If we can get through VWAP, there's a chance that this thing keeps going. Microsoft is now continuing on 396.15. S&P's is above 78, so hopefully the confluences stay in our favor and we don't return back to my stop here. Looking to see if we can break through VWAP here and rotate to the highs. If we can get into our liquidity zone, we need to see if we can break it and hold to the upside. That's the VWAP is holding nicely as resistance. 465. This 465 number is going to be a pretty important level, so let's watch it. If we get to 465, we're going to move stops to VWAP. Got to get above 465 to get the VWAP. All right, we're close enough. I'm going to be right below this candle here. So now we're at 463, 464, 465. We're wicking 465. So now we need to see if we can continue on through there. VWAP was that initial target as far as this is concerned. So realistically, I would hope to not come back to it. That would be the ideal situation if we can continue on through 465, although it looks like it's rejecting it and now we're out. So I just recovered the loss that I took on this right here. So I recovered that. Really, if I would have held that second contract on, then we could have had that first one off there and then left one on for that runner. Microsoft did break its little range, so it should continue on to the upside. So here's Microsoft. We did break above that high. That was the reason we took this entry here. We tried to take it here. We were slightly early. We wanted to get an entry down here and then a breakout. So a little bit late, but we're still right around that down 180, 200 on the day. So we're very close. I got to pee. I'll be right back. All right, there's that push to 65 again. So that's our line in the sand as far as 30-minute candles are concerned. If we do push above this previous 30-minute, which is around this area here, then we should probably continue on again as well. So pretty good that we're still here, still trading at this hour of 11:49. Microsoft seems to be breaking out, carrying a lot of these names to the upside. NVIDIA, Apple, still catching that little bit of a bounce. So, but really, we are going to look to see this fail probably based on the range-bound type day. My only thing is that Microsoft is out of its little range, so it should kind of carry the market with it. It is the highest market cap in the NASDAQ weighted-wise, so it should be the leader. If it is the leader, it is going to kind of carry wherever NASDAQ wants to go. And we were looking at this as long from this area anyway, and we wanted to rotate this from here to at least probably the opening range high. So if we get a little bit of a breakout here of this 30-minute candle, this previous 30-minute, we could look to see this maybe push up, break up and into that area there. But to me, I need something where we push up, come back, give me some sort of divergence here, and then rotate out. We're very close. We're one trade away. So you take that paper cut, then you take the 2 entry, and you get out of one for $40, and then you get out of the other for basically 200. We took a loss of 150, and we took a win of 200. We're up 50 more bucks. We were very, very close. We're 90 and 15. Really should have been a little bit better than that, but it is what it is. Now we look for that divergence, possibly to fail this high, continue keeping us in this range. Microsoft is not going to play that game, possibly here. If we do get a failed breakout here, look for a secondary attempt at it, something like this. If I get that kind of setup, then we're going to go short. That's played its role. We're done with that. This is really where I wanted to get that entry. Right there. I saw it coming, that higher low. Get in down here, look to get the breakout. Just it was a little late on it. Now that Microsoft has broken that range, it's more likely to kind of want to rotate all the way back and be in this range here, possibly from the overnight and pre-market session up to that middle of that session at 397.20. The breakdown, the original green to red would be, red to green would be 396.98. So 397-ish. Range bound day. Look at all that. We chop, but we get into a wedge. We fail the break of the high. We fail the break of the low. We accumulate some orders down here. And now we look to make higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, possibly new higher highs, right? Now we're looking to see if this is going to build into that next momentum trade, right? This initial breakout will probably fail. Then you look to see if it'll come back down again into this area. Then you look to see if that's going to act as support to be that other side of the V. If you look at it in the 30-minute, you can see it here, right? You got the rotate to the downside. You try to make new lows, you fail. You try to make new lows again, you get this big wick, and now you're recovering that whole wick, and now you're looking to kind of try and see if you can recover these highs. If you start to do things like that, that's when you start to get that other end of this where you're trying to rotate back to the high side, right? So if you get this higher low, then you try to make another higher high, another higher low, then we might be on the other end of it, and we can try and start to look for longs. Test orders for that. I use volume profile. That's what this red is on the right hand side. In my trading view, I also use it. It's these. I'm going to take off that view app. I only use that oh, that's not it. This is the view app. Take the view app off. So yeah, I use volume profile on both. This is a volume profile here. It's just set up a little bit differently. You can see it there. They are pretty much almost exactly the same. It's just that one's on the left side with different colors. And I use this on a longer time frame, 30 minutes. This is the volume profile on the right-hand side here. You can see it's pretty congruent today. It's been a very evenly distributed day. We're range bound, so most of the orders are going to be in here. Then you're going to start to see it fade out and be, lower volume nodes off to the distance here and fade out. So we're kind of pushing up now above the value area high on that volume profile. Like I thought, realistically, from down here, we probably, once we got this divergence, third touch on this supply zone, to look to rotate up to at least the high of the opening range, and I really want to see this get kind of taken, the overnight high. Really on a range day, if you don't break down the range bottom or range top and create a breakout, there's a lot of times you're going to rotate to the other end of that overnight inventory, right? All that shit needs to get cleaned up. I just need more information. Realistically, during this time, like I said, during this slow hour, you're going to get cleaner moves. You're going to get something to break out. You're not going to get really wicked out on this, between 11 and 12 Central, 12 and 1 Eastern, right? You're going to get a clean move like this. And it did. It played out pretty nice. We just stopped ourselves out right here on that entry based on the 65 level being rejected and using VWAP as our first target. Just from the range bound day, if I didn't think it was going to be rangy still, then if I thought Microsoft was going to continue on like it has, then I would have probably held off a little bit. But now, like I said, Microsoft approaching that turning green on the day. It just has a few more pennies to go, 12 cents or so, or 16 cents or so to go to the high side. Once it breaks the highs, then you got to see kind of where it wants to go. If it's going to clean up that pre-market, if it wants to be range bound from yesterday, or if it just wants to continue to rock it up. Like, we still have a lot of time in this trading session for Microsoft to continue to carry the market up. My thought process on that trade before was to see if Microsoft breaks out of this to the upside, we're going to break up to the upside here. Took one shot at it. Microsoft decided to fail that shot, and the next attempt at it, we added a second contract, but we took it off because Microsoft failed, so we kept on one. Really kind of sucks that we took off that one. That's just on me for, once again, sort of a little bit over management. I didn't want to take that full 2 contract risk on it, so I left that 1 contract on, took off at our target of the VWAP as far as having been rejected off of 65s. Hindsight being 2020, it's a beautiful single time frame move to the upside. Really never would have been stopped out at any single 1 minute candle until you got to the value area high on the volume profile. Right? So now we're approaching the opening range high, which will take us from red on the day to green. S&P's is still below their opening range low, so that's slightly a divergence. However, it was leading to the downside all day, and now Microsoft and NASDAQ are leading us to the upside. Like I've said in the past, I use some other stuff like as far as volume profiles, and it's sort of like Bookmap, but for the Quant Tower, I use the what's it called? It's like a depth of market, but more visual. Training pages. Where did it go? It was a surface Dom surface. I'll have to find it and bring it up again. I might have updated here and I don't see it. Multiple order entry, down trader, market replay, back test, trading, market depth. It's not this. No, it's not that. But anyway, so I use that, but I don't have my level 2s through Top Step at the moment. I haven't paid for them for it. I used to use it in my own personal brokerage, but I stopped paying for that data while I'm trading just the single funded account. Just really trying to focus on that while I'm streaming here on Tradecaster and YouTube. Really focused on one account at a time, really trying to figure out what I'm doing in focus, right? Because when I started to bounce back and forth, this chart, that chart, I really not overwhelm myself, but you start to click on orders here, orders there, and I don't like that. So I'm really wholeheartedly set on keeping this Top Step account alive as long as possible, be funded, and just work that funding and this account until I can't anymore. And then I can switch back to that brokerage if necessary. But really right now, I have no need for it. I'm not going to pay the extra data fees over there. I'll probably flip that data fee that I was paying there to be into Top Step and work from there. So now that we're green on the day, from above that opening range. It finally has broken above it. We're going to look to see if this is going to absolutely continue or if we're going to just get a little bit of a divergence here, kind of clean this up, try to make new highs again, and then rotate back to the downside. Down here, you noticed it was right away, right? Boom, 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 V-bottom, V-bottom. Even here, I took that one, took the quick off, took that actual second entry, and actually made a good trade on that with my actual rules, but I kind of was cheating on it with this one. Could we get that up here? We got it here right at market open. Will we get it again is the question. I want, really, for my next really ideal setup, I would like it to come back one more time, set up that divergence, and then rotate back down into this 65 zone again. Just purely based on it being a range-bound day. And we got to see what Microsoft's doing. Microsoft is above that high, green on the day. It has no signs of giving up any sort of momentum at the moment. So reasonably, we probably are going to continue to the upside. NVDA. Nope, that's not it. NVIDIA still at the high end of its little wedge pattern here. It could break out here. Apple is failing the high. And Microsoft is still carrying us. So it's been the leader all day. Largest percentage of market cap it has. So potentially could just be driving us higher the rest of the day. Now we're going to look to see if we do get the divergence on the breakout here. If we get that secondary push to the upside at 491. And if we're going to rotate back and stay within the range that we stayed in overnight. For most of the night we stayed within this range here. Yesterday we stayed in it. Overnight we stayed in it until we broke out above it around pre-market hours, 7 o'clock. So once some of these names opened up in the morning, the market broke out a bit. So like I said, we did want to clean this up. So I do believe that is eventually a target. If we do get to that point, then that's going to be the ultimate point of where I think we could roll over from. Especially in this kind of range-bound day, we clean up that overnight low, we clean up the overnight high, and then we just end somewhere in the range. When the wife gets home from the store, I'm going to have to help her probably get off the stream at that point. I think for the most part, I may take some trades later on in the day. I might hop back on for the close. You can learn about volume profiles either on YouTube or I believe even on... if you go to Top Step's website, they have a lot of education there. I could teach it if you want. I can do a recording a little bit about it. It's really not that in-depth. Volume profile really is pretty simple when it comes down to it. If you zoom in far enough, it's just all the orders that have been filled in that range, right? And it just throws out a line based on the volume. And the point of control is this yellow part here, right? That's where all the most orders on the day have been executed. So I use this as just a general idea of where orders want to be executed more so than anything else. And then as far as it being a value area, right? You have the high and the low. It's one standard deviation up and down of where price was staying the most during the day. And so realistically, it's the amount of orders that are being executed and the location that they're being executed, not relative to time at all. Then you have the TPO profiles. The TPO profiles are very similar, but they're more so based on time. And you can't get that on here or on TradingView. I think there's a possible way to get it on TradingView, but I'm not certain how to do it. Certain programs will let you use the TPO profiles. Trade of 8 does. Some other ones, but those are just based off of time and value more so than this is based on pure how much price has been at that level and execution. So I use the volume profile in that way. I could make a video on it, breaking it down a little bit better, but really just the general gist of it is I don't use it as like a holy grail entry criteria or anything like that. I just use it to kind of structure some of my targets. If you see high volume areas, price is likely to want to be drawn to those high volume areas because that's where price was at before and has executed, and there are likely to have orders there. So that's why I use the high volume spots as targets. Sometimes, as if we're going to look for an entry at around those areas, you'll want to be on the other side of a high volume, because if it gets to that volume point and then bounces off of it because there's still orders there, that's just kind of the way I think about it and walk my way through it. Like there's a few good videos on YouTube that kind of walk you through just what volume profile is. If you just Google volume profile day trading, there's a couple of really good ones. I'll find them and I'll throw them in my chat at some point during the day today after I'm done streaming, and just give you kind of more information on it. It, like I said, it's not a holy grail. It's just kind of more information that you can use to base certain ideas off of. I'm very much into, I find my zones of liquidity just purely based on price action over the course of time. I use levels that are, when I draw like just lines, I use those levels as really key like swing points, right? It's more like on 30-minute daily time frames. Once we get into these all-time highs, I'll start to use this volume profile more than I would certain things, because it's where price is being executed at these levels, and we don't have a huge history of it, right? So we're still, even though we have pulled back a bit from that all-time high level, we're still in sort of no man's land, right? From Friday until we pull back a little bit more. So right now we're going to look for this. If we can come back up into that 491 level, see if we can get another rotation back to the downside, get a delta divergence. The delta here is just basically telling me, are buyers coming in at these new highs, or are the sellers kind of fighting them and not allowing them to get new buys in on these highs? Like, that's really all delta is new buyers hitting the bid on these shorter term time frames. So I want to see it get maybe one more time up to that red line, in between the red line and the 491, and then look to maybe see, did we make new highs, or are we approaching new highs on the delta? Then we can see if we could rotate that back down. But like I said, there is a likelihood that we do kind of push back up also to clean up this high here. So if we do break above this point where we sold off pretty hard in the morning and we hold, then look to see if that rotates there. But it seems like at the moment we're looking to kind of fail that already without having the divergence, right? Microsoft pushing down. So Microsoft is accepting back into that negative territory, going from green to red, red to green, back to red, maybe looking to re-accept into that sell. Let's see if NVIDIA also looking to push. Yeah, NVIDIA's not accepting above that level. Apple also not totally rejecting the highs, but not looking to play along with the longs. So who knows what we can do here. We are accepting back into value. So Mello asking about the volume profile. Price likes to stay within where the volume is the highest, right? So if we break above a value area and then come back into it and accept below it, we are more likely to kind of rotate within that zone and execute these orders at this level, because price just wants to be here, right? You can see it a lot of times where it gets out of a level. Let's see, right here. It'll come out of a zone and come back into a zone, so it'll rotate out. This adjusts as the day goes on, so it's really hard to go back in time and look at these. But reasonably, we have accepted in this value, right? We broke above it for today. We broke above it, and now we're trying to accept back inside of it, because all of these orders from the overnight and yesterday really were executed between the value areas of the volume profile, right? Because the volume is where all of the orders are executed. So if the price wants to be here, if the price has a lot of executions at these levels, then it's more likely to want to come back here and see, hey, are there still people here? Are there still orders here? Which way do we want to go? That's all that markets are. It's a place for trade to be facilitated, right? That's all it is. I'm going to close this door so my son comes home. It's not loud. Alrighty. Like I said, we're looking for that one more good trade here. Trying to get ourselves back to green on the day. Down just below 200 on it. Really looking to execute on a good trade here. So you're seeing some semblance of a delta divergence here. Not quite. You're not looking. I don't think you're ready to break down as of yet because you're really not ready to add new sellers here at the bottom. So if we do push up back above the value area high and we kind of start to reject it, maybe even try to make a new lower low, a new lower high, and keep within this range of the overnight, there is a value area here that wants to get sold off. So let's see what happens. Like if we can get up into that range, I would like to see what happens. Apple is also kind of pushing it up a bit, so still not ready to continue the rollover. Microsoft is bouncing again. Nvidia rolling, but you can see Nvidia just hasn't been playing along today. It's been sitting at these highs. Microsoft's been our leader, so we're gonna watch it. Absolutely, anytime. I think the more you can you can gather good information, if you can find I don't like indicators so much, right? Like I have the VWAP on here, but I use it as a target. It's also just sort of like a slight confluence. I don't have a bunch of moving averages. I have volume profile because I like having when price is kind of moving a little bit more than it is today. You can see the nodes where it really wants to kind of get to, right? Like this 470 level seems like it wants to be a target, right? Because it's just sticking out a little bit further. Just something visual that targets my attention a bit. Realistically, if I just use the price action and the liquidity zones, you're able to execute pretty well. Find one thing that you find to be pretty useful in like an instantaneous type of deal, right? Where like I'm using delta or cumulative delta, and I'll use the volume profile. But really it's getting to a zone, understanding price action, understanding how the levels move, and then you'll be able to execute a little bit better. And then you add a little bit one more level, right? Like with Top Step, they have the tilt. I'm looking to see if tilt gets really heavy in a direction, and I try to fade it when it's at a level that I find important, because most people are wrong, right? That's what this market's all about. You're trying to be against the other side. So if I can fade one of those heavily shorted, markets, kind of like a short squeeze, but in a shorter term, then I can catch a little bit of a move there, right? So just look for, a couple of confluences, right? The micros are a little heavier long here. So I don't have the Top Step X at the moment. I lost that account a while back. So I'm really looking if you go to Top Step TV, they are who I trade with, so I do use their stuff, their information, pretty useful. On the top of their screen, they have this what they call the tilt. It just shows the percentage of people long versus the people that are short, and I just look to see if it gets heavy in one direction or the other. In the thoughts that I'm trying to sort of fade the majority at my level, right? If it's like slightly heavy long and is moving, of course it's going to be slightly heavy long and running. But if it's really heavy long at highs, I'm going to look to fade it. So NASDAQ is currently 63% long. So if we do get above here again, like a little bit of a push up here again, then you possibly can look to fade that, rotate it back down to that 65, like I said. %62 long. I want to see this thing pop once above here. Give me no delta confluence, right? I don't want this thing to pop with that. Then the tilt gets a little bit longer. Then you fade that high on a failed breakout and rotate it back to the downside. That's my strategy. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But I give it a shot and I shoot my shot when it comes around. And that's where we're at right now, especially with this sort of rangy day. It's 12:15. Lunch hour should be rolling out. Come on, give me that little pop, fake breakout, false hope for the longs, and then I'm gonna fade that high. But that's only if this doesn't start to rip with it, right? If this delta starts to push above this level here, I don't want to be involved, because then buyers are coming in stronger than I would like them to be. And reasonably, it doesn't need to make new highs. It doesn't need to break this. It needs to break whatever these highs are if it's coming at these highs. So it's really somewhere around here that I should be looking. No, that's actually good too. That push down there, strong with that. If we do get a fail breakdown here, that could also trigger that short. Itchy nose here. Give me that little fake out to the top side. Fake me out on the high, and then we're going to enter the short. Get up there. Get up there. Even I like 82s. Get above 82s. If it does that, then we should look to see if we can re-accept back down below. It didn't really quite run up. It wants to short. It wants to go down. That's the kind of day it is. It's a rangy day. Come on, you. Do something. There we go. A little something. Push above the value area high. There we go. Fake breakout above 82. And we'll short that little pop there. We'll short that. And then we're going to take the stop here. If it fails it, then it fails it. Then we're going to be quick with this on the downside. If it doesn't fail, then it's going to stop us out and we'll be out anyway for, probably $100 there. That's a $100 risk. So it's a cheap trade for me. Reasonably, if it doesn't fake out, if it continues up, then we're just not even going to bother, right? But if it does fake us out, wow, you see that delta? That's congruent. We're not going to end up being short here, are we? That was a very nice move there. All right, Microsoft looking to rally, carrying us to the highs. All right, we're not taking that. You can see that invalidated the trade there. Now, if we're going to look at this trade here, we don't want to break that high, and we want to get up into there. If we end up getting this short here, it's going to be annoying. What's up? Yeah, I think if you do get that kind of flagging type pattern here, 488 right there, that's the opening range high. That was the initial high of the day until we broke it again, right? So if you're looking to get a breakout, you might want to see this little bit of a U and then just a pop off here. I don't know how, like I said earlier, you haven't been on, so I said from the short here, since we failed this breakdown, we want to clean up this overnight high. So if you do get that breakout above here again and a hold, and you get a little bit of confluence in your delta there, Microsoft is carrying us to the upside here. If it continues to the upside, you're going to have that NASDAQ continue to push. If Microsoft fails, however, and you get to the highs here at 491, and you wick it off, and then Microsoft starts to fail as well, you might get that fail breakout to the upside, and we might still rotate back down to the middle of the range without clearing out that high. So it's kind of just a wait and see, but really, I do see where you're looking at what is it? Chan can trade. Yeah, so if Chan's idea is perfectly valid in this kind of situation, I'm not a breakout trader. It's very difficult for me to do that. But in theory, that is the right thought process here based on my initial rotation-based idea from the one that we took down here, where we're looking to rotate all the way back to the high side, right? Because this is that pop to VWAP. We end up taking off our trade on. You roll over, you accumulate more orders down here, then you pop off during lunch hour. And now that we're pretty much all but done with that, now you're going to look to break out that 88. You're breaking new highs on Delta. You're breaking 88 here. So you should kind of get that follow through and start to clean up some of this trash that happened in the pre-market session and beyond. So I can see that trade playing out pretty well. And you might want to look for one more bit of consolidation before you do take that final breakout. But this right now, we're looking at a pretty good, like Delta's creeping up, has made new highs. Price hasn't made new highs. That's the only consideration that I see. And then with the top step tilt, the micros are at 70% long. Micros tend to be a little bit heavier, quicker from what I've seen. I gotta wait till the full NQ rolls across the screen, but we're not breaking with any sort of like gusto. That's my only issue with the breakout here. Usually with the kind of breakout that you're looking for, you want it to break with some power. And hopefully this right here is that move that you're going to get with the volume if you're looking to continue to get this as a momentum trade. And I don't know how high you want to go, but really, like I said, the overnight highs are never not a good target. It happens pretty frequently. I might fade you just because. Not to be against you, but if my tilt is 75% long here, and if we get another push above without getting this to move on momentum, then we can really see this thing start to roll a bit. So Microsoft didn't quite hold its gains there on the breakout again. So you might want to see one more rotation through back to the downside in this, and then get a follow through for that. Like you said, you want to see it flag a bit and then break out, right? Get a couple, maybe one more touch on it, like the third touch through 88. My risk there was pretty good. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you there. I'm so my strategy has become so much of fading extremes, and realistically, kind of like talking through yours there, I kind of, not that I talked myself out of this. We did get the new high on the Delta, so reasonably, this wasn't totally my confluence. It's just an interesting thing to note that more buyers were coming in and the price wasn't making new highs. So it's like an opposite type of divergence that I normally look for. Normally the Delta doesn't catch up, but this time price didn't catch up to Delta. We got the S&Ps also holding right at the bottom of their opening range, right? That blue line there. It has been leading us to the downside today, so if it does start to roll over too, you might get the NASDAQ, who is above that opening, but still within that opening range, to rotate back to the downside. So just kind of be mindful of that as well. Microsoft now trying to push to the high side. The price is not catching up. We did notice that before, that Microsoft took its time a little bit, took its breakout, and then the NASDAQ didn't follow right away, and that's why I kind of got out of my second contract, that add, and then only took the one contract to the upside. So we might be lagging a bit in the NASDAQ to see. So if we see Microsoft fail this, then that might accelerate this to the downside. But if it does hold above and kind of continue on, then we might hold this up a bit longer. You can see it here, not quite trying to break out, but also you can see the price in the NASDAQ holding that bottom end of that little range there. And then we got to see what Apple is. It's sitting at those highs as well, and Nvidia also just doing the same thing it's been doing all day, just grinding. It's a little bit higher. It hasn't really broke out or broke down. It's just doing its own little long wedge. It looks like there's not a lot of participants playing in but Microsoft looking to break out again here. So possibly looking at the bottom end of this as support to run this up through. So this could be your bottom end of your wedge looking to take the breakout of 488. So if you want to lead it on a bounce, limit your risk, maybe look to see if this will fake a breakdown and then look to take down the upside. Because you're not going to get that, you're going to get the delta of divergence here instead, right? You're going to get trying to make new lows, not even close to making new lows on the delta. Then you're going to recover 474 and then look to rotate up to the high side. And that's kind of what I'm looking at there as far as that kind of trade is concerned. So we're going to watch that level based on the way it held here. If you don't get this thing to, if it cracks 474.50 and doesn't give you a good flush and hold, then it's more likely to fail that breakdown and rotate back to the highs. But you got Microsoft now starting to dip. And then now it's not, right? So if I don't get that full on all the way down here, I can't take the trade. Got to get my entry right. And if I'm risking tight, that's going to be a really tight risk. That's like a free trade there. But I want to see that flush first because that's going to tell me where to put my stop. But if I'm looking at this on the other end, I'm looking at shorts. This was a clear cut. Take the short from the high of the opening range and rotate back to the downside. So that would kind of keep me in that trade there too. So we got both ends of it. I appreciate everybody on YouTube and on Tradecaster staying with me all day so far. I think I just hit 100 subscribers. Big time number. Got to start somewhere, right? So we're looking at this here now. Here. I want to see price do something within this range. Then that's where you catch my quick opportunity to either, run it to the top end of the range again or to rotate back and break down again. But it's all based on extremes. And if I can just shorten my extremes here for some of these entries, then that becomes, fading the extreme to get to the next extreme, right? Just limiting my risk on each end. If I find out where I'm wrong first, then wherever the upside is, it doesn't matter. I could just get out when I'm wrong, and then I can maximize whatever my gain is based on my trailing rules. So there's that. Really, you got your volume node here. We sat on it. Didn't quite get through it. Microsoft still trying to pop. Apple still sitting at the highs, giving a little bit of a pullback. Amazon probably still in. Oh, it did pop. It popped off pretty good. Google. That's better. Nvidia. Looking to hold. Microsoft. Is that the reason to stay in this long? Give me that wick on the bottom. Flush this without giving a good flush. Rebound. And then look to take that out to be the breakout. So not quite a momentum breakout trade, but a fade of a failed breakdown and then a carry on through up. So now let's see if we can get that move here. Do we get that? So there's that push to the downside. Is it going to be a strong push or is it going to be a bounce? So there's that. Didn't quite flush it yet. We used it as support. I want that breakdown first. I want it to break the support. Get some shorts involved. Get the tilt heavier on that short side. Not getting there yet. Microsoft rejecting the high, looking to try and keep this to push this down a little bit further, but it's still at those highs. So it's holding us up here. You know, limiting my risk to the downside. The only issue is I don't know how far it's going to want to flush with this kind of move, right? I want that break of 74.50, and I want that just to be a liquidity grab, so I can set my buy stop above it, just above it. There you go. There it is. Buy stop just above that. Stop loss below here. Liquidity grab, and I'm going to try and take this. I'm only risking a really tight stop here, so I could actually even get a little more risky and aggressive with it here. If this is a true breakdown, like it looks like it could be, then we're never going to get triggered. That could have been the good break from the high, and then we're just rotating back to the other side. But realistically, if this fails, if this is just trying to get some stops in and rotate back up, then we should have an opportunity at least to push back into that value area high and then try and just secure profits pretty quick on this. This is going to be like a quick grab if we do. I'm going to even just probably hit the break even button if we do break above 480. That was a very strong delta push to the downside though, so kind of invalidates it a bit. So there's a chance that it could just continue to push the downside. And if that break was really a good break, then it should never return to where our entry is. For me to risk 15 ticks, it's a no-brainer. I got to do it, you know? Even 30 ticks. To risk 150 on that kind of trade is worth it for me. Just purely based on technically on the NASDAQ. Not even really basing it too much on Microsoft, Apple, or any of those other guys. If I want to be more risky, I will put it lower. But look at that. That's the breakdown. So you got the Delta Confluence. It should never trigger us in now, right? At this point, this is actually a good breakdown. This was the entry for the short there at the highs. We could have taken it. I just didn't get that true feeling on it where I was going to get it. But my target was, right, from 91 to 65 was the target. So we're right at that target there, fading that extreme. Getting that rollover now, it's really a good push to the downside. So right now, we probably should just pull this order off, right? We wanted to look to see if we can get that flush. We got the flush, and now we're not really sure if it's going to be a bounce from here or if it's just going to continue selling off to the downside. Seems like it wants to, but really, if we do end up pushing above this level here, it means that this failed. But I don't know if we're going to end up doing it. 465 was the target. We ticked it to a T there. 464.75. So I'm leaving this order here just for a little longer, just to see what kind of rebound we take on it. Purely based on my liquidity zone there. Microsoft, rotating a little. NVIDIA, still flat. Apple, also pushing that. So nothing really triggered this sell-off, but being purely technical on the NASDAQ front. We do have tilt. No. All right. So we're going to cancel this order here, flatten it. We're good. I'm going to take a pee break, 2 seconds, and I'll be right back. Now we gotta see what we do with this liquidity zone. You got this ignition here. 50% of that. That's 178, so 80 something ticks here. Back, pull back there. So let's see if we can get a bounce from here. We're above a value, volume node there. I want maybe one more push to get me my little secondary push to the downside there to be my liquidity grab and go. But if we do get above my spot here, that's potentially a good entry there. So it's a good place to get stopped out, ticked in and stopped out. If we hold 65 again, we could look to go long with that short little risk of VWAP. Look, 14 ticks is $70. You could risk $100 on 21 ticks. It seems like very tight risk rewards going on right now. Yeah, we'll set that entry above here. Stop loss will be below VWAP. And we should be able to add above here. And the stop loss should be below there. And our take profit on this one should be at least in that range there. Look, I set these orders. If things don't line up, then I take them off. We're involved now. We're long from this liquidity zone, trying to break back above it. We'll see if we can catch any sort of move of maybe one more run to the upside before we decide to sell off once again. Doing this as a liquidity zone play, delta divergence kind of bounce move, but if we're going to run through VWAP here, then we're going to get stopped out kind of quick. Yeah, kind of quick on this. Don't want to, yeah, we're out on that flat right now. We are pushing now down to the downside, but I will try and one more time catch a bounce above 65.50. We're in on that just to try and play it one more time. Quick little hit off of 65. Tighter risk at this time. Don't want VWAP to flush. If it does, then it's just going to be a mess. Oop, I pushed the wrong button, and we're out probably here. Microsoft rolling over, so it's really going to carry us to the downside. Yeah, I gave it 2 shots. Nothing really going to do there. If that's the tick that we get stopped out at and then it runs up, then whatever. It is what it is. But yeah, we're out there. We're not going to go crazy on this. So down 4. Still looking to see if we can catch that one more good entry. We gave it a shot on this return here. Didn't quite get what we wanted out of it, so it's cool with me. We're still kind of rotating back down to the downside. That was a really good play on the short end here where I really would have liked that. Didn't quite get it, but I'm trying to play those bounce plays on the long side. Rotating back down to the bottom half of this. We seem like we're just going to keep rotating within this zone, so let's see what we can get out of this. Maybe we get one more play out of the bounce. Give it one more shot, but really Apple, Microsoft need to play along. Nvidia needs to do something, which it just broke down, so it may just continue to pull us back. Microsoft. Oh, that's too big. Okay, 65 again. Pure bounce play above 65, but if we hold below 65, we're going to probably rotate down to 438s again. Trying 65 long again one more time. If we can break above our value zone at 70, then we might look to add with that liquidity grab right there. Looks like it's probably going to run us down. Hopefully, if not, if that was just to stop there and then now it's going to push up. We'll see. Yeah, it wants to hold 65 hard down. Microsoft pushing up from there. If we do break above 70s again, I would look to see if we could rotate back. Maybe add one. Add one here. The 65 level is huge, man. It's just, I've been playing it, talking about it all day. Today I'm using it. This time I'm kind of using it the opposite end. I maybe probably am trying to be a little too much on it, leaning on it a bit. Just with this negative sentiment on the day, it just feels like it's been heavy. It doesn't really want to catch a bid, but Microsoft pushing up, like I said, the NQ's been lagging Microsoft, so really if we could push this Microsoft up some more, then the NASDAQ should follow it and get kind of moving again to upside. If the NASDAQ fails and Microsoft's still kind of pushing up, I find that very interesting today. It really just says that the NASDAQ is feeling like it wants to short, and then once anything breaks to the downside, then you're going to get that big rollover beyond the low of the day if you break on Microsoft. Because Microsoft seems to be the only thing that's kind of holding us up. Apple did a fake out to the downside, looking to try and push up, and Nvidia did also push to the downside, but it's holding. So I need Microsoft to play along, and if it does play along, then we could get paid on it. I'm taking this. If I add on here, that'd be nice. That means our trade is probably going to better chance of working out here. Holding 65s. VWAP will be our stop. If we do get triggered in with both. Yeah, we're triggered in for the second now. So here's the seeing if Microsoft will play along with us. Yeah, it's pushing. I do want to do like a interesting play here. So if I can get this to get up a little bit higher, I'm going to start trailing pretty quick. Trail to the add. Come on. Hold these highs. Push to the highs now. We're above the value of the point of control, which is nice. That's a good sign. Oh, I don't want this yet. Get down there. Yeah, there we go. I didn't want that to be up there yet. I just let go too quick. How this works is it's going to fail there, possibly. If it fails hard, then we're going to be out and down. So we're just looking to try and catch a bit of a bid here on Microsoft and trying to get it to help out our trade just one time here. I'm going to look to do this. There we go. It's a free trade. I don't care. At this point, whatever it does, it does. When I add, I want to be kind of tight with it. I don't want to lose money on an add, right? Yes, I'm going to lose kind of the gains that I made on that previous trade, but realistically, if I'm adding, I'm expecting momentum to kind of carry me through. And if I don't get it pretty quick, I think that this is going to roll over and kind of fuck me over. So now I'll trail one, and I'm going to get stopped out on both, but I'm going to trail one as I run. There we go. As we come to the high side, I'm going to look to trail one of them up as we go to secure some profits on it, 50% of whatever we're getting out of this, right? So now we're break even on the add and break even on the whole trade. So at least we have some money in on it, right? That wick there is not helpful. That team that wants to get people involved and get people stopped. So I'm going to move my whole thing here. I'm moving that trail. Boom. I'm taking them both out. I don't like that at all. So I'm taking that off, and that's my down 300. I didn't like that wick. There's that break above. Does the pussy out hurt me? Probably, but that wick and that pullback does not help my cause on wanting to stay long in that with 2 contracts. Like I said, maybe I should have kept 1 and then 1, but not when I'm down the way I am. Down 315. Like I said, I'm 1 trade away. I'm really trying to execute an appropriate strategy here that's going to kind of help me out. My original entry over here, right? We said if we fail and we get above here, that's where we wanted to be. So let's see. We're going to play that. And that was the risk to reward there was nice. Because we failed that breakdown and then we re-accept above it, then we should be able to continue on to the upside. Kind of screwed my, my 2 entry there. Sucks, but trying not to chase too much. Trying to get myself in on a good entry here. Like I said, I'm not really a momentum breakout guy, but realistically, failing this, trying to play that 65 level, I was doing it appropriately, and then I kind of I got out of that ad. Really, should I have added? Yeah. I think that was the right play. Just didn't quite like the price action on it, but if we do break above it, we should be able to continue on. So that's just why I have that entry there with super limited risk on it. Microsoft pushing that high there, so hopefully we can push the highs again. Do we let it breathe? Do we give it some room? I think this is a good entry spot. If it fails here, it fails, and it's rolled out right quick, real fast. But if it doesn't, if it breaks out from this and it pumps, then that's when you got that contract on, right? There it is, pushing up. See if we can get through the highs. Looking to try and get through highs. The ignition bar here, I like it. Get above 82s. So me bitching out on the 2 contracts was dumb. But here we go. Take $50 back. Trying to just walk myself back up into the profit, into green for the day. Just based on pure price action, I get myself out sometimes. It is what it is. If I see something that a lot of times does what it did, it tends to fail, and I tend to get fucked. So I tend to take advantage of getting out of that kind of quick, and that's fine with me. It's not a loser. I'll take a break even on it every day of the week. If I do, I'm out. It's cool. With this, I was trying to get a big ignition bar and kind of never really look back at it. But if we're going to fail this high and roll back to the downside, I have at least secured $50, $45 of profit on it. Really looking to see what we can get out of this, if we could squeeze a little bit more on a breakout. But if it's going to fail this 82, then we're not going to get anything. So I want to now hold this. If it does break above that 85 and then beyond, like we were saying over here, chance to trades. Chan can trade. Sorry, apologize. He said that he wanted to see the breakout of over 88, and I do too. I wanted to get through the bottom half and then refade it and fail a breakdown and then get the breakout. If we can get that, then we should be in good shape. If we could break above 491, then 88 should never look back. and then we should hopefully clear out that overnight high and hopefully still be involved in the trade. Really looking to try and capitalize on this being the time that it does decide that, you know what, today we're going to break out later on in the day. That's what I'm looking for here. So we got a couple of battlegrounds here, 85, 88, 91. These are the three numbers that I'm looking at. Not only did I chase an entry, I got out of a 2 guy where I would be up $255 per contract and looking to get out at my first target of 88. I mean, actually, my first target would have been hit already, so I would have been up 255 plus whatever I'm up right now. Now I'm only up 1 on a single because I chased the entry later. But realistically, like I was saying, like it's all pure feel on my end on certain candles and pattern, like not patterns, but really behavior of a candle and seeing where a price is going to go. I think that if this S&P can tick up a bit, then the NASDAQ will continue to rocket. And I'm going to guess that if we do this is the touch that if we get through 88, that we make the new high and we kind of carry on. So this third touch of 88 should be the decision time. If we do get 85, 88, 91, those are the three battlegrounds, right? So we're through 83, getting to 85. Come on. There we go. You're going to push through that, looking to get through. I want to get to 91 before I try to move it to 88. That's really my... if I can get to 91 with the price, then I should be able to move my stop to 88. 85, like I said, is a key point. So if we could break and hold above 85, which we're trying to do right now, we're just stuck there. We should be able to continue on to 88. There you go. You broke 85. You're at 88. I'm going to hold 83s as my stop loss here because that's the value area high. And if it reaccepts, it's going to try and rotate back down and then stop me out anyway. So really, that's that high. If 88 holds, then we'll probably rotate back down again. If 88 breaks, I want to see those overnight highs get touched and tagged. Or at least 500 would be the next psychological number. 85, like I said, was that point. If it breaks down from 85, I'll probably get wicked out and then run off on. But we want to see 88 break with some gusto. 88 break with some volume would be a nice little pop here. And it should get us back to highs. 500, that psychological number will be cool to get to before I get stopped out. There you go, stopped out. Fucking beautiful little 125 there. We're back to down just over $200 with fees and stuff. Just kind of hovering around this point. If 88 didn't break there, it might not break the whole day. If it breaks now, then you might get that gusto and break and get up to 500. Right, so that's where we're looking at to be here. We have 5 minutes till 1 o'clock. 5 minutes, 30 seconds. Long stream today. Out here all day. Long stream out here. Yeah, basically down fees. Pretty much. Like I said, I don't mind it. I've been trading pretty well. Like the ideas of the trades are really working out correctly, right? Like, should have just stayed in on the 65 here and not bitched out on that pullback there. But the way that candle reacted off of 74, it was too convincing of a pull for me to not want for me to stay involved with two contracts. Obviously, hindsight being 2020, that was the trade to get me back to the green on the day. But you live and you learn, right? 88 still holds as the high here for this time being. Microsoft not giving us much to push off of. Nvidia probably broke down. That's probably why we're here. Yeah. If Microsoft breaks, this is going to fall off. It's going to fall out of bed. Sometimes you got to put in 8-hour days out here to get yourself back to break even. If I could trade all day and be down 200, I'm okay. Let me see. Give me a 5-minute break. I usually am off at 11. I'm not going to trade until 1 anyway, so just let these price actions dance a bit. I'll be right back. Visitor with us. Little boy. Are you streaming now?
No, I'm gonna.
Okay. Watch out. You want to sit down. Stream.
Oh, where's Daddy there?
That's you and Matt and me, dude. Alright, so now we got a kid and we're going to trade. Sometimes you got to have it's a family event. He's funny. What are you doing? You want to see yourself?
Yeah.
There you are.
Hello.
The YouTube is watching you. Say hi to the people.
Hi, people.
Hi, people. That's why we trade, right? For Maximus's. Okay, go with mommy.
Oh,
bye-bye.
Here, give it to them.
Say bye-bye. Oh, give me my drink.
I will stop.
Oh, I can't get him out of here.
Bring him to me.
Hey. Stickers.
Well, we're staying out of this long for a second. Max?
I'm gonna hide from us.
Oh. All right. Say bye-bye, everybody. Mommy's here. Sometimes you just got kiddos to play with, and you got to focus a little bit on what you're doing. So I have not eaten all day, so bear with me. If we're out here, we're together all day. Daddy needs to eat a second. So 88 failed before. Will 88 fail again? What we got going on with Microsoft? We tried to make higher highs. We did not. So look at this. I'm going to sell that 88 level. If 88 breaks, 88 breaks. I think Microsoft's given us a little bit of a sell signal there, so that's why I'm taking this based off of us not wanting to break out of the highs. There we go. A little bit of a whippy action there. Hopefully that's not just a liquidity grab, push us to the upside, but I think we're going to rotate back down now. If it gives me $100, I'm going to come back to break even. There we go. Break even, free trade. See if we can get this to kind of keep pushing now. There we go. Very nice. Very, very nice. Sometimes you need your youngest kid to come in and distract you for a minute so you can see the rejection of a new high and maybe the rotation back to the bottom. If we get stopped out, we get stopped out. But at least we're in here. We're in the trade. This could be the trade that takes us back into the green and back to break even and back to green, I should say. Right. So if we flush 474.50, we are in good shape here. That was a really nice push to the downside there. Feels a little heavier than it did before. Do have Microsoft pushing to the lows. If it can crack the low, like I said, if Microsoft breaks, it's the only thing that's holding us up here, right? It was the thing that broke out. So if it's the one that fails, then it's the one that's going to carry us to the downside. So be mindful of that. If we get wicked out of this, that's fine. I took this as a free trade. Any free trade for me is a good trade. People say not to move your stop to break even. You get stopped out, things move in your direction, but I don't care. That's how I manage my trades. You manage your trade how you feel fit. There's no perfect way to do it. If I'm going to get a free trade out of it, then I'm going to get a free trade out of it. Especially on that kind of whippy move down. If it's just a liquidity grab to go run up to the highs again, then I want to be out. I want to be out quick. But Microsoft's not breaking quite yet. Almost there. It's pushing down at 80 level. Small cap stocks shine in 2024. Nah. Come on, push down. You know you want to. Nope. We're out. We're out for break even there. Now it's going to roll. But hey, shit happens. Right? There you go. There's that rollover. We get ticked out to the very tick and roll over. But to me, like I said, a free trade, I'll take it. I got some meatballs here. The meatball man. Get some more brain energy here. If Microsoft broke here, I'll be pissed. Yeah, there it goes to the downside. We're right there, man. We're right there with this. One trade away, baby. Now Max is upset because I'm not playing with him. There you go. There's the sell. There it keeps going. The ideas are there. The executions are there. The management needs some work today. Because like I said, 474, I was looking for that. Looking at that there. Could this be a buy opportunity down here in this wedge pattern type deal? S&P's is trying to hold the bottom of its opening range. We're in the middle of our opening range in the NASDAQ. S&P's just failed it a little bit. We're heavy long heavier long than we are short. So it looks like this is probably going to continue on to the downside. There you go. Not making new highs, not making new lows, not making new lows. Delta. I do like this pattern here as a short pattern. Can we take this buy now through here? Flip our sentiment because we got that rejection, right? We tried to make new lows, not making new lows. Cheap long here with a little help from our friend if Microsoft doesn't break. And then just take profits at 82. $65 again be the entry idea. Is it not? That's the flush that you're looking at right there. Did not make new lows on the delta, but we got a good flush on the price action. Looking to grab some shorts, possibly to take them long. Oh, I hate when I do that. Always click the wrong button. Grabbing some liquidity below. Didn't make new delta lows. Diverging a bit. Look to take this quick rip to the upside and make some money back. If it does continue to fade, then it just continues to fade. There's the delta confluence now, right? We broke down. 65 is the key line in the sand that we've been playing with so far today. So let's be mindful of that number. All day trade, tradecaster.com, YouTube. We've been out here all day executing, making trades, coming close to being back to break even. We're looking to see if we can get one more good guy out here and rip this up to the upside. It looks like we grabbed some liquidity here and we're going to try and rotate potentially back up. Microsoft did break it to the downside such a touch. So if it does continue down, breaking down below 397, then we may get this to sell off pretty hard because it's reaccepting back into a red day from breaking out and becoming green from deep in the red. So let's watch that. Potentially could rocket to the upside off of this bounce though also. So just be mindful of that. We're getting a little bit of buying, a little bit of bids here. Looking to see if this will get us to push up in the NASDAQ, which it looks like NASDAQ wants to. I have my buy order here at 75. See if we can do the same thing we did on the last trade. 2 trades ago. Lots of executions today. More than normal. And usually when not that I'm over trading, but usually when I trade more, I'm not making as much on the day. And like I said, I'm down right now, so I'm really looking, not that I'm looking to just get back the money, I'm looking to get green on the day. I'm looking to execute good trades, and I'm one or two good ones away from getting myself green on the day and back green more so on the week. Microsoft at the bottom of this little wedge. Hopefully that wedge will carry us up to the upside. There's the push. If we can get back up there above 80, then we could be at break even. Gotta be above 80s though. 80s is like always that number that plays a lot. We're looking at 88 right? The 88 number is that breakout zone. We shorted it before. We see a fake breakdown here. Possibly look to continue to rotate back to the high side. Microsoft is now playing to the high side. 79s we're at right here. We don't want to give back a lot of this. Like I said, free trades. I'm all about free trades. If we get through 80 here, then we should be pushing value area high. If we push value area high, we're going to have the same play we had before. Value area high, 88, 85. So it's like the 88 to 85 range, and then 91s. So if we break 88s, though, we should get that kind of cruising onto the upside. And then we're just going to manage the trade as we see if it does break out. If it doesn't break out, then so be it. You know, we roll over here and we get stopped out again. Like I said, it's just another free trade. Covered my fees on it. I'm really looking to try and catch this to be that point where it continues on to the upside. If this is going to be another lower low, it's probably going to rotate all the way back down anyway. Lower high. I keep saying lower low. It's a lower high. There we go. We're pushing up, getting a little momentum on it. Hopefully buyers are kind of coming in, pouring in a little bit here. I wouldn't mind seeing it like 60% long on the tilt. I didn't see the tilt yet. So here we go. Pushing up. Not trying to trade my P&L here, but that, you see that wick there? I'm going to put that stop right there. I don't want to get wicked and rolled over. I'm below this volume node at 80. I'm out. You see that when it goes and grabs price like that with that little bit of a wick above this price before, not trying to give any of that back after that. You know, that's $100, whatever I took. I'm really, really close. Just one base hit at a time. Base hit, base hit, base hit. I'll take that. $80, whatever it was. You know, that deserves a fucking meatball. This is a short pattern, too. So, I think we're going to roll over from here. Yeah, Microsoft's looking to fail. Microsoft's looking to fail this level here. And if it does, I want to be involved. And it's picking back up. It tried to give it a little failure there, but not so fast, right? But here we go. This is what I like to see. Lower high, a third lower high, then a breakdown of a key level. That's usually the sell that will come in a little stronger. And we're in. This pattern, to me, I want my stop up here. Because if it does break that, then that's really when it's going to take off. I believe in the way that this pattern sets up quite frequently, that is usually the best entry for it, is to take that breakdown of a key level after you've already made another lower low at other key levels, right? You're not quite breaking out. You're losing momentum on buyers. This type of move should have brought in more buyers to get us above that level, and it just didn't. So with Microsoft diddling with the lows, we should be able to flush now, and then see what happens around that 65. If we can get down to 65, we should be able to really get a good idea of what's going on. If we don't get down there, obviously we're going to probably get stopped out, right? Because 65 is not that far away. I want to see what happens at 65 if we can get there. If this rockets, then so be it. Microsoft, fuck off. But we got that wick there. There's the breakdown. Do we continue to flush or do we wick this, right? Let's see. There's the flush. Are we going to push down through point of control and our value zone? 65 is that number. That's really a key point. So, I mean, if I accept into this, the value zone, it's going to break even. Another free trade. But I want to see what happens at 65 before I can really make any further decisions on this trade, right? There you go. That's a free trade for me. If it rips up from there, then it rips up from there because it's just grabbing liquidity and going. However, I do want to see what happens, like I said, at 65. 65 is the key. With this pattern formation really that happens here where there's another lower high here, if you get to a key level like say 65 and you roll through it pretty easily, there's a really good chance that this thing continues to sell off for the rest of the day. This is a more consistent pattern than others, right? I took this down to past break even because if this is a liquidity zone and it wants to pop off, I don't want to be in front of that, right? But if it does continue to push down and not just grab orders here, and this is the time it cuts through like a knife, then I want to be involved, right? That's why we're here. We want to just give ourselves good opportunities, put ourselves in good positions to make and execute and be involved in when bigger moves are probably going to happen, and just catch parts of those bigger moves, right? I want to see this thing do its thing now. I want it to make its decision at this point. I don't want it to just chop around anymore. I don't want it to run back up to the highs. So if it does break my stop loss, then it's probably going to run to the highs, right? That's really what happens here. If it breaks this high of this little swing here, it's going to pop off. So I like that candle right there. I like how that's reacting. My stop was in a good location. There's orders below me that want to get filled to go to the south side. If we get to 65, I'll move it down to here, downward to where we are. Basically, like we said, we're down fees on the day. Pretty happy with how I've battled back and made excellent decisions on the day. Now it's just really managing some of these trades that I'm taking. Yes, I'm quick to break even. Yes, I'm quick to take these out. Like I said, if it does break above this, it's going to probably keep running. If it just ticks me out and rolls over, you can't be mad, right? You got to just tip your hat to the markets. You know, if it takes your orders and runs with it, then it does. But at the end of the day, you have to limit your risk, manage your expectations, and for me, I'm not trying to get liquidity here, grabbing it and running to the upside again, you know, and then stopping me out at highs. I'd rather take a small win and miss out on a move here than get stopped out for a full loss after I've been just grinding back this whole day, right? So I'm probably going to stop here. If that's fine by me. We still got stopped. We're still we're up on the week, you know, 894. We're up on the week, but we're still down fees on the day. So I really wanted that to happen there. Like that really needed to move at that point if that pattern was going to play out. So give myself a few more minutes. Another little bit of food here. Some brain food. Some sauce, some bread, some meatballs. I may play that play again. But it might just sit up here the rest of the day. This liquidity zone here is just so strong at the moment. Not getting that breakdown through it. All right, that's why we took the long off of here before. Caught some moves on it. Give me one more grab here. Sitting at the bottom of this little range here in the Microsoft, we just popped above that 74 level. We didn't get like a really good push on it, so if we're not going to get a pop like we have been every other time we pop through it, then the sell is probably still in here. So I'm going to look to limit my risk on it and take a short there Again, same entry, really. If we're going to get into this, we're going to get into this. Let's do it. Okay, we're back in. Short here. If it's like I said, it didn't want to pop like it did before here. It didn't pop here. We didn't get that pop back above that level. So, like I said, the short's probably still in here. And that's why I'm looking to get that to continue to maybe be the last little straw here. Well, how many ticks is this? Right there. That's why I want to be above this little selling point here. If we can get involved... Risk 200 on this bad boy. Yeah, we can do that. If we don't get stopped out, then we should get... You see how that accelerated up there? That could be grabbing liquidity. If it doesn't stop us now, then we should be good with this ad. We should be able to get a second contract on and then pretty quick off at 65, right above 65. 65.50. You know what? I'll even put it at the very bottom of this. I'll take that. But if it does stop us out, then we're not going to add. We're not going to get anything involved there. We're going to just leave it alone. Man, we're out. Nope, we're still in. No, we're out. Okay. If it was good enough for an ad, is it good enough for an entry? It is. Adding if it comes through it again, keeping that same first profit target off just above 65s, 66.50 to try and take off one and leave on a runner if we can get that run to the downside. I think Microsoft wants to break, so that's really where I'm at on this idea here. Okay. Now really I'm just going to manage this without looking at Microsoft as best I can. Looking to hopefully hold below 74.50. I can't get it to hold below that, and then you're going to rock it up and we're going to be down again. So it is what it is. But we're back and forth between this down 3, up, down 3, even, down 3, even. We're one good, one bad, one good, one bad. We're adding contracts here. We're trying our best to kind of maximize the profit on this by taking this short and kind of running with it. Like I said, I don't want to really watch Microsoft, but I also don't want to be stuck in it if it's rallying like crazy. We look like we're grabbing a lot of liquidity down here. Kind of want to pull this to here. I don't want to risk that whole bit. There we go. Now we got 2 on. Now we can move this stop a little bit better. There we go. Cool. All right. So now we're pushing to the downside. Hopefully we can get this to follow through this time. Hopefully we hold 74s. And then, like I said, we're front running 65 on the first take off. There we go. We got pretty much a free trade on, right? That looks like a free trade to you. It looks like a free trade to me. And there's that push to the downside. It didn't quite tick us out. We're looking for 65s. But we're sitting on the bid of 66.50 to take the first order off. If we can't get that filled, then we should be out of this trade, right? So realistically, hopefully we're getting filled on that 66.50 at the bottom end. If there's not just liquidity grab to run us up to the upside, we should be able to fill it. We're not quite there right now. we're just using this zone as just pure grabbing of liquidity, and we're not filling that order down there, which is interesting to me. I want this to break to the downside quicker. I'm gonna auto no centering. So now we're not centering. There we go. There we go. We filled on one. And now we have this at break even. It's a free trade. We are back to positive on the day after that little pop there. So now whatever we take on this, it's going to be pretty much puts us at, break even if it doesn't follow through. I'm very happy with getting that fill there. It means that we are trying to break down 65. I front ran 65, 50. Didn't want to take the chance on it. So we're going to be free trading it the rest of the way down. I think that we can still try to roll this over a bit. Microsoft is popping now, so really it's going to stop us out as a liquidity grab if everything else is playing along. If not, Microsoft could run down to the downside right from here and carry this market to new lows. It would be a beautiful thing. And that's why I add, so I can have this as a little bit of a free reign runner kind of deal. Do I want to risk to the high here? No. I want this thing to stop me out like it did. Still down now, $25. Fuck. What a grind, though. I mean, really, it's all fees at this point, right? $100 of fees over trading. But that's the magic of executing off of plans and having places to do this. And I'm pretty happy with how I'm executing and how I'm able to kind of call out what I'm doing and where I'm thinking about doing stuff and where I'm not thinking about doing things. To be down just basically fees on the day after being down over almost $1,100, that says something about our strategy, our plan, our execution, right? So I am not going to be mad about what I did today unless I come out here right now and start to throw out stupid size. Right, there you go. There's your account performance. We were down, we were up a little. I mean, back down to like 500. Back down at maximum, we were down 1,100, right? 1,130, and currently we're down 25. We're back. If I could get one more decent, $100 banger, we're in the green for the day. And am I gonna force $100 just to make $100? No. I'm gonna look for that next good trade. We're close to getting to the time of day where price action is gonna start to do some stuff. The meatballs must be helping. I want one more time above that 74. If we get a failed break out of this little wedge, try and short it again. See how many times we can profit off of that. I might not add this time. That was a good ad, but it's just sort of like fading, right? It just doesn't look like it wants to get to those highs like we were talking about earlier. Microsoft, Apple pushed to lows and now it's kind of giving it a little bounce. Not lows on the day, but lows of this little breakout. Microsoft also just kind of not wanting to break out any further. Nvidia has been sort of dragged down. So all these names seem a bit heavier than they do like they want to pop, right? Microsoft has been holding us up. So I'm going to look to short it again one more time. Maybe on a high tilt type deal. Here we come down to 65 again. How many times can we touch 65 without it breaking, right? So this could be the time that we do finally get the really good flush to the downside with the 65 break. Or we hold, just like we just did. New low, no new low in the divergence. Might want to take a pop on that. Holding 65. Slight delta divergence. Using this liquidity grab. We have rolled a bit on the 30. S&P's is holding above, looking to try and get to that in opening range low. Can't quite get there. If we do break above here, this could be a solid pop. I want to front run it and use VWAP as the low. I don't think so right now. I want to give it one more time. So the delta is kind of pushing down now again. Let's see what happens at 65 again. If we get a nice little whip recovery, push back up. We're tightening. We're in this range here. I'm gonna take it. It's not an expensive trade. It's worth the risk to see if this will give us one more good pop after being kind of dragged down and not really breaking through that 65. If it does break it now and then we don't come and get triggered in, then that makes sense, right? But if it does break here, it seems like it would like to at least get up to 74 again, and then we could kind of make a decision on what we want to do as far as entering or getting out. Especially with Apple pushing down now, that's kind of interesting. Is this when Microsoft breaks? The break of 65 break Microsoft. Doesn't seem like it. Nasdaq's a little heavy long down here, which is interesting. S&P's is long. Athletic Greens. Use your brain power today. Microsoft pushing up a little bit, rejecting that bottom end at 397. Would keep it in the green for the day. 65 acting as resistance. Hasn't really flushed, so could be the point where we get a little pop here. The S&Ps aren't flushing, but they are holding. So we'll see if they push to the upside if we get this pop here on the Nasdaq. Alrighty, we're gonna get involved. I think here. I think it's gonna want to at least come and tickle us in just to whip us out, but it's worth the 150 to get that opportunity to possibly get this pop out. Just to be staying in this range here. We could break down, like I said, but 65 held again. And I didn't get any sort of intentions of wanting to break it. Focusing. S&P's stagnant. Micros are long, heavy a little bit. Don't like that, but not heavy enough where I think it's gonna influence this. 70, 65s. All right, fuck it. Let's get involved. Let's see what happens. get me involved to come rip me down to the downside, isn't it? Just you saw the way that price jumped up, grabbed my order, and tipped back down. I was hoping that it was going to be the opposite. It was just going to run up, through the order, and then we didn't have to look back at it. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now. Using Microsoft as kind of a leading indicator today. I'm looking to see this get up to 74, and then if we can break above 74, then it should hopefully invalidate this downtrend here and pop us up back to 88, and then we can make a decision at 88. But really, this has been stuck in a little downtrend for a bit, so I'm using it. Like I said, I'm using Microsoft as a leader. It's been continuing this strong little push at this point to try and get above the highs. If we can get Microsoft above the highs, then maybe we can continue this to the upside. I'm going to move this off my screen so I can just give you a better idea. See if I can get some idea on my delta. If I could break 74, then we're a pretty even keeled, break even free trade. But it's got to break 74.50. It can't just tickle it. It's got to break it. And I want to break it with some gusto here. Get above that volume node. 76 probably. All right, we're going to hold that. That's going to be a break-even trade. So we're free on the trade at least. If we do break this should be like a little bit of a momentum shove to the upside. If it doesn't, if it fails 74, we've been shorting that area. So totally valid short in that type of idea, right? I'm not going to add to this one. This is the kind of trade that I'm going to just let play out. I'm going to auto center this. We are up a little bit now on the day. If we can get above 77s, hopefully we can rotate now and invalidate this downtrend, which we seem to have done. So I'm going to keep that there. We're up $65 on this trade. It puts us pretty much totally break even. We're looking to go green on the day here. If we get above 80s, a long grinding, battling day to try and get back to break even and beyond on my trading day is, this is the invaluable type of day of small trades, trying to take good winners, limiting my losses, and just kind of grinding out the kind of day that we've had today, right? So as much as I don't want to trade my P&L, I kind of want to let this thing run a bit because it looks like it still wants to be strong. Microsoft is breaking highs. So if Microsoft does break highs and continues on, it gives you a little bit of a rally push. We can get up to 82s. If we get up to 82s on the NASDAQ, that's when I'm going to start to trail tighter, even though I'm pretty tight already. Let's see if we can get this up there. We're just trying to catch little pieces of big moves, right? That's all I'm trying to do here. Every day, a little bit more. Grow this account slowly. Try not to draw down $1,000 to grind myself back out of it. But like I said, we're taking good executions, good plans, good ideas here. And Microsoft still trying to tickle that high. So I'm waiting to see what it'll do here at 397.80. If we can get above 397.80, we're at 71, 69s. It's dancing a little bit. I want this one more push up. Give me that one more push up, then I can drop my stop right here and be... our delta's pushing a bit, so we are starting to get a little bit of a rally. 69s, 68s, 397, 68s. We're kind of fading that high a little bit, so that's not helping our trade now. All right, I'm probably going to fade off of this. 74 is my stop. Still hasn't moved yet. We are breaking out, hopefully, of this little tiny wedge pattern that we have here. I want to rotate back to the high of at least the opening range. That would be a nice little pop finish of the day. Overall, realistically, we are green for the day. We got the pop above 80. So now we're looking to see, can that continue? I'm a little tight on the stop, tighter than I should be, but I am satisfied. With that being the end of the move based on the failure of Microsoft. Okay. We broke 80. Could have been the target there. We are exactly up 120, but with fees we're minus 18. So there you go. That's how you grind out a day right there, folks. Ladies and gentlemen. You gotta drop a like on there if you were with us all day. for me to be able to kind of do what I did as far as the amount of heat that I take on trades, where I take paper cut, and to grind back to positive, to me is a testament to just not that I'm not that I'm happy with the amount of trades I took or anything like that, but just the amount of the opportunity to turn yourself around without being fearful, right? Without taking the previous trade into account for the next trade, right? There's your P&L curve for the day. And the last 7 days, we were up, we're down, we're up, we're down, we're up, we're down today, and now, that was 2 weeks ago, down 7, then we're trying to grind this bad boy back to the upside. So there was that move from the bottom, from 65. We took that as the break above 70 was going to give us that little bit of a momentum. We needed help from Microsoft. We did get it. Microsoft now breaking above highs, so that should carry the trade beyond where we were. I managed it tight. Yes, we don't trade our P&L, but yes, we trade our P&L sometimes as far as making sure we secure everything that we gave back. And I managed this trade a little tighter, just only because also Microsoft was not quite playing along with the highs. Like, it didn't give me a strong break. You got this little weak break and then kind of faded back, but then I got out and now it rolled up, right? So, honestly, I would have been in a little bit more. I probably would have trailed up to 80 once we got closer to the value area high. So, probably would have stopped out there anyway. Either way, that's just good old fashioned take the money that they give you and run. Hey, why not we take one more for the good old boys? Oh, maybe it was the meatballs. It kind of helped me kickstart my brain a bit. Need to see what happens at 88. $88 was that line in the sand before. We want to see what happens when we get there again. S&P's is now leading to the upside. They were leading to the downside earlier, so there's a chance that we do get this final now push to the 88, the break of it. Like I said, I'm not a momentum breakout trader. I wanted to do something of this nature where I fade an extreme and then rotate back up through significant levels. And I get tight with my stop as I break significant levels. Really, I have my stop below 74. I wanted to see it to value area high. We did get there. I got tight, got stopped out here. Probably, if we do hold this, we could rotate all the way back through. So we're going to watch, like I said before, 85s, 88s, and 91s. Those are the three numbers that we need to get through in order to kind of really get this thing to be moving to the upside. And with Microsoft now helping, we need Apple to play along, which it is, and Nvidia to stop faltering, which it's now trying to do. So you got the three amigos out here helping the NASDAQ be propped up here. So this entry was excellent. The trade was good. The management was fine. We didn't get. I'm sure that we're going to probably move further to the upside now, just based purely on the amigos. However, I'm pretty much not going to take that breakout because I'm not a breakout trader. But you see it's starting to push now harder. We're holding above value area high. We needed Maximus to come in here and just rock and roll, baby. Help us out. Execute a trade. We took this short, got stopped out, it rolled. Took a couple shots at it down here. We ground ourselves back into it. Now we're moving back up. S&P is looking to try and break out that high of the 48.8750 key level. And now, here we go, 88s. Is the 88 going to break this time or is it going to hold? Looks like it's first shot at attempting to break it is a hold. Microsoft still pushing, still rallying. We're going to run into some difficulties here up to 94, 91 to 94. That's that high there. So there we go. We're pushing up. There's that breakout. There's your rally breakout between 88. So let's see if we can get up to overnight highs. See if we can get a pullback to try and get myself an entry now. But that was a fantastic entry down here after recognizing this shit trail, if I have to admit it now. But hey, we'll take it. Now that looks a little wicky. Is that we got to 500? Might have to sell this. Heavy longs. Will that 500 hold? Look at that beautiful move off of 88 up to 500. Do we get a little bit of a divergence here? Do we get another try to push at 500, wick 500, and then try to roll back over? Could be the play, but I think reasonably targeted the way the NASDAQ moves, once it gets going, we could tickle this and rotate and clear out that overnight high. So range day, rotational range day, spent a lot of time at the bottom end, and we're rotating now back towards the top. Oh yeah. Hello, Charting Queen. How are we doing? We are even on the day after being down 1100. So technically, if you consider it, we're up 1100 from the bottom over the last few trades. So we're making good progress here today. Long extended streaming session for me. I started 8:20 in the morning and now I'm still on here. It's almost 2. It's a good thing about being off on Tuesday. Yeah, crazy day for sure. I like range bound days, but I got myself in a hole early and then I've just been executing to get out until just now is when I finally got myself net positive or gross positive really. Looking still for one more good one. Possibly here we're going to get it. If we can break out again, look to get the divergence up by 500 and then see if we can fade that high one more time. Microsoft is failing the high. It tried to break out. It's been leading. We're going to see if Microsoft can continue its breakout and push to 400, which is not likely. But if it does kind of continue to fail and break down, then this next move to the upside in the NASDAQ should be a divergence here, and we should be able to at least fade it and catch a piece of it. I don't expect it to totally sell off for the rest of the day, but I think we could catch something that could influence us to at least take a quick profit on it. We're kind of just hanging here waiting. For a breakout of a key structure level into a key resistance number at like 17.5, we didn't get very strong price action. So the fade definitely seems like it's coming into play. And this might not give me an opportunity with the second chance. It seems like it might just want to roll over right here, right now. Up really on trades alone, 120 on the day, down with fees, just a touch. We are looking to get one more good single or double here. Hey, I'll take a home run on accident, but we're looking to see what kind of price action we get over the next little while before I gotta go pick up son number 1 from school. Let's see what we got going on. This Microsoft gave you a wick off the highs after the breakout. Didn't quite accept it, and it's starting to kind of give it up. If the Nasdaq does continue to the downside or try to push up, if Microsoft doesn't play it long, and Apple doesn't play it long, and Nvidia is not going to break out to highs, then Microsoft needs to hold us up there. And if it doesn't, then like I said, we do have that downside potential to be good. You know, the risk to reward here is worthwhile. I do want this price to be above 91. If I can get it there, then we can look to see what kind of divergence we get. And then if we get the flush of it again, then that's going to be the more convincing flush. Rotation off the extreme. With especially a day like today where breakouts have been failing, then that really what I kind of want to see. Like Microsoft just ticked down and Nasdaq is ticking up, so we have a divergence there. Push back above 91. I want to short this. It's not wicking though. It's not grabbing those orders. Grab those orders. Grab them. Get up there a little bit more. 95s. I'm going to put that there. And then I'm going to throw my stop well up here for now, just to keep it out of the way. And we're going to work this short. I would like a little bit better. I would like it to wick up before getting me in. It doesn't want to. Because I wanted 91 to be my entry, really. Like below there on a stop in. If we can get this to push a little bit higher right now, I can move my entry up. But if not, like a rotation through that opening range high back down to the downside would be nice also. So either way, it's okay. I'll take it. I'll take this entry. We're here. We're in. Let's see what we can do from here on out. We are risking to the high at the moment, but I want to kind of limit that risk a bit if we can rotate back down into this range. I want to get above into value. If we could accept into value, it would be really great. Here we go. Come on. It's not giving me either direction, which is concerning because then that likes to pop like this. There we go. And we're rejecting 91 again. 94 was really the high there of this one. So a break above 94 would be concerning to me. So I'm waiting for that 94.25 to not happen. I would like that to not happen. That would be a fantastic thing. And I would love to see Microsoft just to give up the goat and roll over. Because if Microsoft does, then yeah, it's definitely a headachy kind of day. But for me to grind through, yeah, I don't like this price action, but I do like this setup for me. Like I said, 94.25 is the concerning point, but if it does kind of wick it, I might look to get a second entry here and then look to shed pretty quick. Yeah, and if we get a 94, oh, the S&P is pushing a little bit, leading us to the high side. If it wicks 94, then we can enter this secondary entry and then limit our whatever the high is here. Then I will move the stop to that. Yeah, I'm gonna sell that there. I'm gonna move this stop loss to above here. Oh, we're breaking out here. I don't like that at all. See, this is why I wanted to wait for that confluence of the breakout before I did the entry, because now I'm gonna be down again. I'm really not happy with my entry criteria there. I wanted it to do this first, then roll over. So that's why I have my ad as the original like style of entry that I wanted to do. S&P is pushing up. Microsoft, I'm guessing, is also pushing up to the highs. So we're going to kind of hope that it fails right here, right now. Otherwise, we're going to probably be, we're going to get stopped out, but this might roll right to the highs like really quick. Yeah, there we go. We're stopped. We're flattening that out. And see, that was just a shit entry. Yeah, not at all. So bad entry there. 500. trying to see, maybe just we fade that high there, down 125. If we do get that roll, will it be this time here? I think Microsoft is not playing along. So 94s. Sell that. And have 500 be the stop. And then have the add be below here. And then have the take profit be the first stop would be here to take some off. And then the stop would be here at 497. This is just setting up for a dump. For the original dump. See what happens here. If we can get back and accept into that little wick. Playing the game here. Looking for divergences. Microsoft not making new highs. And then we did make new highs on NASDAQ. S&P pushing up a bit. Carrying us to the upside. But there was somebody said there was a big seller at 48.90. So if he comes into play, then the NASDAQ's going to also front run it and slam it down. So let's see what happens. All these contracts, they're all heavy long. I don't see it. Not with that kind of shit momentum breakout. There's a wick test. 90.25. Patience. Let this. If this thing just ticks me in and gets me ripped up to the upside, then so be it. But I don't think that's the case. If I do get entered, then I think we will probably continue to roll. If we get the add, then we're going to look to see how quickly we can take this off. 83 is going to be that first little score there. We're going to look to take that off, and then we're going to look to see if we can catch the runner to stay on, to rotate back down. Maybe 65 would be a great target. But power hour coming up in 1 minute. So usually I don't like to enter within a minute of the close of the hour. This is what happens. You keep trading, keep shooting your shots, taking your good shots at it. You know, I've been going. I went way down, came back up, went down, came back up. Now I was at even. Now I'm down one, like a half loser. So I'm looking to see if I can catch this short side entry here, and really make the most of it. If it does flush right now, 2 o'clock. Be a very happy camper, but need some help from my friends Microsoft, Apple, and Nvidia. Apple looking like it's fading the highs a bit. Nvidia also just about to push the highs. That's the only question there. And then Microsoft also above there, that breakout point, and I need to see if it's going to fade or not. We've been trying to make new highs, but our delta is not really cooperating as well. S&P's tickled that 48.90, 50 level and hasn't quite broke above it, but it's sitting right below it looking to break out. And we just broke the highs again, so, and we're continuing on with our delta. So it's a no divergence there, but also at the same time, I don't have crazy momentum, crazy volume here. So let's see what happens with this. Possibly looking to break down. NQ heavy long 75%. I'm gonna look to see this short through and back down to 65s. First entry is in. If we break through 91, then we could look to go all the way down to the 65s. It's an amazing thing that it loves to just... I love to have my entries right where a good long entry would be sometimes, you know, or a good short, just get tickled in and then rally up to the upside. When really my entry should be up at the top, pushing to the downside, but I just don't do that. I have my ad here. It's going to be below 91. Not going to increase my risk much. So once I do that, I'm going to lower my stop to below this high here. If we do get triggered into this, it should be a good trade. It should happen pretty quickly. Here's the flush of 91, so we're in. We're gonna keep that stop above 97, so we don't really increase our risk too much. We're risking 230 on it. Looking to get the first contract off down here at the bottom. However, if it does come down and hold below 88s, then I'm gonna look to move my stop kind of pretty much close to break even as possible, without really trying to risk being stopped out by a touch. Because 88 was the breakout point, right? So we're looking to fail the breakout area. Microsoft tickling back to the upside, kind of wanting to go. It looks like it wants to go again. So power hour. Okay, kick my ass, huh? Stupid ass on the ad right there. It really should have been a flush through that and then not to look back above. So if we do kind of rally through 95 and 500, you're probably going to carry that long. So really want to see this thing flush sooner rather than later. You'd rather this not push above these levels here, right? You don't want this to be above 99s. That's a volume node there at 97. I just don't want to be a target for that to be a stop. Yeah, you shouldn't move your stop. I'm kind of like trying to adjust this based on the action here. I'm looking to get this thing to play out accordingly without getting tickled out. Because I added, right? My original stop was up there. I just was trying to get them together and get them in the appropriate spot. Really, it's still probably a little too tight, and I might get wicked out before it does move to the downside. But if I do, it should probably pop, and then I'll be limiting my losses there anyway. So we're holding above 91, which is not a good sign for my short. And Microsoft pushing above 97.90 is not going to help me. So really, we're going to get stopped out here, and we're going to be down again a little bit on the day here. Looks like 380, 390 if we get full stopped here. If we do get a full sell-off, then we'll be up. But we're really looking forward to this thing kind of pushing on down. We're not getting cooperation here with it. It's gonna look to roll us over at the tick here, and then probably do what we want it to do, right? So we're out now at 290. Oh, we're not out. We're not out. To the tick. To the tick. It's been a long grinding day. These last 2 trades are kind of after having some great trades, pushing me in, pushing me up, and doing what I've been doing to get myself back to break even, to get back 400 there. It's a shitty trade there to execute that. Once you get back to break even on a day like today, you shouldn't want to try and give anything back. But realistically, we're making executions based on good, thought out plans here. Just didn't quite work there. So we're on to the next. On to the next. Microsoft's still pushing to the upside a bit here, so we got that. Just a headache of a day, like Charting Queen said. Headache of a day. Do I want to fade the highs? It seems like an unrealistic attempt here until we get to like 513. Which is not like, it's a grindy breakout. Usually these grindy breakouts fail. Nvidia now pushing on highs. Microsoft still pushing up to the upside, so it is carrying us today. Finally, now making the breakout that I should have been holding from down here, but it didn't. Let's see what happens if we get up to our overnight highs. Like that was our original target from all the way down here where we could have reasonably just entered and never looked back. However, that's not our trading strategy, so can't really say we could have, would have, should have, did that kind of thing. So look for one more trade for the day. Try not to give much more back than that, and then try and make back just what we lost here. Get us back here. 2 back-to-back losses, kind of fucking with us or a little bit. Still rallying here, pushing up to the upside. Congruent delta, no real levels here until like 513. I have. We do have, I guess you would consider 508 kind of like a strong 30-minute. This here, there's some levels here. There was some wicks going on there on the overnight. But if we've pushed up this high, there's a good chance that we're going to want to magnet up to that overnight high. Microsoft pushing up to highs. Just broke out again from all these levels from yesterday. Has up to 398.28. Continuing to rally. Continuing to make new highs. I'm going to need to catch a couple good ones here. So we're going to look to see if this is a spot to look to fade. $513. Pretty good, important level there. I'm gonna try something here. See if we can get a break out of this. Down 415 on that. That ad there sucked a bit. $508. Just trying to find a good level here to kind of work off of. I still think 513 is probably a good line in the sand for it. 513 up into this, in this zone here, still is a good short zone. I don't think we have the momentum to carry us through that zone, but I do think we could probably get up to it. And if we can get up to it, you know, break 508 here, continue on. Looking to push up to 513. There you go. There's a pretty good push there. We can wick 513, get up to the overnight high there. So we have that room. I don't think we have the momentum to carry us through that overnight high, but we may. We're just gonna look and see what happens at it. I was considering buying this actually here just a few moments ago, but I decided against that. I'm gonna pull my little front run my strategy type move here. We're so close to overnight highs that I think we'll probably clear them out, but also at the same time, there's a good chance that we can fade this. There's that wick. That's a very strong manipulative kind of candle. We'll see if it gets all the way up there. If we can get all the way up there, that was very wicky. There's Microsoft breaking out. It's got to get to the overnight high now, right? You would think. That's a magnet. It's going to take all day, but it's going to get there. And that's a range day right there. Completely clean up your overnight. Okay. This could be my V bottom here. V top. I want to see one more little whippy candle like that just happened and sell us off. Well, we're going to get sold off now. Let's see if we can get this to fade off now after grabbing all that liquidity and just do a straight dump down. There's no way it ran up there like that. Just was entertaining, to be honest. But it was informative. I prefer not to get stopped on that. Don't enter me in if you're going to just tickle me in. Get up above that 19, make a new high, do what you got to do, and then we can enter in. Is this going to continue to run or is it going to fade? That's the question of the day. Am I fading tops? Is that what I'm going to do here? My 528 is the value area high. Also, that's the value area high of yesterday, and it's the overnight high from today. So I really would like to see that get ticked and then wick through quick right here. Like on this move up, I would like to see that 525 to 528 level get wicked, and then I would like to short through 19. It's just a magnet, right? Like that green line's a magnet. It wants to be touched. It looks like it wants to get there. Microsoft is pushing right up into resistance from yesterday, pre-market session, and into 398. 399 levels there. We might get triggered in on this early. Really long day. I'm gonna let this thing trigger me in and see what happens afterwards. I gotta pee really bad. I'm not moving my stop. All right, so we're pushing to the downside. See if that was the liquidity grab that we were looking for. Should we add? Should we not add? We're going to add below this 506 level here because that's a ignition candle. If there are stops to be had, they will be triggered there. Get that stop out there so it doesn't fail. Yeah. So we have 2 stops there. We're going to push this to 20 so we're covered. Okay, so let's see if we can get a flush down now. Continued flush down of the breakout candle. If we do flush that, that should initiate some more selling. Then we can look to get this, maybe take the first one off there at 97s. Love 800 numbers. Gotta love 800 numbers. All right, I'm flat here. Oh, yeah. The last few have been a little bit frustrating as far as trades are concerned. You know, like I said, I'm down 4. I was even after being down 1,000. I'm really looking for this to be like a divergence kind of strategy here. Looking for it to kind of wick the high again one more time, and then we can roll over. But we're not getting quite the same deal. Like I could have possibly got that to roll over further. Like I believed if we did wick below here to get us triggered in for the second, we would get that roll over there. So potentially that would be a good entry for our actual short here, and then just continue to roll it over. So that whatever I add, my add would be there. So reasonably to enter the short, not add anymore after that. Full day stream today from open to close. We looking above 13. See if we can get another wick above here, and then get to that green overnight high, flush it out, and then rotate back down to the downside. I don't think you're gonna see 4900s on the S&Ps, but there's a chance. You never know. pretty solid rally from that bottom earlier today. Basically, we called out the bottom. We called out some great levels, great trades. Like my executions over the last couple have been shit, but overall, we battled all day for sure. And to be only, we're one good trade away again. Like I said, from making our good day. We've executed pretty good. I'm pretty happy with what I've been doing. I'm really just trying to execute on plans here. We're getting setups. I'm gonna just take them because I've been missing out on setups a lot lately, and I don't really want to be continuously missing out on these things, right? So today we're gonna look to do stuff like this. Take these profits as they come. This is gonna push up to the upside, isn't it? Ain't it? Yeah. It wants that overnight high. It wants it. That's the only issue I have with this trade currently triggering me in so early. However, sometimes it just doesn't quite make it to that overnight high, or it doesn't quite make it to the level that you want it to. So the setup being prior to it is usually the right move to take it. So I'm going to take it. We are in 2 contracts here. We're just going above 20. I really want to see that 20 level hold. So if it does break out, then it's going to break out from there. Going to trail one tight and leave the other one up there. I like the way the delta was pushing. I like the way the price was pushing from my level. I like the lower high. I like everything about it. Microsoft is starting to push down. So we're really trying to catch this to at least get down to that 503. 508 would have been, is like that breakout point right down there. Looking to trail like I said, the ad, I'm going to trail a little tighter, leave the original on until we trigger our take profit. That first exit. I always set if I do an ad, I'll set a, like a 1-to-1, a 2-to-1, a little bit bigger, depending on structure levels, a profit target. So I could take off one pretty quick if price does continue to move in my direction fast, right? I need this to flush the 08s. If it flushes the 08s, then we should probably be okay. Although we are wedging now in this little old wedge flag type bullshit. So I want to flush the 8s. I need something to happen down there. I need Microsoft to roll over. I need some of these other names to just get some really shitty news. Excuse me. The 8s are holding. We need to break it down. Break it down. Break down the 8s. The 19 level is that right there. I just don't want it to rip me out my face off. I'm not ready to move this stop yet, so just one more little push down. There we go. That's the break. Now we're at break. I'm trailing the ad on, and I'm looking to keep the original risk on the top end here. So we are risking there. Trade is What's up, Wilson? Always talking through my trades. Always looking to see if I can, help people out. Just thinking through what I got going on. I appreciate you coming over here, leaving a comment. It's much appreciated. Like I said, we want to hold the 8s, but I don't see it happening right now. So that's why I moved my stop kind of quick. We got that little flush. If we do get the full flush now, I left one of my entries up here, so the add-on really is mitigated. I want to try and trigger this 503. It's really just the base of this. If we do flush that, I think we can continue to roll over. It's just, it feels heavy. Everything about it, I feel like sellers can want to pile into this, especially if we can hold below the 508 breakout point. But realistically, if we don't, we could probably skyrocket here. So I want to kind of really limit my risk totally. Probably come to break even now that we're sitting at the 08s, because I believe the 08s could be that springboard to the high side, right? So if we don't break down right here, right now, then we probably do get to that overnight high. And I don't like that for losing. I don't like to lose my money if I'm in the green, up 100 and change or whatever I'm up right now. Like, it's nothing huge, but it kind of just manages my risk on this. Like I said, if I'm willing to take the break even on this to avoid the full loss on a bounce off of the 08s. Microsoft still trying to hold highs, so that's really what's going to keep this up here. I want to try and get these together, so I'm going to auto center, no centering. I'm going to keep these stops together, and I'm going to trail it down a bit just so I have that mitigated. So there we go. We're pushing down now. We're through the 08s. So now that you saw that flush right there, that's the flush of the 08s that we're looking for. Now we're getting through it. We're at 506, 508. If we hold 508, hopefully we can tick off on this first profit target here. And then we have one off, and then we're going to look to keep that one off, and then hopefully have a runner to the downside for the rest of the day if it can continue to flush. If we don't hold the 08s, like I said, this flush could just be a trigger to get shorts involved to run the highs. So that's why I have moved my stop to above 10s. I know the wicks are there, whatever bullshit. It could tick me out. It's fine. But if we do accelerate through the 8s, it's going to accelerate and run the highs. So I'll take my money and run on those. But there you go. We're holding the 8s again, which is really, really nice. I'm going to move my stop a little bit further down to above the 10s. We want to take this down to this level here. I thought the flush here, I would have originally added down here, but really, realistically, it's a terrible add, right? Because that's just a trigger to get shorts in and possibly run the highs, like I said. So here we go. Still trying to hold the 8s, trying to hold below it, not quite getting there. It's just not playing along, not playing nice. It'll probably trigger me out, wick me out, and then roll over. However, I'm just I'm good with this right now, right? I'm good with it. I'm good with how we are at managing it. I don't want to catch one more little wick and then pop off to the top side and rip my face off, right? So if we do trigger our take profit, it'll be a fantastic thing here. We'll get one off, but maybe we'll even do it. No, it's gonna trigger us out right now, so it doesn't matter. But 08's still 08's. Come on, baby. Hold to the downside. No, and we're out. So my thought on that is, this is just an accumulation to take it long, and I wanted to be as tight with keeping my profits as possible, especially when I add like that. Like I said, you see the price kind of jumping around the level that we're using. If we flush now, we flush. It's okay. We can look to get something else afterwards, but that's just it. For futures, it's shorts. It's still shorts. Puts are for options. Puts and calls are option plays. Futures is all contract, so it's going long or going short, same as equities. So you see how my thought process on it just accumulating profits. I mean, like shorts here to go long at 08s, and we didn't get the flush that we wanted right away, so therefore I didn't keep it on, right? I trailed that short kind of tight. So yeah, that's why we took what we did. In case you can't hear me, type it into the chat. Anybody in the future that wants to hear what's going on. So we are looking to, I will look to try and get this short again. But I want this to do what it did here on a grand scale where it was 1, 2, 3, and then fade. We're gonna want to get to like the 515, not break anywhere near 519, and then short from the 13s. I got you. I have a very heavy short bias as well, so you can obviously see that. Down 315. All right, so we're looking to push this to the high side a little bit more now. We're getting that delta to push up. Oh, not that. That's not what I wanted. I want this one. Microsoft doing the same thing here. Trying to push highs, not really quite getting there. Yeah, it kind of got close. It didn't get close enough. Yeah, I did. I was trying to cover down at these lows here at the 502, 503. There's the flush that we're looking for. That was a big time fat finger sell there. If you saw that, that was interesting. I want to see if we can get up a little bit before we try and take that sell in congruence with that little fat finger move that just happened. It seemed. You know what? I will definitely look to. I want to get involved in that, but I wanted to do one more thing first. That was super interesting. Alrighty. I'm gonna sell the shit out of that. Microsoft took a dip on it. That was really an interesting move there. Seemed like a really big order or like a fat finger sell, then somebody got involved. So I'm kind of interesting. Yeah, it was really a very interesting move there. Telling I wanted to be involved in it. I wanted to still be in short, but I kind of am scared a bit to click on that and wait. I want to see this pop up one more time. Like I said, I wanted to get into that yellow box one more time and try and short through the bottom. Nice, yeah. I don't watch any equities other than the ones that are heavy in the Nasdaq. I'm Apple, I'm Nasdaq, I'm in Nvidia, and I am Microsoft. Heavily weighted. Who's leading the way in this? I do like when I was doing equities, try to check up on all these things. I want to try and keep track a bit more. That's why, being a trade caster is great because you get everybody doing things like that, throwing out calls, throwing out things that they see, as opposed to just me by myself, just looking at what I'm looking at. Sometimes it gets in the way, but at the same time, it's really nice to kind of see that there's more than one avenue out there to make some money. I want this to get above 13s. Nah, it's not going to get there. I'm taking the short here at the 8s, and I'm going to risk to the top here. And if we can get a little bit more on it, I want to maybe add one up here at 13. Just after that big sell push hard, like that kind of candle tells me I really want to be involved. If somebody's going to be a big size and try and get in front like that seems like somebody trying to get in front of a big size, and I want to be involved. All right, so there we go. We're pushing to the downside. I'm break even already because that push should happen, and it should happen hard. I don't have an ad. I only have one because I wanted to get one in up at 13s, and we never got back there. I'm going to be break even +1. And I'm going to see if this thing will roll over. Possibly we can get it to go, if Microsoft also goes, to the downside here. Apple, Nvidia. Oh, Nvidia's pushing, so that's nice. It's been the leader for a bit now. The 08s, like I said before, it was a very important level. So now that we got to where my first take profit would have been, so that it's got pretty bouncy there, right? We are looking to try and see if we can keep this rolling over. I would have preferred to have held on to my last short, but we're going to hold on to this one now a bit longer as best we can. We got to get through 500. If we get through 500, watch that 497 slight volume node, but that's just really a breakout point as well. So just watch this area here. We're looking to push this down now. Thank you, Wilson. I appreciate you. Really looking at just these levels, trying to fade extremes and revert back to the mean and just try and catch small pieces of big moves. We can try and get the follow through on this one. I think to get people selling into the end of the day, really just get a continuation on the selling. I want to get through this 500 and through 497, and then I'm really going to look to see this as a target down here. Re-accept into that high, maybe go back red on the day after being green for this little bit of period of time. I'm just watching this price action a bit here. We do need to get below 500. This is why I put my initial first take profit here, because I expected some sort of resistance on this price action here, on this level. I'm looking to see if we can flush 500 and get down to 491 and 488. That would be the ideal situation for me. Obviously, ideal would be home run, would be down all the way to the lows, but that's not what we're looking for. We're going to manage this. We're going to trade it as it comes. It is what we're looking for. I mean, everybody's looking for a home run, but this is clearly take your hits, take them as they come, and just kind of manage your position through the levels that they show, right? Microsoft has just been holding us up all day. Doesn't want to break. If it does break, like I said, we should be able to, we're accepting back down here. If we can get into that 595.80, this market may roll over completely. Yeah, it's 20 minutes to close. If we get an imbalance to the sell side, we should push down also. We did have a decent sell side imbalance. I think just like the early imbalances came out that were a couple million to the sell side. Nothing like crazy. But if we do start to see that imbalance start to press up and the market on close orders are more sell side than buy them, that should help this position to the downside a little bit, moving into 50 and 55 respectively. That's the time of day. So 500 is the key here. We need to flush this. Normally I'm not trading this late in the day. Normally I'm done by 11 on my stream, but today it's a full day stream. We've been grinding all day. I got back to break even from down 1,000. So I made, lost 1,000, made 1,000. Now I'm down 5, down 4, I should say. Up 100 on this trade. So, give or take $300. That's pretty much calling it a break even after that kind of day. Two losses coming on the upside here. And we're looking to see if this one trade here can be the one that'll carry us into tomorrow as a green day for the week. We're trying to stay green for the week. We are back-to-back green weeks. We were green yesterday, up 240 today. We're still probably green for the week at this point. However, we're just looking to maximize that green week. So there's that flush of 500. I do want to secure some of this. So I'm below that, above the swing there at 505. If we can hold below 500, hopefully we can continue this flush. And if we get a sell side imbalance, then we should roll even further. So there we go. We're pushing down. 497, like I said, was that liquidity area and also the breakout point. So anybody who's at break even there is now out from the breakout if they don't move their stops. Yesterday I made 240. I was up 240 on the day. Over the last 3 weeks, last week was a shortened week. I was up about 600 last week on 3 days trading. Basically one good day, two just north of break even. And then yesterday, like I said, 240. I was up a little over, just about $1,100 on the last couple weeks. So right now we're looking to try and get back to break even on the day and beyond. Try and make it another green day. If it happens, it happens. If not, no big deal. We did limit our risk. We executed our game plan. We did everything we wanted to do. So, overtraded a bit and put myself in a hole early, which was really the big issue. It was good trades, good ideas, just got stopped out a couple times before the actual move started to happen. So 497, we're looking to flush that point. If it holds it, then that's going to be probably a rally from there. But I want to see this kind of flush here. 497. Come on, Microsoft, give me something. Roll over. Apple, continue to do what you're doing. You're doing great. Nvidia, no, please stop. Stop with your rallying. So we pushed down on Microsoft. We're not going to get to that. I don't believe we're going to get to that lower level. So by the end of the day, it's going to flatten out. Looks like we're going to get stopped out here, probably. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't like to be excitable. I try to keep my even keel throughout, even if I'm losing, winning. It'll be great if I had, if this thing just didn't tick out my stop and it rolled over for 1,000 ticks. That'd be a fantastic trade. I'd be so happy. But I'm not going to show I'm not going to be Deck, right? Deck's another animal. He's ripping his shirt off. He's doing his thing. That's his thing. He's cool with it, and that kind of helps him trade. And for me, I need to stay as cool and just level-headed as possible. Otherwise, because when you get the lows are going to be harder, and the highs are going to get you to a point where you think you're too confident, and you're going to start making stupid mistakes, right? So the more chill you could be, the more the market tries not to affect you in any sense, the manner, then that's where you're going to do better. Like I said, I think we're going to probably get stopped on this at that price point of 506. 497 held. 500 held. If we do break down below 500 again, we should hope that 497 does break as well. But I don't think we're going to get that. I think we're going to probably stop out at 506 just because of where it's at. It's not really an ideal stop location. It's just not right above this previous swing. And time of day, right? Like you were saying, time of day. So there we're out. All right, so down 260 plus fees on the day, and so there's the pop after the stop out, right? So that's the reason I keep my stop out where they are, because usually if I say, I'm going to break here, it's probably going to break there. I'm probably going to break out, and then could be a reversal to the other end of the trade, right? So that's why I take the ideas that I do with my trailing stops there. Got you. No worries. That's cool. I want to see what this imbalance looks like coming in at about 5 minutes or so from now. Really, this trade where we did over here, where we got trailed out, we would have been stopped out at break even. So it was a good trail. It had to do what we had to do. We just never quite made it to our spot to take that first take profit off. We ended up making it, but really, based on my loss tolerance for the day and everything like that, at this point, I'm not trying to give this back. So for that to be whatever, stopped out there for a small little gain, can't be mad at it, right? Sometimes it's going to hit your target, sometimes it's not. It just is what it is. All right. At this point, probably going to end up being not much left going on. I gotta go get my son from school, so I want to see what happens in the next 5 minutes, and if I can get something from there, then we will look and see if we can get it, catch a quick little 5-minute scalp type trade, and then call it for the day. I'll be back on tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. So No, this line right here is I don't know how to get rid of it, but it's a VWAP extension. I think it's a 1 standard deviation from the VWAP. So I don't know how to get rid of it, to be honest. Quantower is different than other trading platforms, so I usually just note this. This one just exists here. It's on both ends. We have it on the bottom and the top. I think it's 1 standard deviation. It could be 2 standard deviations. It looks like 1 from the VWAP, and it just follows it along. I don't use moving averages. I just use VWAP as a target, and I use volume profile and cumulative delta, along with I draw up liquidity zones, targets. I use levels like overnight highs, lows, previous days highs and lows, and I go from there. And that's usually how I trade. Pretty simple strategy. Today it didn't. It did. I just overtraded a whole lot. Okay, so it probably came in sell side a little bit here. Yeah, very simple. I try to keep my losses minimal. I try to risk like anywhere from 150 to 250 on a trade, and most of my trades I'll end up moving to break even kind of quick. My winning percentage up until today was pretty decent. Let's see, Top Step. I was at 76% wins. I was averaging only like 5 to 10 trades. I'd say I definitely went over and beyond my trades. And usually when I do that, I trade a bit more. I make a little less. To be down 260 minus fees, I'm okay. I'll live. I'll survive. I'll trade tomorrow. If I take one more trade here, it's probably going to be the sell side. Looking to try and get this flush. But I want it to be 250 because 250, the real imbalances will update. And then you'll get that flush down. But we never quite cleared out that overnight high. And that's concerning as well. Thank you, sir. Hopefully you come around here a little bit more often. We trade NQ every day. I do bring up some of the NASDAQ levels here. I mean the S&P. I do S&P 30 minute. I do NASDAQ 30 minute. And I keep on my screen here. We'll go through fundamentals, news, any sort of data releases. A lot of stuff that the NASDAQ does influences some of the other tech industry stuff. So if you're looking at tech stocks or, like you said, TQs or SQQs, you're going to get some information out of this. Much of my levels are pretty consistent across the board. So we try to provide some value, calm, cool trading partner out here. If you have any questions, anything like that, usually I'll be pretty good at answering or trying to find an answer for you. That's usually my thing. Other than that, really, like I said, probably going to be done here shortly. The market's going to close in 10 minutes. I don't really anticipate a big move here after a choppy day. We did end up rallying from the low like we talked about here. I took this long down here. I ended up trailing out kind of tight. Obviously would have ended up being trailed out anyway, but realistically the idea down here was to rotate from the overnight low, which is the red line here, up into the green line by the end of the day because of the inside nature of the type of day it was. So that's what we were looking at. We're at 500, making new lows on Delta. Could rally here. Could get a quick little pop. Grab myself a couple $100. Yeah, let's see if we can do that. Let's see if we can grab. I'm gonna take this quick little long at 508. I don't think we're gonna be able to flush 97s. I want to try and catch a quick little runner here based on the market on close orders and the way people are rallying. We didn't quite make it to the overnight highs, so I want to kind of really trail this kind of quick and tight. If we get above 13s, get above 13s, push. There we go. We're at break even. All right, now we whipped up there. That was a little liquidity grab. Okay, we're pushing up below 13s. See if we can rally some more. Let's break the highs. Come on, get into the close. Get into the overnight highs. That's my goal here, is to get this to the overnight highs. If we do get up there above 19, get above 20s, there we go. We're above the 20s. I'm trailing this super tight, and we're out. took that to quick little 220 on that trade. That's a little pop for you. I trailed it tight to the 19s just because that was our resistance before. It's probably going to continue to run through the overnight high, and that would have been nice to kind of take that on and really bring ourselves back to break even on the day totally. Being down $70 after being down 1,000, and minus some fees here. I don't whatever it is what it is with the fees. I'm cool with that, but that's really what I'm trying to catch on that little move there. Little pop, catch some money, and move on to the next trade here. Yeah, I used to. So I used to trade for a prop firm, and it was all equities. And I used to trade the TQQs and the SQQs. I used to trade SPYs, regular Qs. Yeah, so that was my thing. Had my SIE and my Series 57 to trade with them. So, I have some experience in the equity side. I have experience in the FX side. I just kind of fallen into the niche of the consistency with futures. I really enjoy like the way it comes, on a day-to-day basis. Yeah, long bias to the end of the day. It's easy to be long through the end of the day. So yeah, I was expecting this to kind of hit off on that level there. It would have been nice to hold it to the highs, that overnight high, but no, it's okay. So now we might rally through this until close in 8 minutes. So I got to run out real quick at 8 minutes from now. So overall, I think we had a good day. Everybody kind of had some words of wisdom. I was over on YouTube and on Tradecaster. If you're on YouTube, head over to Tradecaster. It's for traders, by traders, really cool place. Tons of really good traders. You could always go over there. I am currently in Texas. I'm originally from New York, though, so you can definitely not get my accent from where I live. Ohio, nice. I dig it. Yeah, that's the nice thing about trading on the platform. There's people from all over the country, all over the world, really. And you can get to know each other, and you can do, a lot of good things based on, moving from room to room here in Tradecaster. Yep, Lone Star State, baby. Transplant. I love it here. If anybody has questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, you can always reach out to me. My Tradecaster room is always open. You can always type in the chat. I don't stream all day normally, so normally I'll check in on the chat here and there overnight. Through the afternoon, but other than that, man, I think after a grind of a day, I really am not too upset with how it ended. I made some mistakes here and there. We can go over to the trade report account performance for the day, and we went super red early. We got some back. We went red again. We rallied back. We got to green. We took a couple stupid entries there, and then right now we're right back to basically break even. So overall, let's go with this month. We are looking at trade report here. This is our year-to-date P&L curve, right? We started out good, gave some back, rallied again, gave a little bit of back, and now we're in that uptrend. We're still to the right of the curve, so that's what we're looking to do here. This is my right live to up-to-date profit and loss statements here. So this is how I'm looking. So just, trying to be transparent, trying to be honest with everybody and show you what I've been doing all year. And it is what it is here. So, some days you're going to have losing days. This is Quant Tower. So Quant Tower has a lot of really good information on it. It's got lots of really good tools here that'll allow you to kind of analyze your trading performance here. Too many trades. 99. I gotta make one more, right? Can't have 99 trades. Gotta have 100. What is that area above here? 540s, 550s. Yeah, Quant Tower is it's a futures platform. It's not you're not gonna get like equities and stuff on it, I don't think. Pretty much dedicated to futures. there might be other stuff that you can trade on it. I guess there's some, I've never seen anything else on it though. When I was trading equities, I was on Lightspeed. Not Lightspeed. What's this one? Sterling. Going bell to bell here. With the prop firm, I got to be flat by 310. So I kind of look to see what happens up to the close. Like I said, I caught this quick little long here. Could have held it a little bit longer, but you live and you learn. I was really looking to just catch that little bit. Can't be mad about catching a nice little 220 on a trade. Well, what did it end up being? I ended up taking 190, but 190 on it. Yeah, I'll get him in a minute. He'll live. 3 minutes. I like to see what happens. If I'm here all day, I might as well be here all day, right? I trade for Top Step in a funded account. Yep. Currently. I used to trade equities through T3, and Top Step is my futures prop firm that I deal with exclusively. I've tried other ones. I didn't like them all. Microsoft continuing to rally. I like to wait for that last minute, see if somebody sells off. Alrighty. That'll do. Everybody, Wilson, pleasure speaking to you. Everybody else who's been on here all day, on and off, I appreciate you coming. If you want to check out the YouTube, it's always up there for the whole day. So until next time, I will talk to everybody later.